other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you, as always, for making us part of your day. I am Speedy. There sits Greg. He's dropping peanuts from Don Day. He obviously came to the Bible study yesterday, and Greg's all giddy about it. You probably are going to hear him crackling. Oh, yep, there he goes. He got him another one. He is ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. He sits right there, getting his headphones on, tearing up that last peanut from Don Day. Glad he was able to make it to the Bible study yesterday.
Yeah, that's good for Don. I'm glad.
Does he just leave those on your desk?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what happens?
Yeah, fine.
So when you get here on Thursdays, are you giddy when you round the corner and you see that little bag on your desk? Mm-hmm. You excited?
Yeah, I'm a little bit. A little excited.
It hits that.
I'm hungry.
It hits that early morning.
Oh,
I'm hungry. Yeah, craving.
Yeah, I've been up a minute.
Oh man. Well, we are here today, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have Brian Reisinger on the show today, or the RBU today. That's this week's guest. Land rich, cash poor. He's going to talk about the American farmer and the disappearance of the American farmer in most cases, what's happened, and really break it down. Everything from food prices to farming to buying American farmland. It's a really good read. His latest book, Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope, and the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer by Brian Reisinger. And we will break that down and have a good, long conversation with him on RBU this week. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, can be found if you just search it on all of your streaming sources. However you get your audio podcast, and then it's also going to be on Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, and Facebook. There's a video element to it as well. It's a standalone podcast. Adler always sends that out early on Saturday mornings, both audio, video links, so it's really easy for you to follow. But good luck with that this weekend and enjoying it. It should be an easy find and a good way to start your Saturday morning. And I know you've talked about that, Greg. Besides your coffee, you'll pull up the podcast and enjoy your Saturday morning getting going.
Right. Nothing wrong with kicking the day off.
No.
Anything wrong with that?
Very frustrating sometimes, though, on Saturday mornings because that's our one sleep-in morning.
It is.
And do you get frustrated on your sleep-in morning when you wake up early and you can't go back to sleep?
That's rare for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
It happened 2 Saturdays ago. I woke up real early and I just like stared at the ceiling like I can't believe this is happening right now.
And I've heard y'all refer to a lot of it. We get up so early that even like you said on your off day you can't sleep late. That does not. It doesn't affect me that way.
No, I can
sleep late.
Yeah, I can sleep late and go back to sleep. It's just that morning, which we Saturday mornings are our one morning. If you've listened long enough, you know it's our one morning. If we don't have anything going on, we can sleep. And I don't know. I woke up and I just I can't believe this. I don't know what I was doing, but
the old
very
big guy
frustrated.
was there.
Yeah,
just get on up, and get you some coffee. Now
you might as well. You know what? I've started that a little bit. I've started
new coffee.
I've started trying the little coffee thing at the house, and I got to tell you, I'm enjoying it, Greg.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah. It's not that bad. Last night, saw a little bit of the game. Shohei Ohtani hit another home run late. And the Dodgers just blanked the Mets 8-0 to take a 2-1 lead in the NLCS when it comes to Major League Baseball. And then tonight they play again at 7:08 Central on FS1. The Dodgers are at the Mets again, and again they're winning that series 2-1. And then early, though, a late afternoon game, if that's something that you're like, hey, I didn't know that. TBS. True TV, and I think Max has it as well. Nice. The Yankees are at the Guardians in the ALCS Game 3, and the Yankees lead that series 2-0. And that's going on tonight when it comes to Major League Baseball. And then if you're into the prime game, which I know you're not, Greg, because that makes you mad, the Broncos are at the Saints. So Bo Nix is in New Orleans tonight. And that's the prime Amazon Prime game of the week, 7:15 p.m. kickoff. Prime. Come on. Just prime me. And then everybody is anticipating the weekend. College game day will be at the Texas hosting Georgia game in Austin. That's going to be Will anything, and when we were watching the Alabama-Georgia game, and Georgia had that comeback, and then it ended the way it did. I looked around because I was with some of the guys and some different families and everything, and I said, will we see a better game the rest of the year? Because you have these big games, and will they live up to the hype?
Some
that
do,
one
some
one
don't.
did. Now we
It
thought
came out
early,
the gate like it was.
yeah, we thought early it might not, but then it ended up definitely living up to the hype. Will Texas and Georgia live up to the hype that everybody's anticipating? And then you got Alabama at Tennessee too.
I
so
know.
it's will those
One of them will be a blowout.
You do?
I
You
just
think
don't
so?
know which one.
You don't know?
Nope.
If you had to predict, which one would it be? And who's going to get blown out?
Tennessee.
And
Alabama's going to win.
they're going to blow out Tennessee at home, and everybody's going to be shocked.
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty much.
That's going to be the shock.
I'm just trying to make everybody feel better.
Well, hey, look, last Saturday sneaked up on I know me with all the good games and the overtimes.
Oh,
and
everybody
stuff.
was in overtime.
I mean, you're sitting there looking like, well, we have another Saturday like
It
this.
could be.
Good gracious.
Both of those games could go in overtime.
Yeah. But that's the big game that everybody's talking about, and College Game Day will be there, is going to be Georgia at Texas. But we'll see how that plays out. A couple of other big games. You got Miami and Louisville. They're I think an early kick at 11 a.m. on ABC. That's going to be your early game on Saturday. Auburn's at Missouri. I mentioned Alabama at Tennessee. Michigan is at Illinois. Is it Bielema?
Bielema.
Yeah, he's got them 5-1. Michigan 4-2. 24-22 will be playing. That's the CBS game at 2:30 on Saturday.
I don't know. I just can't take the Illini serious.
I know. LSU is at Arkansas. Arkansas, even with their 2 losses, they were in those games that they lost.
They could be undefeated.
Georgia, Texas, I mentioned. That's going to be a 6:30 p.m. Central Time game on ABC. Iowa State's undefeated. They're sitting there just quietly at number 9. Malzahn goes to them. UCF goes to Iowa State. That's a 6:30 FS1 game.
I keep forgetting he's at UCF, by the way.
Yeah, he is. It looks like Mississippi State hosts Texas A&M. And I'm just kind of going through
Battle of the same uniforms.
Yeah. South Carolina's at Oklahoma. Just throwing these things out because some of you might not even know. It looks like Ole Miss is off. And then Kentucky's at Florida, too. So, and Ball State goes to Vandy. So there's a kind of a rundown of some of the bigger games.
Watch Vandy get beat by Ball State.
It would be so Vandy-like, especially after the season it looks like they're having. Is their quarterback, is he okay? Because I saw in the Kentucky game, it looked like he came up limp.
Oh, he got banged up?
And his knee, and he was limping all over the place. And now I didn't, because we talked about the fact that I just turned the games off because I had to get up so early on Sunday. And I never see it. I saw if he finished out that game. I'm assuming he did.
I think so. I haven't really seen anything that he's questionable.
Yeah.
For the great Ball State rival.
Well, you just got to keep doing what you're supposed to do now.
Right. Now they feel like they can win. That's part of it there. They think they can win.
Right.
So that's good.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So those are some games to look forward to if you're excited about college football. There's quite a few things to be excited about coming up on Saturday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Don't forget, this guest for this week's RBU is going to be Brian Reisinger. He is the author of Land Rich, Cash Poor. Going to break down the American farmer, and that's going to be an interesting conversation. That's, you hear a lot about that, Greg. You hear about food prices and how it gets from the farmer to the grocery store, and where did the American farmer go? Is that still the American dream for a lot of folks? Is it still possible? And he he talks about his family and the history of them being farmers, and we'll break it all down. I think it's going to be a great conversation, one we haven't had on RBU as we jump into that topic this week on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so
you ever thought about being a farmer?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting conversation because yes,
I mean, them big tractors. When you was a kid, you're like, oh man.
Well, you look at me, you know me with barns and that landscape and rural country. It's just nothing prettier, man. It's just so awesome. You pull up and you see this beautiful pasture and a family and somebody out working. It's just like, wow. And then you actually have to do it and you realize how hard it is.
I went by a big old field of cotton yesterday, and I was looking at it thinking, somebody got to harvest that.
Yeah. When I went down and sacrificially hunt for the show, you remember I was asked to go down to the Selma area and hunt this past hunting season and stayed with the Jaegers. They hosted us, and they're farmers. They're real farmers. I mean, they straight up farmers.
How about the equipment they have to have? Some of the equipment.
And the hours and what they have to pull off.
Oh, yeah. Worried about the weather.
Thinking about being a farmer and then being a farmer are two different things.
Yeah, that's big.
Because then you have to actually put in the work, which look really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I say, you're at the mercy of the weather. You're at the mercy of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and the margin is so tight.
Oh, yeah.
And to you, what you just said, weather plays a big part in that of what they produce. And I could tell they really enjoyed and had passion for what they do. But also it can be very stressful because it gets down to that thin line of profit or you're losing a lot. And so we'll break it all down in RBU with Brian Reisinger today. All right, so this story here, Hurricane Milton, it did a ton of damage.
It did.
And we have talked about, Helen and what, I mean, they're still – Helene, I'm sorry. They are still looking. I think they said 90-something people are still missing in that hurricane. They can't find them. Good. Don't know where they are.
That's not good.
That's just, it's awful. But anyway, this man was accused of stealing a generator that powered a traffic light that was damaged because of Hurricane Milton. And I guess he thought maybe it was for the taking. But he was tracked down, and the police busted up in his house and got him. But here's
hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How's good?
Good.
Hear the voice?
Can you step out for us?
I'd rather not. I'm fixing dinner right now. What's going on? What's going on? What?
You're just being detained real quick, buddy, okay?
I'd rather not.
I witnessed you doing some things that we shouldn't have done, okay?
There's a generator on 674 that I saw that had no lock on it and it had no name on it, so I thought someone set it out.
Wait a minute. So in his mind, he thought, well, there's a generator. Well, nobody locked it up, and there's no name on it. That's my best part.
Yeah.
You ever use a kid, somebody go, hey, that's mine, your name ain't on it.
Right.
You ever remember that reaction?
Oh, yeah.
That's what he did, by the way. Nobody's name was on it, so I guess that meant so you just thought you could take it. What if someone's name had been on it? You would have left it? What? I love it. I can't step out right now. I'm cooking dinner.
Golly. Look, I know that there's a lot of you, because we're hearing stories that are suffering from the hurricane, either from Helene or from Milton, or and I understand you might feel desperate, but a generator that's plugged up and obviously running a traffic light, just grabbing it, unplugging it, and running off with it, it's probably not the way to go. And as you can see, it doesn't end well for him. They've arrested him at his home. This was on Sunday.
They did arrest him.
And he was charged with grand theft of the 3rd degree during a state of emergency.
Oh, even threw that on him.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good for Powell.
He was going to step outside, but he'd rather not.
He'd rather not because he's cooking dinner. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I'd rather not. I'm cooking dinner using the generator that I just stole to.
And they didn't
power
need
up.
it. You just use everybody just use it like a 4-way stop. They don't really need the light.
Yeah, really.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How's good?
Good. Yeah. Can you step out for us?
I'd rather not. I'm fixing dinner right now.
I'd rather not. I'm fixing dinner right now.
That's not a good excuse for the police for you to tell them you can't come out.
No.
Did he think they were going to go, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't realize you were cooking dinner. We'll be back later.
Yeah. Let me come back in 20 minutes. Will you be finished by then?
Yeah, but you want us to wait till you're done eating or just cooking?
Yeah, and just keep the generator till it's over.
What do you think they were going to say? I'd rather not. Well, we don't care if you'd rather not.
No.
We're the law.
With a law.
We're trying to be nice.
Yeah.
I know it didn't have nobody's name on it.
So we
he said that.
we were just talking
It wasn't locked up, didn't have anybody's name on it.
like you're supposed to write it on Sharpie that it's your name on the side of it.
That must be for the taking.
I think
There's no name on
common
it.
sense could play here. Hey, it's being used.
We got
some good ones, don't we?
Dumb people. In this
We do.
world.
We do. So we were just talking about farmers because of our Rick and Bubba University guest, Brian Reisinger. I'm sorry, I stumbled with his name there for a second. And this one has to do with a Minnesota farmer, Greg. And I know this is your favorite. This is your favorite when they get big pumpkins and they say,
Oh, not giant
All
pumpkin.
right, are you guys ready? Travis Ginger of Minnesota, here you go. 2471, 2471. Whoa!
Whoa!
Was that a
2,471-pound pumpkin wins the world championship. A Minnesota farmer is the one that brought it.
All right, let me tell you.
I know y'all hate these things.
Let me tell you my problem.
Look
If
at that!
you
Look at
had
that
a
big
let me
pumpkin.
say-
Good
let me
night.
say
That's a big pumpkin.
Normally,
Woo!
and I haven't seen that one. The ones that are that big, they don't even look like pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want a nice round 2,000-pound jack-o'-lantern looking pumpkin.
Yeah.
Then you might impress me. But they look like something. They're all mush looking. They don't look like a pumpkin. They get to this one size and they look a little bit like Tammy on 1,000-Pound Sisters before she lost the weight. They're similar to that.
Yeah.
They don't look like pumpkins.
Man, this thing is huge. Of course,
Just
it's
for the
huge,
record,
Speedy.
1,000-Pound Sisters new season started.
We have been getting a lot of text messages off 866-932-3244 asking if you're in.
I've seen one
in?
episode, and I'm recording the others. I have to catch up.
Well, your minions are upset with you because you haven't talked about it.
I haven't seen. I glanced at the first one. It was gold.
Where did they leave it off, and where did they pick it up? And why are
Something
lights
blinking
blinking?
in here?
Why are lights blinking?
Tammy, you know, she still lost the weight, still off, and she's doing good. Of course, her husband
Still have
died.
purple hair?
No,
that's
that
your
one,
sister,
her
isn't
sister,
it?
yes.
Okay.
No, she changed it to blue.
Oh, blue now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She went, oh, we got this little blink going
Yeah.
on here. And but I didn't get to really. I just saw parts of it, but I've recorded them, so I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
I'll catch up. Ooh.
Yeah, well, the audience is really upset that you have not brought up the 1,000-Pound Sisters and the fact a new season has started.
Yeah, it started. I'm excited about
They've
it.
been screaming it through text messages. Greg, are you not going to talk about this? Are you watching? So you will, and you'll catch up.
Yeah.
You're aware.
I'm aware of it.
You're aware. And it's funny that this big pumpkin made you think of them.
Yeah, because
you kind of tied it all together.
You know how
didn't
them
it?
pumpkins look when they start to get so big and they're just spread out everywhere. It reminded me of Tammy before she lost 400 pounds.
Well, this was the Safeway World Championship Pumpkin Weigh-Off, and a Minnesota man won it, 2,471 pounds, and dubbed it Rudy. It was the name of the pumpkin.
So now we're naming
and I know that's makes you even fun. Yeah,
Let's
you
name
love
the
that.
pumpkin. Let's do that.
Well, this time of year, you're going to see big pumpkins in these big weigh-offs and stuff. So you're going to see that. You know, fall's
Only
here.
thing worse is the biggest sub sandwich.
Oh,
you
yeah.
ever seen that?
Oh, yeah. As long as this room.
Yeah.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
It's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Greg, you've had and raised a boy, Taylor, now husband, dad, coach, very successful, has a family. But you remember these days, I know what I'm about to tell you, and that is they won't communicate very well.
No,
you know,
they don't.
you get them in the high school, college age, and they come out of that a little bit.
The communication's not great.
Yeah, still not the greatest communicators, even on into their 20s. But you know, Tyler's 27, about to be 28. Cannot believe that. And he, you know, at times I'm like, hey, big guy, I need more information from you if we're going to help or whatever. JC is who I'm going to bring up. He's the middle one. He's 22 and finishing up at UAH playing baseball. He's a senior, so this is his last year. And you know, in the fall they have a lot of inner squatting and lifting, and you know that's kind of their fall schedule. And then they'll have a game or two or whatever. Well, I start getting a text message from some of the dads yesterday, and they start trickling in. It's late afternoon. Hey man, you going tomorrow? I'm thinking, what's that about?
Where we going?
And another one comes in from another buddy. Hey buddy, you going to the game tomorrow? You going to be there? Because, you know, sometimes it's the only time we see each other is there, but we stay in touch outside of it. And I'm thinking, that's weird. And I'm thinking, Terry, hey, you know anything? I don't know. What are you talking about? Text JC. Hey, bud, hope you're doing well and had a good day. Is anything going on tomorrow outside the normal? You know, waiting. And I haven't replied to the dads yet because I'm waiting to figure out what's going on. Yeah. I haven't been told. Finally, about 30 minutes later, bloop. Oh, yeah, Dad, sorry about that, man. I meant to tell you we got a game tomorrow at 5:30. I'm like, so you've got a game tomorrow? Well, yeah, we got a game, you know, against another school. They're coming in, one of our fall games. So you're not going to tell us that? I mean, I have to find out from other dads. Yeah, man, that's on me. I'm sorry about that.
It's feeding my dog. I don't have time.
Then, you ready for this? Y'all coming? Well, since I just found out about it 5 minutes ago, we sure are going to try. But I got to get with your mom, figure out what's going on with her. But sure would love to, you know, come up. So I get with Terry and I said, hey, apparently they've got a 5:30 game tomorrow, first pitch. And I said, I think we can make it. Now on the back end, it's going to hurt because you know it's an hour and 40 minutes away from campus to our driveway. But I mean, yeah,
that's a pretty good commute.
So then we text back and, hey man, we're going to try to make it. You good with that? Yeah, come on. It's like, okay. So then I text back to the dads. Oh, you talking about the 5:30 game?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think we might try to make it. Are y'all making it? Yeah. You know, some of their sons are pitchers. You know, I think they're each only going one inning or whatever. But we're going to try to make it. Yeah, good. We'll see you. But at first, I was like, what is going on tomorrow?
The kids, a lot of times they got their world going. You know, they just think, man, I guess I should have told.
And we were a little preoccupied too a little bit later because Terry decided, hey, let's go for our little walk. And I'm like, okay. Little windy and cool last night as the sun went down.
A little bite to it.
And it was right at dusk.
A little bite.
And so I always ask her, is this a stroll or are we getting after it here? Are we walking away? She says, no, let's just walk down. There's a gas station not too far, about, you know, almost a mile away. And let's just walk down, stroll down there, get on back. I'm like, okay. Well, I've mentioned this before. This is right around where the Copperhead was on the street.
Copperhead Road.
There's a stretch about a quarter of a mile of road on both sides where they had cut it down to develop it for commercial use, and the land just hadn't been developed yet. So the little pines that they planted are now, you know, probably, you know, 10, 15 feet tall, you know, young, thin pines, but it's still well kept and everything, and so we just sometimes stroll that way, and then we end up getting to the gas station or whatever, turning around. We get about halfway, I guess, the stretch of the pine trees, and all of a sudden we hear meow.
Oh no!
And I said,
"No houses around."
No. I said, "Honey, keep walking." I said, "Keep walking. Don't turn. Do not turn around. Do not turn around." She turns around, and she's like, what is that? And it's kind of getting dark, almost too dark that we probably should have just not gone that way, and I hate that we did now. But I said, please don't, no, honey, we don't know about that. Oh, look, it's a kitten. It's a little tuxedo cat. It's a little kitten.
Tuxedo.
And, it's just sitting, oh, bless it, look. It's just sitting on the little rock, and it's so lost. It's so, oh, honey, look.
Somebody junked it
and I
out.
said, honey, do not pick that cat up. Now I say cat, it's a little kitten. I said, please don't pick that kitten up. We don't know what it's got. We don't know anything about that. Oh gosh, look at the little kitten. And I'm like, oh no. And I said, honey, we can't take this kitten in. We can't do it. And she said, well, I know, but we can't leave it out here. It's going to be freezing cold. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like she said, just pick the cat up. Pick the cat up. Oh, it likes you. And I said, it doesn't like me. It's just it sees somebody walking.
Yeah, it wants somebody to get it.
And it looks like, oh, look, it looks so well kept. Somebody's lost this cat.
And now we got to find the owner.
And I said,
let me put a sign up.
I said, no, honey. I said, I hate to tell you this. Somebody threw this kitten out. Yeah. I said, there's not really a house really close by for a kitten this tiny to have made it, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've got coyotes all over the place.
Oh, sure.
People, I see them on the little, subdivision, little text messages and all that.
They know where the food is.
Oh yeah, coyote spotted. Y'all heads up. They'll give coyote warnings.
Oh, that little kid.
And she said, "Well, we cannot leave this cat out." I'm like, okay.
Did you try to act like you didn't hear the meow the first couple times?
Yes.
What's that? I don't know.
Yeah. And I said, keep walking. Do not turn around, because I knew. And so now we're trying to hold the kitten that's meowing, but doesn't want to be held. So now it's kind of pulling on you.
Okay, we'll let it down.
And so we let it down. We let it down, and we're almost tripping over it because it's so close. It's following us.
You was hoping you let it down and
look,
take off running the
look,
other way.
look how thin it is. It's, bless it. Oh.
And now we got to go get food.
Yeah. And I said, well, baby, we got a bunch of cat lovers in our little subdivision. Maybe you text all the moms and, because everybody's got phone numbers.
Drop it out by one of them's house.
Well, I did think about that because our next door neighbor loves cats.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
And for a second, we thought it had been declawed. And I thought, because,
it can't protect itself.
And, because normally it's like they'll grab onto like your sweatshirt or your shirt of some kind and just like not move. Well, this one wasn't doing it. It's like it was not even grabbing on or anything. So I pull it back, and obviously it has claws. It's just they're real short. It's just like hardly even grabbing onto anything. So I go back, and I'm like, honey, what are we going to do? So we go to the garage. I said, that kitten is not going in our house. I said, you might put it down. It runs off, and now I'm crawling under beds trying to get a kitten out.
Oh, no.
And I said, we're not doing that. And I said, but we can go to our garage, and so she gets out some water and some milk, and, we got I got tuna in a bucket, and I'm like, what are we doing?
That's your tuna.
I know. I love tuna. This is my tuna sandwich.
I love a good tuna sandwich.
Now our dogs are barking. They were like, "What are you?"
Oh
holding?
Yeah, what about
what are you holding? And they hear the meowing coming. They're running around the yard trying to find out where the cat is. And so I'm like, "Well, honey, it's obvious we can't have this cat." Or I keep saying cat. It's a little bitty kitten. We can't keep it. And she said, "Well, could you text Sonia?" And let's go back to Sonia Walker. She runs 2x2 Rescue.
Oh yeah,
out of the Helena, Alabama area.
Yeah, and God knows they don't have any cats.
And back when you had your little puppies.
Oh yeah, they brought me a cage.
Yep, no pun intended. She came to the rescue.
She did. Very good people. Did a good job.
And helped out a little bit on the cage and keeping them hemmed up and all this. So I text her and I said, hey, need some advice here. We're trying to do the right thing. We found this little kitten is in the middle of the wood.
Would you please foster it?
And came running out. And I know this is kind of what y'all do. I mean, do y'all have people? Do you have like a little kitten waiting list? And because maybe that's how we find it a home. And I had to declare to Terry, this. You really want this? And I don't know that keeping the kitten out would have been the right thing to do anyway, because it was this tiny little thing. And she said, yes, we'll get it tomorrow. So a kitten spent the night at our house last night.
They're going to come get it, though?
And they are going to get it.
How'd it go? Did it whine all night?
Terry had got a little box, and we got towels. We got everything. She, like it was a suite on the trailer
y'all didn't
in the garage.
Foster it?
No. And I'm like, well, we got to get some sleep. Well, let's put it in one of the bathrooms upstairs. No. But our garage, it doesn't get. I mean, it stays pretty warm in there, and when it's cold out.
Freezing.
Yeah. And I was like,
mine is. At least act like last night the dogs were going to be cold.
Yeah.
I said, first of all, their dogs are not going to be cold.
Yeah. And the garage door had stayed down all day yesterday because I wasn't hardly home or whatever, so it was pretty warm. I mean,
y'all taking it to the game tonight?
And so I guess maybe to this morning. I guess I don't know, but. She's supposed to hook up with them, and they said they'd have lots of people that love little kittens and want them. And
Really?
So I think they're going to take it in unless Terry was texting with some of the other ladies in our little subdivision. One of them might want it.
You do realize if you give it to somebody in subdivision, it's just going to keep coming back to you.
Yeah, I know.
Because you were the first one nice to it.
Terry claimed it really liked me. And
I
I'm like,
love
no,
you.
it's
See,
just
look, it thinks you're special.
Look, honey, it's attracted to you. Oh, you're his favorite. I'm
Look
like,
at
no,
you.
I'm
it
not.
It even looks like you.
I said, we turned around. There it was, sitting there on a little rock.
That's terrible.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. This portion of the program brought to you by fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com. Rick's been talking about this a lot. You know, we have 2 ages, Greg. Our true age and our biological age.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
The
I'm going by my biological.
Well, the biological age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside.
Okay.
And what you want, of course, your biological age to be younger than your true age. And Field of Greens can help. I can tell you right now, it's part of my morning routine. Wake up, check on the kitty. No, I'm kidding. Wake up and take my Field of Greens, jump in the shower, and off we run. And so you, too, can check it out right now because they're offering 15% off. That's 15% off. So if you want to be in better health and maybe you've been procrastinating and just talking about it, it's time to act. For better health, go with fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX, to unlock these savings of 15% off and free shipping. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX, 15% off, free shipping, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. Okay, so just very quickly, we're talking about the fact that my wife and I, Terry, were on our little evening walk, and we get into this stretch of the road, you know, nice paved road, but undeveloped area on both sides. Some pines that have grown up, where they cleared it for a business to come in. It never did, so now that's growing up. And all of a sudden we hear a meow coming from the tree line, and I wanted to keep walking.
You showed me some footage during the break, and I think you are bonding with
Well,
what'd y'all name it?
We haven't. You know, remember Claudia that we adopted?
CLAW.
There was a
little play on words there.
There was an adoption agency out of Huntsville that we for rescues.
For some reason, you got that and a dog.
It was a tuxedo cat, and we adopted Claudia. And when we moved around 5 years ago, Claudia decided she wanted to stay at the house that
after
we moved
you kicked
from.
her out of the car. Yeah.
And she ran up to the ridge line that was sitting behind the house, and moving trucks come and all this kind of stuff, and she never comes down. And so we go back a number of times, and she decided I'm staying at this house. And then we knew the folks that bought our house at the time, and we were in conversation with them, and they were like, "Oh no, she comes down, she's fine. She can stay here." So she's doing well.
I wonder what she's doing right now.
I don't know. But that's all I could think about.
Probably got
you know.
Well, I mean, you don't.
Well, no, I mean, I've been getting updates, and the family has 2 young boys. They love her.
Okay.
So I mean, she's doing well, but she decided that this is my house and I'm not leaving.
I'm staying. And you've heard y'all can move, but I was not in on the move.
You hear cat stories when stuff like
cats
that
are like that.
Cats
are back.
But Terry was getting a kick out of the fact that that Claudia was really liking me. And here's a little bit of that.
Yeah. Look, it's climbing on your neck. It's on Speedy's neck, licking his head. Look at it. Look, it's biting you in the head.
It loves you.
See? Even Terry says it.
And at the time, we were...
Boy, that's some bonding.
We were having a conversation with Sonia with 2x2 Rescue. This is what they do. This is what they specialize in. And we did. We rescued a little kitten that came out of the wood line. And if you see it, Greg, somebody's taking its tail off.
That is...
Like professionally. and it looks very well kept.
Interacts with y'all, so it's been around people. It's not scared at all.
No. So either somebody is just a terrible human being and threw it out.
Yeah.
Or it's wandered off from some homes that are nearby. It would have had to really.
What if it was on his way back home and now y'all have messed it up?
No, it was really meowing a lot.
Yeah.
And I think about an hour later, when it's really dark, the coyotes will hear that meow.
Oh yeah.
And here they come. And so we got it, and it is safe and sound. And today's a new day, and I think we're gonna get it to Sonia and 2x2 Rescue. Because they have people that contact them all the time that are cat lovers and want the kitten and all that. But Terry was texting with some of the other neighbors that love cats just to see if anybody would like it. Because
nobody's claiming
but
it.
just with the amount of dogs we have coming and going, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, all them.
I cannot
when
imagine
the kids show up with their dogs. That's just something else. That them dogs. You don't know how they're going to react.
Can't imagine College Cuddy coming down with JC
Cuddy
and
may
seeing
be a
that
little rough with the kitten.
You never know. But we tried to do the right thing, which means that we'll end up keeping it. No, but Terry loves.
You'll foster it.
Terry just loves the cat. I mean, loves it.
Yeah, I think that cat's going to end up staying.
He likes Daddy.
She's calling it
Daddy. He likes Daddy.
It loves you.
It's jumped up on your shoulders like it's your pet.
Did you hear?
I heard her. She wants you to keep
I
it.
think it wants you to keep it.
No.
I think so. I agree with Terry.
You're the best.
Look at it.
Oh, she's trying to play on your heartstrings. It is giving you a lot of attention.
It is all about me.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. I think he knows, or she. I don't even check it.
I think I agree with Terry on this. You know, I think Terry's right. It loves Daddy.
It loves Daddy. Look at
loves
Daddy.
it. It was interacting with you.
Look at Daddy.
It wasn't scared of you at all.
But in all honesty, I mean, I wouldn't have felt right if I just left that.
No,
kid.
it'd have been tough. Once you heard it meow twice, you had to acknowledge it.
And then as soon
you
as
can ignore the first two meows,
and then as we
and lie to yourself,
right? When we stopped and Terry saw that thing,
I was over.
Her arms went out wide and said, "Oh, come here!" And here it comes.
Good night.
Hey, little thin, skinny little.
You were
thing.
hoping it would have got spooked and ran the other way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, right.
It saw its parents.
But we'll do the right thing, make sure it finds a good home, and like I said, 2x2, that this is what they do, and so
they couldn't believe it.
And this is a true rescue. I mean, we found it on a walk,
or stole someone's pet.
True, but now Terry has put out notification on all the groups in the neighborhood.
That loves Speedy.
Is anybody missing a little kitten, a little tuxedo kitten, or B is. Do you want it, or are we cat lovers? And then we're working with the rescue too. So between all of that,
you'll end up with it. Yeah, that sounds good.
We'll find it a good place.
Yeah, between all that, it's going to end up at your house. Yeah, you got all them dogs that come up every now and then. You're not sure.
No,
yours will get used to it, but them others.
Tyler and Mabry's dog will come over from time to time. It's a Labradoodle, full of energy. Maisie.
When's Reese getting his dog?
And between
everybody else has got
Maisie and our two, Jack and Leo, and then College Cuddy, we got us dogs just running everywhere, and I don't know. Now sometimes the dog cat interaction is okay.
They play,
but I think most of the times, like with Claudia, we got Claudia when we got Jack, and so they were kind of raised together, so they were always cool with each other. But you bring in a little kitten when you have adult dogs and just throw them in the mix, it doesn't go well.
Ugly.
And that's what I was like. Hey, we want to do the right thing and rescue it, but we obviously can't keep it ourselves. So we'll see.
Give it to Reese. He's the only one that don't have a personal
and
pet.
my parents they would love that.
They would. Well, I just figured everybody needed. Working man needs a pet to greet you when you get home from a hard day's work.
Some folks say it could just be a Tellus cat, not necessarily the crop or anything. Yeah. But it's a little tuxedo, okay? You see his little white paws?
Okay.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. So there it is.
Okay, Daddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go 6 minutes past the hour. We are so glad you're here as a brand new hour begins on a brand new day. This baby starts with the national anthem. Here we go, America. A brand new hour on a brand new day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they've knocked out the kickoff hour, and that is behind us. And now we move into another show. Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us live or on the archive, we're glad that you are here. Also, America's boldest radio stations. If you're listening along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, we're glad you're here. If you don't have a station, maybe you're streaming the audio live on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. We're glad to have you. Or maybe you're catching the podcast audio archives every day. The show fully archived for you, a best of hour, and also as like yesterday, you got the Wednesday Bible study. That archive is there today. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be available this weekend. Wherever you get podcasts, we'll talk more about that as the show progresses, and we look forward to breaking down the stories of the day and chatting with you. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Here we go.
When we met him, and he's been in the studio a couple of times, I don't know what I was expecting, but he was super nice. I came away thinking that's one of the nicest people I've ever met.
I really
and he
did.
had a British accent too.
I know.
I mean, it was he had the whole package. You know?
Yeah, I mean, you thought to yourself, first of all, you thought he's English, so he'll be a little standoffish.
Right,
he won't be overly warm.
Right.
I found him to be a little bit warmer than I thought. And as you said, quite accommodating.
Yes,
yes. And very friendly.
It was like, come down to the show, come backstage, meet Peter Frampton, all that.
Sure.
I was like, my gosh, this guy is out of this world.
Come on, it's John Waite.
And he just hung out and was so pleasant. I mean, it was fun.
Meet me. You'll let me meet Peter Frampton.
I kind of hate we haven't seen him in a while.
I know. And, I told you I saw a documentary on him not long ago, kind of an update, when him going through the pandemic and everything.
Yeah.
It was very interesting.
We have a friend that is a huge John Waite fan.
Oh,
and she could not believe that I had met him.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I got pictures to
sure.
prove it.
Oh.
And,
not a big fella.
I mean, I went up about 3 steps in her book,
sure.
When I showed that. So,
yeah.
So good morning and howdy. And
howdy. And hey.
Hope everybody's doing well, or whatever time of day it is.
Whatever. Who knows what it is? I mean, I don't
y'all, I'm on ice today. Seriously.
I don't think any of us know.
Yeah, I'm sliding around.
Yeah,
here.
you had a big shindig last night, didn't you?
Yeah, I won't go into all of it right now, but I'll tell you a little bit about it when we come back. It was very entertaining. Had a good time. Met a lot of folks.
Yep.
And had a lot of fun doing that, and was entertained by one other than Nick Saban.
Nick Saban.
Yeah.
How about
that?
Yeah, and you and I discussed briefly. We'll talk about it in more detail.
The GOAT.
I want to know how he was now. Since he's he's not in the middle of it anymore.
Listen, we've been around him.
Yeah.
For years. Totally different.
I bet he is.
Totally different.
Yeah, I love it.
And he said that too.
Yeah. So we'll unpack that. Yeah, it's funny. You never. I'm not making this up for the show. I literally do this. I'm sure y'all do too. So where my phone is the team Rick and Bubba text. I don't have it on the level that it would wake me up.
Right.
So I don't ever know what happens on it.
Right.
So I get up and I always approach that phone. I kid you not, and I'm just waiting to see if the top of new text has Team Rick and Bubba. Because if it's up there, then something has happened with somebody involving the show, And so I creeped over to it, and I thought, oh, there's Team Rick and Bubba at the top. And when I saw your text, I was like, when you don't have any reference point, I was like, I don't know how to make that work. So we'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later. It's funny, but it involves that shindig. nowadays when you go to the Team Rick and Bubba text, you just don't know what you're going to see there.
Yeah. I know.
So anyway,
can be a minefield.
Right. So but it's always everybody updating like, here's what's going on. Is there technical problems at the studio? Hey, I may be late. Hey, I got this. Somebody's sick. So you never know. So we'll unpack that story today. We got a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. What is the state of the American farmer? Are American farms vanishing? That's not good. What's their situation? We'll jump into that. It's a conversation we haven't had on the Rick and Bubba University, so I look forward to that. That'll be an update. I'm always incredibly intrigued by the American farmer.
Oh yeah, amazing. Because I had grandparents that did that, and not to near the level what we see today.
No.
But it's I've done it, worked a little bit of it, and I am amazed. I don't, from a business standpoint, boy, you're just so there's margins. So many. It's like a chain, and so many links can come loose.
Margins.
Yeah. Oh no.
Like we always talk about, if we kind of go through a drought, we're kind of like, what a hassle. Our green fields aren't coming in.
Yeah.
They're over there going, well, we're doomed.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
no payment on everything.
Right. So we'll unpack that later this weekend. Bubba and I, Lord willing, will record that post-show today, and you can catch that over the weekend. So we have a lot to uncover. Kamala Harris sits down with Bret Baier.
Well, I saw a little bit of that.
Did you? I saw a highlight, but I didn't see it as it was happening. I forgot. It came a little earlier than I thought. I forgot what time Bret was on. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today's focus is on one intern Bruiser. Now, intern Bruiser, of course, a lot of you know the Bruise, and we're looking for love for him today. And you know what? I was talking to him before the show, and he's already got some plans, but we're talking about finding him love over the weekend.
Well, we just thought it would fit Bruiser, his personality, kind of hipping it up for Valentine's Day. He's got his new very big brown shirt on.
Yes,
nothing like a big guy getting a new big shirt. I love those days.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what.
First I thought he worked for UPS, and then I thought, well, no, he couldn't cut that.
And Bruiser, I'm saying that from experience. I love when I get a new bigger one.
Oh, I've got a giant shirt on today.
And
when I first walked in, I said, Bruiser's got a new shirt, and somebody's missing a tent.
So we've got a song here we thought would hip up his image.
Yeah, and think about this too. I mean, the Scouts were cool, but I mean, they weren't as cool, before Bruiser came along.
No. I mean, Scouts need some help in the cool area. Let's just call it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And he's proud to be a Scout.
Yeah. Well, who wouldn't be?
Right. So this is kind of for him, I think.
I'm gonna do my best to do my duty and grab my compass out the tent. Oh, this place is a beauty. Before I leave, brush my teeth with the Cub Scout Joe and tell him if we see a bear, just don't be too slow.
I'm talking running on our toes, trees ripping off our clothes, the reception on our cell phones. Tree climbing, allergies make us sneeze.
We're hipping up Weeblo Street.
I think this is a great idea.
I already love this song.
Boy Scout got a trout now. He's an Eagle Scout. More wood, we look good now. Do the Robin Hood. Kill that bear, but beware. You're not allowed to swear it now. Boy Scout got a trout now. He's an Eagle Scout. More wood.
This is a good idea.
Now do the Robin Hood. Skin that bear, keep the hair, eat the meat. It's very rare and say.
Because he's got himself beside him. There's Bruiser and Cock Ruby both over there. I'll tell you
that is awesome.
That's a little attempt to hip up Scouts a little bit.
I mean, I think, you know what you ought to do? You ought to burn that to CD. And when you pick up your date for the weekend, you just have it just kind of lowing in the background.
Blowing down the road.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this for a minute. I mean, we've got.
I kind of want to see it again.
That
was kind of cool.
We've got young ladies that are
Robin Hood
that are already. Can you do it?
Are they shooting longbow or was that compound? Now?
Yeah, it's long.
I couldn't tell which finger they
Boy
were.
Scout caught a trout. Now he's an Eagle Scout. And then at the
yes, the Boy Scout rap.
Something do the Robin Hood. What was it?
I don't know.
We got to pick up the words on that. Look at Bruce. He's a giddy.
That is awesome.
Look at him. He can't believe it.
Now, Bruiser,
who did that, by the way?
Huh? Greg.
That's Dr. Dre.
We actually went out and found a upstart hip hop group to do that.
Yeah, I don't know who the rest of it is, but Greg on vocals.
Yeah.
Now,
Get your TikTok parody.
Michael Helms of the IT department, Helmsy, doesn't necessarily agree that Bruiser has plans Friday night. Now, Bruiser thinks
there's a little
does.
bit of controversy.
Yeah, Bruiser thinks he does.
Look at Bruiser.
Don't believe me?
After the rap, don't bring him down.
Well, I'm just saying,
let him at least live 5 minutes.
Let him live
happy.
large.
When we start planning this weekend for him, though, we got to know what we can and can't do.
Yeah.
All right, give us your Piggly Wiggly schedule first.
Okay.
Rick.
Saturday.
Get that mic. Pull that down, man. There we go.
Saturday 3 to 10, and then Sunday 11 to either 7:30 or 8.
Okay.
Right. Oh, so I mean, you're done by 8 on Valentine's night.
Yeah, that's perfect. You can go on a date at Valentine's night.
Will you be too tired?
I don't know. I might.
Maybe need a little.
Well, you might.
Monday is all free though. I don't have anything to do Monday.
But that's the 15th.
Yeah, I know.
Well, whatever. I mean,
but I'm just saying.
If we find love for him and they can go out Monday night instead of whatever, if he thinks he'll be too tired Sunday.
Bruiser, how can you be too tired to go on a date?
Bruiser,
I don't know.
Has anybody in this room at Bruiser's age ever been too tired to go on a date?
No.
I mean, Bubba fell asleep once, but that
right.
But I'm
he didn't know he was too tired.
That's normal.
He didn't say I'm not going. It just happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine being his age. Somebody wants to go out with you, and you go, "Yeah, I'm too tired."
Okay, Bruce. Let's say this.
All right.
This really.
So as we make our way back, Bubba, you mentioned it, a little shindig last night in Birmingham, Alabama, and you were there. Nick Saban was there. Do tell.
Yeah, well, we didn't promote it here on the show because it was a closed event, and it was put on by the.
You know, there was a seat available.
Yeah,
no
the
way.
Business Council of Alabama, and I want to thank Leanne. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
Helena Duncan, the CEO.
Yeah.
For inviting us to be a part of it, and saw the governor there last night. So I didn't get to speak with her though; she was very busy. And I saw Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, who's a friend of ours, has been for many
Was he
years.
gripping and grinning?
Oh yeah, he was good, and said tell everybody hello. Saw the Attorney General Steve Marshall.
Okay.
Talked to him for a minute, who we've had on the show a few times, and tried to give him an encouraging word.
Yep.
And I met someone I had not met before. When I went to our table to sit down, I thought, well, this is going to be something else. I'm sitting next to Larry David. And I sat down.
Larry David?
And I thought, well, Larry, I'm a huge fan
Gosh,
of your
what
work.
a funny man.
He started laughing. He said, I get that all the time.
So he looked a lot like him.
Yes.
Yeah.
His real name is actually Young Boozer, and that's actually his real name.
Oh, no, I've seen
and
that.
I said, if Larry David was making up a name to be at this, he would make up the name Young Boozer.
Yeah, that's a tough name to put on somebody. I've seen him run for office quite a few times, and I thought to myself, at one time I was a young boozer.
Yes, I know. We've joked about that, but he's our state treasurer.
Yeah.
And
that's kind of funny.
I, asked him if he would help my wife balance her checkbook.
Yeah.
And,
Did I get a big laugh?
Yeah, oh, sure.
Not from Betty, I bet.
We were sitting there, Jason Isbell, who we've been a fan of the show, and he's been in our studio before. Him and his lovely wife were there. So we had a great evening and enjoyed it. And we kind of kicked the night off and blessed the food for everybody. And I was a little disappointed because I thought I was going to get to sing the national anthem, but another lady jumped up there and did it. She jumped up there and did it before I could.
Right, you had it right there on the list.
I mean, I'd practiced that afternoon. They heard me at sound check, and
right on you.
Yeah, I also saw some of the guys that used to do some staging for us too, and good to see them again. And it was an evening with Coach Nick Saban, and I like the format. It's two chairs. And big comfy chairs.
Okay.
And a gentleman comes out who interviews Nick basically for the audience and kind of sets him up to tell stories. I thought it was for him a better format than, I'm just standing behind the podium and talk. You know?
So were you MC?
No.
What was your role?
I just kind of kicked everything off.
Were you like
DJ Jazzy
like opening act?
Well,
kind of get the room, get everybody settled, throw out a few funnies.
You know, and bless the food, you know, get going and all that.
Sure.
So, you know, shouldn't talk and read the text at the same time. And
somebody's going to think you're a young boozer.
Yeah, me and young boozer had a great time.
Yeah,
we had a great time last night. We were laughing.
You mean Larry David?
Yeah. And you know, he told me a story. He said it's so funny because I do resemble him, and I realize that. He said I was in California, and a man come up to me and said, "Hey, I'm a big fan of yours." And I kind of looked at him, and he said, I know who you are, Larry. I won't blow your cover.
That's hilarious.
And he said, no. He said, I'm really not. I'm, you know, young boozer. I'm from Alabama. And the guy says, look, I got you. I'm not going to blow your cover, okay? He said, but can I get a picture with my family? He said, sure. So he takes a picture with a family in California that thinks he's Larry David.
Well, you just made the point. If I'm in California, okay, I have no connection to Alabama, and I see young boozer,
right,
and I think he's Larry David.
Right.
When he tells me that he's young boozer from Alabama, to your point, I think Larry David is doing a joke.
Yeah, that's exactly sounds like some name he would make up.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, it was real good, and Coach Saban talked, and they had him in front of a backdrop that looked just like the stadium, and he talked a lot about the process, you know, explained that clearly. And how the process got started, because he didn't always have the process.
Yeah.
And he talked about some big plays and big decisions that he had made throughout his coaching career that, you know, again, it goes to show that he had thought some of this through and planned it ahead of time. It didn't just happen randomly.
Yeah.
And but anyway, it was very good, very motivating.
Did he happen to mention he didn't throw out that if he was wondering whether the players were still having fun or not?
No, he never really mentioned.
Because I know
that.
they talked a lot about how much more fun they were having.
Yeah, and but you got a sense
to
about
Vandy beat him.
Yeah, how much he cared for the players personally.
Yeah, no doubt.
And how much of that went on that you didn't see, you know, out in front of the scoreboard and all that kind of stuff. And so it was interesting to hear all that. And, you know, he's the GOAT, and well done, sir, and you're still rocking and rolling. They had a video to bring him on, and I won't give it all away.
Why not? We weren't there.
Tom Rinaldi did the voice on it, because he'll make you cry anyway.
Sure.
And very, very touching about the next chapter.
Oh,
and
really?
It was really good.
Did you get misty?
It was really good.
Because I know you don't see Saban the way you would Reagan, right. But I mean,
it was very, very touching. I thought it was very well done.
Look? Sure, it was. Did you feel good about the interviewer? Did he ask the question?
Yeah.
Did he ask the questions you and the audience wanted to hear?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously they, had worked together to go to the places the coach wanted to go.
Yeah.
And but I thought that was a good format for him, because he's, more to discuss with somebody than just stand up and make points behind a podium.
I've seen that, like, with our relationship over the years with Gridiron. Like, if there's certain people they bring in that they sit down and interview.
Yeah, I'd be more of a chair. I think I'm more of a chair sit down guy.
Yeah, and then there's others that just come out and do their whole thing.
Right.
Yeah. So the sit down is good. The interviewer's key. So it sounds like he did a good job.
Yeah, they did good.
But like you said, Saban probably said, "Here's the questions we need to go over." I mean. He's not going to get outside the process even in an interview.
No. Listen, even the stories he tells, that all this is planned out. Very careful.
Talk a little bit about.
He doesn't do a lot of random stuff.
No. I don't think he likes surprises. He doesn't come across as hey, let's surprise Nick guy.
No.
Tell me about him talking about his life now. You mentioned that when you and I were chatting a little bit earlier about the straw and all that.
Yeah, he said my life has been spent as a coach looking through a straw at life.
Yeah.
There was two things I looked at: my team and who we play next.
That's right.
That's my whole world was my team
Tunnel
and who
vision.
we play next. And he said it's like the blinders are taking off. It's just I'm looking 360 around, and he actually smiled. It was kind
How many times?
Several.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
He seems like he's having fun, even on game day now.
And Rick, he made another point that we've talked about here on the show, and I've preached this, and people know this. It's not some great insight, but he said, when he went there, the president, wanted to grow the university. And the president had the wisdom and knowledge to know that the way we do that is through athletics.
Absolutely.
And the way we do that is through our football program.
No
he said,
doubt.
we will be known by our football
No
program.
doubt.
So we want the best coach, the best team, best facilities, and that will cause us to grow as a university, which it did, and it did.
Oh, has worked brilliantly.
Yeah. And he thought that was very insightful for him to do that. They talked about the NIL or the lack of NIL now. He said, hey, we're just paying players, y'all. There ain't no NIL to this. He said, they ain't endorsing a car dealer.
No.
He said, they taking a check. That's all they're doing. And how some of that needs to change. But it was entertaining. It's very insightful.
Well, I'd
highly recommend being able to hear him if you could.
Yeah, you hit on it because look, we've all been there. Even what we do for a living is your world. You start thinking, how can anybody else not be in this world? Yeah. And we've laughed about it. You remember this too, and it's so much more further away from that. But I remember, because we were fortunate enough to grow up in towns where high school football was a really big deal. And I remember the first time I was out on the field and I just saw a random car drive by on the highway next to the stadium. I thought, what's that idiot doing? Isn't this the center of the universe?
Yeah. Full disclaimer on this story, too. My daughter works there. So that's how I was tied into this somehow, too. So, but they do a great job. The Business Council of Alabama.
Yeah.
Really promoting business, and they raised for their PAC last night a little over $1 million.
Yeah, let's go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Really nice-looking girl wants to go out with you on Sunday. You're going to tell her you're too tired. Is that what you're telling me? I'm too tired. I've been throwing a shift at the pig.
All right, how about
them
this?
eggs? They were heavy when I put them in that bag.
Yeah.
I'll go out Sunday night if you send a limo to come and get us.
Well, good night, Bruiser.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, let me tell you something.
Done.
He's learning, by the way.
How about this? Done. That's
awesome.
That's one phone call.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Then.
If it's available that night. Now,
Yeah,
Valentine's night.
Oh, yeah, Valentine's night. It might be
But I got a contact on that. Excalibur Limousine, baby. Done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're good.
Now look at him like he knows. Have you ever been in one?
Have you used them for a lot of your dates?
I think they use those for the junior senior at my high school.
Done.
Oh.
If it's available, done.
Awesome.
All right. So now that's out of the way.
Rick took a bite off an apple.
You want
done.
You want us to get somebody to work your shift at the pig too while we're at it?
No, that's okay.
Rick says done. I'll do it.
Hey, I will
used
tell
to
you
bag
this.
For Food World.
I guarantee you we could call.
Greg's got that covered.
We could call your manager today and get you off a half day maybe on Sunday.
Or how about this? Greg takes your shift. He used to work.
He knows how to do it.
Oh, dude, he could bag some groceries.
If they'll be okay with
Did you know
that.
that Greg worked his way at the grocery store from bag boy all the way to meat department?
Yeah, it's
I did not know
unbelievable.
that.
The ascent to the top was incredible.
By the way,
He was one step from buying tomatoes.
I was right there at it.
You realize Greg was a meat man at one
Yes, I know. He'd be back there. Never mind. I ain't gonna say.
time. All right.
Yeah.
Like Rocky punching that meat.
Yeah, thank you,
All right,
bro.
Hams, first of all, I want you to find the girl who sent the email yesterday that was legit.
You got to weed through all them other ones.
I want him to tell you what he says he's got going on Friday night. I want to know if you agree with that based on your research. Okay?
Right now?
We come back.
Okay.
Because when he said he had plans Friday night and he told me what they were, I looked over at you and you had a look on your face.
Yeah, a little controversial. We might get somebody on the phone too coming out.
Right, because hey, do we agree? Worst case scenario is when your little chubby Cupid thinks he's got a date and he doesn't.
Right.
And then we
got to be clear.
Well, we don't want to mark off Friday night as being not available, and then only to find out that it is.
Do you have plans Friday night?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of plans?
Very
A
confident.
double date.
Today's focus is on the workers' paradise. It is Bubba. Shame by Brother Kane. Have more French stories when this was put in to our updates. I'm going also to call this a French update, even though it's not. You just want to hear that music. That's all it is. Somehow the French are involved, aren't they?
I think every update we need to somehow tie it to that.
Rick, the Caribbean is standing on its ear today because it can't sit down and take a walk.
Or the Caribbean.
I've always said Caribbean more than Caribbean.
You know why? That Billy Ocean song, Caribbean.
You're right.
Why.
Yeah. So you don't like the way
What is it?
Billy Ocean calls it that. I'm going wrong.
He's from there. He ought to know.
You got an issue with Billy Ocean?
Only Greg, by the way, would know that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're going to let the computer say it? Don't you have to know how to spell it? I bet you can't.
Officials with a state-run company said Friday.
Hey, what are they going? Sugar cane husk? Is that what we're going?
Sitting there and realize you're out. By the way,
you know what? It's a terrible feeling.
If you meet someone from Cuba after August, do not shake their hand.
You know, I heard, and this may not be true, the Castro brothers themselves have plenty.
I started to say,
I bet they do.
We're going to do this story, but you hit it right on, and I'd already made a note. Do you think that Fidel or what's his brother? Raul. Do you think that there is a shortage of toilet paper at their house? No, sir. Not even kinda.
And I heard that even Elian and his dad are out, and they've actually had to wipe with one of Elian's shirts.
Sure. The one that had Mickey Mouse on it.
Rick. That Mickey Mouse when he got at Disney.
Officials, now get this. Listen to this. This is what we are wanting to become in this country, not only with health care, but a lot of other things. Officials said, now follow the logic here, that they are lowering the prices of 24 basic goods to help Cubans through these difficult times provoked in part by the global financial crisis and 3 destructive hurricanes that struck the island last year. What, you mean the acts of God, that one? Cuba's financial...
You're talking about punishment from Almighty?
Cuba's financial reserves have been depleted by increased spending for imports and reduced export income. What, you mean the workers are not turning out their quota every day, Fidel? You go back to the sugar cane field, huh? Which has forced the communist, that is socialist heavy, led government to take extraordinary measures to keep the economy afloat. The corporation has taken all the steps, so at the end of the year, there will be an important importation of toilet paper, the official state conglomerate.
We sure are glad you're here. Here we go. It's another Rick and Bubba show, and we're going to be chatting with you today. Look forward to that opportunity. So let's talk about how you slept last night. I hope it went well. If it didn't, one of the reasons might have been your mattress. I mean, these things are not forever. If that mattress is 10 years old or older, it might be doing you more harm than good. Well, here's an opportunity for you to get a mattress customized exactly for you and the way you sleep. Greg and Lisa Burgess have been sleeping on one of these now for a while. They rave about it. Why not? It was designed for them. There's a 2-minute sleep quiz. You'll tell them how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. You'll tell them the firmness of the mattress you prefer. They also have options if you're someone that maybe would fall in the big and tall category. How about this? Sleep experts that deal with children say that their children's mattress is the best available. You're not going to get any better. It's actually designed, the fact that a child is going to continue to grow. So if you'd like to find out more about customized mattresses shipped right to your door, made right here in the United States of America, they ship it to your door for free, customized for you, and then you sleep on it for up to 100 nights to be sure you still love it. And we're going to get you savings too if you go to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That new mattress is going to ship right to the door. You're going to save up to 20%. helixsleep.com/bigbox, or go to rickandbubba.com. You can look there right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, do you want to transition?
Can I just tell you one more quick story that I thought was interesting?
Okay, good. Yeah, of course. You talk about this because you're talking about with
we love sports. We love coaching.
You heard the GOAT.
I got to hear Coach Nick Saban firsthand last night. It was very entertaining, and he talked about losses he'd had that he hated that really got with him.
Sure.
Too, Rick, this was interesting because we always hear about the process. He talked about how the process got started. That he didn't always have the process.
Wait a minute. I think he mentioned that maybe on game day in the last couple of weeks that there was some coach that
was
taught
a sports psychologist.
Was it a sports psychologist? I couldn't remember what it was. Somebody taught him what became the process.
He was at Michigan State.
That was it, yeah.
They were 4-5. They were going to play undefeated Ohio State, and he said, honestly, we were going to get beat by 50 points.
Right.
And I didn't know what to tell the team, so I went to a sports psychologist and said, we started talking about this. And he said, I went and changed the way I was. He said, if you did good, I praised you. If you did bad, I cussed you out. That was the way it was.
Right.
Okay. And he said, I changed the whole way I dealt with people and the outlook and our goals. And he said, we won that game, luckily. He said, but the process started. And I changed everything I did in coaching, and it paid big dividends.
Yeah, he told me the guy told him, you're looking at the end result the wrong way. You need to be focused on doing this better, that better, this better, that better, and then the wins will be the result of the process.
Right. And
you're trying to get to the win, and you need to realize if you would just do the things that need to be done at each position throughout the whole program, the wins will be the fruit of that. So I remember him saying that. He said it changed his whole career.
Yeah, and he talked about how he had to change as a coach. Well, you don't change your principles, but you may change the way you go about
of
things.
Course, yeah.
And he was talking about, the typical SEC build. When he had Mount Cody, this guy in the middle, defensive line, you just couldn't move him. Said I had 2 first-round, inside linebackers. Said you could not run on us.
No.
But we lost a game that year, ended up in the Sugar Bowl playing Utah, and Utah beat them. And it was he called it an embarrassing loss.
It was, yeah.
And he said they came out with nobody in the backfield, which means you got at least 5. You got 5 wideouts you got to cover. So he said he said they just wouldn't play football the way we wanted them to play, and we chased them all over the field and lost. And he said, right. I realized at that point that we could not be stuck in a mold we couldn't get out of. Right. And that's when he modified his defense. He talked about going to the hurry up, no huddle, and using running quarterbacks and all that. And it was just very intriguing. And, for me and us that have played sports and coached some, it's very good.
You talking about the GOAT?
The GOAT, maybe.
So tell me what you told me the break about the Utah game that he went out and said.
I don't give his whole speech.
Why not? We weren't there. When are we going to hear the GOAT?
He said the
event's over.
He said it's a movie. I didn't know you could do this. Right. He said the week after the Utah game.
Yeah.
He said I hired their coaching staff. I paid them to come to Tuscaloosa and teach us how to stop what they were doing.
Yeah, you got to know. You got to know.
I didn't think that you could do that. What if you played them again?
Right.
I don't know that they'd want to do that.
Alabama and Utah don't face each other a whole lot.
Well, he must have given enough. They're like, okay, sure.
Well, but
they basically went 5 out in a 3-step drop passing game, kind of the old West Coast 49er approach. There's not going to be any sacks because you're not going to have time to get to me.
Get rid of it.
And we're going to throw it to people and let them run. And so it was very, very good.
Did he mention any of his NFL stuff? People are texting asking his stint in the NFL?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. He talked about, his decision to quit and all that. He covered a lot of stuff. It's good.
Well, you mentioned that about that coaching. I don't want people, the other staff coming in. It isn't that outrageous. I remember even, living in the house of a coach that coached for a living. I didn't you, Greg? I always kind of found it kind of odd. They would do these things. We're going to a clinic, and basically you'd go to the clinic, and people would get up on the board and show you how they were being successful, and they're all sharing their offensive schemes, their defensive schemes. Isn't that the same thing? We're all here learning.
Yeah.
And I used to think, why would you do that? Why would you go to a clinic with a bunch of coaches that you might play against and show them what you do and how you make it successful?
Yeah.
But that's really pretty common.
Yeah.
Because they all know. Look, I may be. Who knows where I'll be coaching?
But the economic impact that he had on that university and the university on that town.
Oh yeah.
And that town on that part of our state is just incredible.
Oh yeah,
incredible.
Did he talk any about? Does he still communicate with DeBoer, or is there anything like that?
I did not hear the name DeBoer mentioned.
Okay.
Well,
he's probably more about his past and everything, but I just didn't know if he had talked about the present any.
No, I don't think he did.
And that was wise. He didn't need to be talking about
that. I just wanted.
I mean, Speedy would ask the question.
No. There's jokes that Coach Saban is texting DeBoer for halftime instructions. That's always fun when they show him up in the box and he's on his phone. He's probably texting him what he's seeing.
No, the funniest.
that's just a running joke.
The funniest one was the meme that was on the text. Was it yesterday? It said Alabama just hired a new defensive consultant, and it's obviously Saban with a bad mustache on.
Yeah, it was funny.
There was one good question I thought was good. He was asked about what he what he looked like or what he looked for in an assistant coach or a coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, he said, first and foremost, they have to be a person of high character. He said, I don't want to deal with all of that.
I thought he heard Lane Kiffin.
Well, he said, I can't. I'm doing what he said. He said, high character.
Okay, all right.
He said, they've got to know what they're doing. They have to have knowledge, and they have to be able to teach. And he said, you got to have all three. He said, a lot of people have two. You got to have all three if you're going to work for me. And they were running down the number of people who had coached for him that was coaching now where their team is incredible.
Man. Did he talk about bringing in coaches that maybe have coming out of a troubled situation, almost like it was coach rehab?
No, he really didn't cover it that way, but
because I know he brings up some like for consultants like Sark and others that ended up being a coordinator and then moving on to where they are now. Butch and others.
Did he talk at all about Of course, it doesn't matter now with the NIL; it's completely different. So I guess that wouldn't even be relevant that much now. About vetting out this 5-star rating on the player. Making sure you're not getting a dud. I know he had people that at one time that's all they did.
I was thinking that
they were
last
good at
night
it
too. I mean, if I could have asked a question, I would have asked, "How do you, when you get a 5-star, they're 5-star.
Right.
Other people have 5 stars, maybe." Some good, some not.
Right. Yeah.
Some of them, it looks like their mama put a few on there. A few stars. Did he give you much? Did you get to interact with him much?
Just briefly.
Did he seem to remember the show and everything?
Because
that can be good.
We didn't get to go into all of that. I got to speak with the lieutenant governor and the attorney general and of course Young Boozer much more.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Young were right next to each other. We were having fun.
We'll be back.
I'd like to hear a night with him. He's pretty funny.
Is he a funny guy?
Yes.
Well, if you're named Young Boozer, you better be funny.
And looks like Larry Davis.
Yeah, it looked like Larry Davis.
That was good.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. Our number's 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, we got to get out of this breakup stuff. It's too much.
It's even got Speedy motivated over here. He's digging through old stories.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to find old stuff.
Speedy, I've tried to forget all that. It hurt. It was heartbreak.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about how many times I got dumped.
You know what that's like? It's like being the Heisman Trophy winner. Somebody said, well, let's go back and talk about all the games you did terribly in.
Sure.
I mean, come on.
Sure. I got broke up so much, my nickname became Thin Ice. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. I got time.
What have you got, Speedy?
Oh, nothing. I just got something.
Rick, this young lady became friends in class.
What are you doing?
What are you doing this? Speedy, I don't want to remember that. I mean, it was painful. Let's put it behind us.
Hey, do you have a sharp pencil I can borrow?
Sure.
You know,
hey, how about a good Valentine's?
Really? Come on, let's talk about come on.
And Rick, I really hadn't planned on, falling head over heels for this young lady in 8th grade, but, it just happened. And those are the kind that kill you, that sneak up on you. You don't have your guard up,
They come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it isn't like you go, homecoming queen, beautiful, wow, I bet she could break my heart. It's just, it's your buddy you're talking to,
Sure.
And, when we were friends, we had a lot in common.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so happened that
it's so funny. I don't remember
from
this.
a military family, which we
Yeah,
had a lot of those
completely
kids.
forgot.
Our school, So that you
So we
always
used to even
run
play
the
sad
risk
music
of,
underneath
when
the
you,
story.
hook up
it was
in the
bad.
military circles. Hey, transfer.
Oh, no.
But anyway.
Hey, anybody talk to
Rick,
Mark Phillips lately?
we got along so good, and this feeling just
How
got
about
on me
chili
before I
cheese
knew
dogs,
what had
dude?
happened.
How about that?
And she did not exactly feel the same way about me. She had some feelings, but it was not the red hot ball of love like mine was. You see what I'm saying? It was not the molten lava that my love was. And Rick, we had a dance coming up, and I thought, well, if I can only get her to the dance on my arm, because I was one of the better white dancers at
What
our
year was
school.
this? Sure.
And I thought,
You just said you were one of the best white dancers. You can get on the floor in the right light and turn it up.
Yes.
Who knows?
I know. I thought,
didn't have to make
here's
the
my
wrong
time
challenge,
to shine. Because granted, me sitting on the bench in basketball is not winning a lot of points.
I got you.
Rick, so
Good for your
I
comedy
asked this
routine,
young
though.
lady to go, and she said that she, did not want to go with anybody. She just wanted to go.
Oh,
and,
no.
And I thought that's fine. I can still, set the net, and she did promise me a dance. So I thought, well, I'll be ready. I will be Mr. Smooth. I will be ready to make my move. Are you there, Todd? Do you see it? I have the plan.
I'm next to you.
I am going to take this relationship to the next level, and this poor girl
Todd's
does not
feeling
even
my
know.
pain.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I have got the plan. I am ready. So I go to the dance, and of course, she, was visiting with a lot of people as I was. But every time a slow dance would come up, and I even had some young ladies ask me to dance, and I said, "Oh no, I'm waiting. I'm waiting on Nancy." I didn't want to take the chance that I would be hooked up and she come by and go, "Hey, this was
it's over." Yeah.
And I would miss. So I wait, and I remind her about halfway through, "Hey, don't forget my dance." "Oh, no, won't forget the dance." So we come up, and it's like the last dance.
Oh,
of
my
the
goodness,
night. They
it's
make
break
the
time.
call. We're fixing to shut her down. The DJs from Q104.
I'm there. I'm
were
locked
fixing
into
to
the
go
score.
home.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So,
It's from 05.
I'm looking frantically.
I can't
trying
even remember
to find
05.
Nancy.
Oh, yes.
And,
Wow,
wow.
a little too honest back then.
I'm looking, and Rick, the music has started, and everybody's already dancing, and there she is. And she is already in the arms of another man.
Oh.
And Rick, to make things worse, oh my gosh, there's lip lock.
Oh, kissing some dude.
How can you stand it?
Not very well.
Not lip lock.
And Rick,
Heavy lip lock, like you switched head position lip lock, or is it?
It was like they were trying to suck each other's tonsils out.
Yeah.
So Rick,
Substantial lip lock.
I left the dance, distraught.
Right now, you can save up to 50% on a new system with a select professional monitoring plan. Go to simplysafe.com/bigbox to grab your 50% off today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50%. There's a link at rickandbubba.com too. There's no safe like Simply Safe. To the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today as we work through another one. So, I know that last night it was highly anticipated and a little bit surprising that Kamala Harris would agree to be interviewed by Bret Baier. That one, I was a little surprised. A little surprised she would agree to that. Here comes Kamala. Let's all sing for Kamala. It's Kamala if you don't pronounce it right. Of course, that's because you're a racist. Here we go.
I'm a man.
Kamala, Vice President. Trying to be the president and the first female president in U.S. history. If we want to make history, we all, even those of you on the left, if you were honest, we kind of wish it was a different situation as far as the candidate. Do we, as all of us, bipartisan, do we really want to go on record on a historic moment that the United States of America elects the first female president, and that person forever will be Kamala Harris? I think we can all have a bipartisan. We don't want to. But I know some of you are terrorized of Orange Man because Orange Man bad. Of course, I don't know why you're terrorized about his economy back when he was in charge in the state of things. But anyway, Bret Baier is going to interview Kamala Harris, and he does not waste any time. The only thing I saw was the highlight the first question because people were saying he got off to a roaring start because he wants to get to this item that everybody's concerned about, and that is the unvetted, wide-open southern border. So here is Bret Baier, courtesy of Fox News, opening question for Kamala Harris.
This was just, I think, maybe one question or so after that.
Is this a follow-up?
Yeah, but he pressed her on the number. She would not give, to your point, Rick, he asked, what's the number? What do you think
how
it
many,
is?
yeah.
And the fact that she would not give a number, she wouldn't own it, just tells you how bad it is. She doesn't want to own it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, I think, maybe a minute or so after that.
Okay.
Just finish. I'll get to the question, I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So, looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the... Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish,
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate, and they didn't bring up that bill.
I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising.
Okay.
So, Brett, you saw what she tried to do there, and now he's going to remind her again when she tries to blame Trump for the border invasion that 6 Democrats voted against the bill, too, because of what it would have done. So here is the second when she tries to, of course, anytime she's cornered, Trump is the problem, not
Yeah, he seemed to be the answer to a lot of questions.
Well, that's pretty standard. So here we go.
And
6
Donald
Democrats,
Trump, but let me just finish.
6
and
Democrats
Donald
voted
Trump
against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
6
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it.
Boom.
Boom. Boom. So now we're going to have Kamala. This is when they go off the deep end. The term unhinged is used a lot. When they panic, before you know it, Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, never leave office, and lock everybody up that opposes him.
Sure.
Sort of like they try to do. So here we go.
Talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the President of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it.
Not true.
Isn't that what he said?
That's kind of what y'all tried to do.
Who has a mugshot? Which candidate has a mugshot?
I think that's what y'all try to do.
Okay.
That's what y'all try to do. Now we get to the part about Joe Biden's cognitive skills. Bubba, you mentioned this one, where he keeps pressing her on. How did you not see the decline that all the rest of us saw? So here it is.
You call Donald Trump. He's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
But
is.
you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After
is.
George Clooney said
and
within a
if
few
you
minutes of
watch
talking to President
Donald
Biden at a
Trump-
fundraiser that he thought this
Brett,
was not the same
Brett.
Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office.
So it's always panic. No, it's Orange Man who's bad. Everybody, Orange Man.
Golly.
I've seen Joe Biden make decisions.
Can you not just answer the question? Do you think he's okay right now? Did you not see what the rest of the country saw?
I've seen him fall off bicycles. I've seen him fall on stairs. I've seen him fall on stages.
But this would have been it. When
Can't figure out how to get off of
when
it.
she said Joe Biden's not on the ballot, Bret Baier could have said, and that's my point. So he's not on the ballot. Why?
Why?
Why is he not on the ballot?
Why are we here right now?
Yeah, why are you and I talking and he and I aren't talking? Okay, right? That's kind of what I'm asking you, because your own party took him off the ballot, and we all know why. Why did you pretend that wasn't true, and now you act like it's well known? We'll come back. There's more. We'll hit some others. There's still some pretty good ones, especially when Bret Baier exposes that Kamala's staff thinks it's going so poorly, they start trying to end the interview. So we'll talk about that, too, when we come back. We'll get to some of your phone calls, too, and more stories to cover today. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The things we're talking about right now on the show, or maybe you're catching an archive now too. You heard us talking about it. Now more than ever, it's time to let your voice be heard. And Blaze Media, the independent media sources are so crucial now. I mean, they're crucial now. I mean, more than ever. And so if you're wanting to be part of what's going on, trying to make change, you can be part of what's going on with Blaze Media, and they're not going to be intimidated. They're not going to stop reporting. They're going to tell you, they're going to do real journalism. And if you want to get some cool swag to help get the word out on who you're voting for in this upcoming election, go to shopblazemedia.com. They've got some great Trump Vance 2024 merch. They got jackets, T-shirts, mugs, flags, a whole lot more. You're going to love it. And we're going to get you 10% off if you go to Blaze10. Use that. Shopblazemedia.com today and use the code Blaze10 to get 10% off. That's shopblazemedia.com. Blaze10 is the code for 10% off. Do it today.
Got into the car of some friend's mom who picked us up.
It is his theme song. Ron Greenwood, Director of Internet Services, rabid Dolphin fan, and also travel softball guru. Headed out to Frenzy, his favorite team.
Rick, that's not true.
Headed out to go play
one of the teams.
Headed out to play the national championship tournament in Northeast Tennessee.
Yeah, it was in Northeast Tennessee for the ASA Nationals 10U.
And so here it was, and they're playing, and as Ryan's going out the door, he realizes, lost my wallet, packed with cash for the trip. No debit card, no license, no cash.
So we start backtracking. You start going, when's the last time I had it? What clothes did I have on? And you go.
Need to leave.
Sure. So you go through that routine. You check, your pants pockets out, what you had on. You
1,000 times.
Oh, sure. The room where you change those clothes, you turn it upside down, and you start going to locations where maybe you were. And one of the locations I was on Friday was here. So, and that was after I'd seen it. So I said, well, I got to go back to the office and check. So I get in the car to come back to go check, and then realize I don't have any gas. About halfway here. So I said, well, that's not a big deal. I'll turn around before I get too far committed. Turn around to go to the gas station where I have a gas card. But I don't have that gas card.
Right.
So really going to any gas station don't matter.
Right.
Somebody's got it.
You can stop at gas stations all you want.
Right.
If you don't have cash or a card.
So a little panic. So Amy helped me out.
Stomach starting.
Yeah, a lot. Very, yeah.
Lots of profanity.
Well, Greg, I didn't say that.
Lots of profanity.
Well, you get frustrated, then you try to settle down and be calm so you can make wise decisions.
Nobody's name was son of a.
And then so go back to one locations where I'm pretty confident where it went missing. And it's about 15 minutes before they open. And I've talked to him on the phone already. Nothing's been turned in. And Greg, stop it. And they go to the door and bang because they won't come because they're not open yet. Right. So you have to bang a lot. Finally, a gentleman comes over.
That's making you even more mad.
Right, sure, in the sun, just baking in the sun.
Right.
Kids baking. Hey, kids got pillows.
Yeah.
Stuffed animals,
so
ready to go.
You're already packed in the car.
Well,
Ready
we
to
were.
go.
I would say when I discovered it was officially missing, we were about 95% packed and ready.
Oh no!
And two
I have
cars.
one
We were
problem.
taking two cars too because the Mustangs had a tournament too.
The one you didn't go to.
Kaylor and Amy were coming back, so we were taking two cars. Of course, they didn't come back, but that's fine. That's a different thing.
So what?
Just took two cars for nothing, but that's fine.
What?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So you even convinced Kayla the Mustangs didn't matter. She didn't go
Greg, in room 427, I had a 2-hour conversation about that. Okay, please don't ruin it now.
I'm sorry. I do a little damage.
Little meltdown.
Yeah, and you had the conversation as you told her you weren't coming back.
Right, and her coach I had to talk to. Love you, Coach Todd. Great coach.
Right.
And sorry,
So
Kayla
you need
missed
me to stop.
Sorry, Kayla missed the tournament.
Yeah, right.
But
Oh wow.
But so I go to this location. It's 15 minutes, and I've talked to them. Bang on the door in the sun, hot. Kids in the car, hot. And a little gentleman comes and just says, "We're not open."
A little gentleman.
Yeah, well, one of the workers.
Was
there.
he little?
Well, yeah, he's just a little guy.
Little,
says they're not open.
little in a.
Right, and I had just talked to him a lot the day before.
Not
when
little,
I was
not little person, just regular person.
Regular
who's
person who's
Just a little man.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's
I
where
talked
this
to
phrase. See how confusing that new phrase is.
I know.
Yeah.
And I talked to him a lot the day before because I had lunch there for a long time, extended lunch with a friend of mine. That's where I probably was. I think the wallet fell out there, and he had.
Think your friend
He
got
had
it?
refilled my drink a lot, and super nice guy, super nice little guy. I mean, he gave me.
He's still a little guy.
He still says whatever.
Why can't you just say person?
And so
'Cause
he
he don't
comes
like
and
him.
says, "We're not open," and he turns around and leaves. So I have to bang some
How'd
more.
he say it?
Greg, he just said,
We're not open.
No, he just said,
Let's
"We're
give
not
you a couple of different
He
accents.
said, I got to
No,
go somewhere and spend his credit card.
I got a little errand to run.
We're not open. I get cash for clunker.
I'm using credit card online.
So he leaves.
$200 goes.
I know how many times I tell you we're not open.
So
Which one was
Their
it?
program is cash for Super Crunch.
I finally convinced him to go get the
I
manager.
love Super Crunch.
I had to scream a
Wow.
little bit. Doors shut. You know, you tell him to go get the manager, and then he goes and I don't know, stay gone a while, and come back and basically said they still told me they're not open. And I said, well, you know, I asked, where's the manager? A little different phrase, but basically that's.
How'd you ask it?
I was probably a little loud.
I got a question for you.
That's right, baby. Here we go. Brand new hour now. From the old Big Boy Studios, we're glad you're here. So, we're finishing at least a few clips from the Bret Baier interview last night. Some of you on the text line are saying that she was 15 minutes late, and it was supposed to be recorded, so that Bret was also pressed for time, which may be why he just went straight to let's get to it. I'd rather more interviews be more like, let's get to it. So we have some more that we have not played. Video 5, Adler. So as we continue, this is when Bret Baier kind of went to what we've been talking about, just the logical common sense. We go all the way back to Ronald Reagan. You remember the line, are you better off? And so this is really Bret Baier going, Americans don't feel like they're better off now than they were under Trump. And so here we go. Here he's pressing her on that.
frankly, exhausted of Bret.
More than
people
70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But
people
you're the
have
lever of
become.
power.
But listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me.
That is good. Night.
The answer to you've been there for 3.5 years is, and Donald Trump's been running for 3.5 years. That even, her face even looked like she couldn't believe what she was saying.
That don't make no sense.
What a ridiculous answer. What a ridiculous.
Did you see her face? I don't even think she was confident in her answer. She was like, "What am I saying? What am I saying?"
Have you heard how many answers to the question is Donald Trump?
Yeah.
When you've been in charge.
Well, this is the politics.
And before Trump, Obama was in charge.
Yeah, this is the politics of politicians. When you say, I just want to talk about you when you're in power and the results of your time, they always pivot. Look, my opponent. No, we're talking about you. We want to hear you say what you're going to do for America very specifically and why it will work. And we want to have you explain how the 3.5 years where you've been vice president and part of this current administration has led to what we have now. My opponent. You throw out he's been running for 3.5 years. Well, who cares?
Well, it makes no sense.
I mean, what's that got to do with what y'all can do? So next, we have the last minute of the interview, and she was doing so bad that her handlers tried to cut her off, and then we'll hear Bret Baier after it's over talking about what was happening. But here's what happened in real time with this next clip. Here we go.
That is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a decision
and there are critics
that they feel.
who look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things
There's more to say. I have
there,
much more
there
to
are
say,
a lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies,
Yes.
and that's why we
I
invited
invite
you
everyone
here.
to go to KamalaHarris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen our
here,
economy,
to see where you were in 2019 and where you are now.
support America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so
awkward.
Well, this thing too of when people interview you, candidate, we shouldn't be told to go to the website and read what who knows put together for you. You should be able to communicate your own policies to the point that we, at least in general, understand them. Okay, I understand that there's some deeper dives that I may need to go read and whatever and comprehensive stuff, but as a candidate, you should be able to communicate what you're going to do and why it will be great. And you just don't do that. And here's Bret Baier talking about how they were trying to wrap him up and when it was not going well and them waving their hands at him and he's you saw her once look off to the side. You see him looking and everybody's apparently going, let's wrap this thing up. So here he is.
Dana, you've been on the other side. You've been on the rapper as a press secretary interviewing a president. And, you know, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands like it's got to stop. So, Martha, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many things, and she maybe should do more of these.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Please never stop your media blitz, Kamala. Please, your numbers just plummeting every time you talk. Please keep it up.
Bubba, it's time for CNN and our friend Scott Jennings. So here is CNN, and Scott is saying what he keeps saying over and over again. She says nothing. So here's Scott Jennings and the panel on CNN breaking down this hard-hitting interview. Here we go.
No answer for why Biden and Harris threw out Donald Trump's executive orders and changed everything, and then a flood of people came in. An ounce of humility here would go a long way, and she doesn't have it in her to do it, and she has no real answer other than to blame Congress. And Bret was right. Democrats controlled everything when they took over, and so is she saying it's the Democrats' fault that the immigration system is broken? I don't understand this. I don't understand why she can't just say, hindsight here, we shouldn't have done it. I think the American people would actually accept it, but she won't do it.
Wow, he just keeps on. He just keeps on. Well, so there's the interview.
I don't know how he's keeping a paycheck over at CNN.
No,
boy, he is a hand grenade for him, isn't he?
Maybe it could be that he's bringing ratings.
Yeah, I bet he is.
So we'll let you comment or whatever you'd like to when we come back. We'll take some phone calls at 866 We Be Big. I was going to try to work this in before the break, but I think it may need its own segment. I'm looking at these video clips from Bill Clinton at Ethel Kennedy's funeral.
Rick, hey. I was just reading that.
If you're Bill,
it's very disturbing.
Again, don't you know there's some topics just to stay clear of?
Bill.
So I think I'm going to hold that. I think that's its own segment.
Yeah,
Don't you?
it's gotta be.
Yeah. So we'll take the phone calls first. So let's talk to America at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. It's your time to chat. 866 We Be Big. We open up all 10 lines to you, America. Also, don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We'll talk about the American farmer and their ongoing plight and give you some details on that, too, wherever you get podcasts.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
And ask for the manager again.
I'm going to ask for the manager for the last time, you little man.
And he said, it's not my fault. I said, I know it's not your fault, but in different words, I said,
and you
I
know,
need the manager.
Ryan is usually so calm.
Diplomatic.
And, yeah, diplomat comes to mind.
You know what I call him? Cool-head and Luke.
Yeah.
Well, I had gone through again.
I know we all would be if we thought he had our wallet.
That was one of the culminations of frustration. That was one of them. Was there at that place, and I basically had to wait till they opened to go in, but then it was not there, unfortunately, and I apologize.
Because they were hiding it while
I
you
don't
were
know
waiting.
his name. If I knew his name, I'd apologize
You
directly.
didn't speak the
I
language. Open the door or lose it.
Yeah.
No.
Did you apologize to him for the profanities you used?
Did you not say me amo Ryan?
Well, when I came in, he ran and hid. So,
Okay.
But if I knew him, and I'll go see him again and let him know.
I thought what you said you were going to do with hot sauce was wrong.
Right.
What about when you're beating violently on the glass? Apologize for
I
that.
was just trying to get his attention.
Now,
at
which
that
day
point.
was this?
This was to start it out.
This is the first day. Can't you picture?
But what day of the week is it?
Saturday.
Saturday.
It's when everything closes at 12 banks and nothing's open for license.
Picture
and
that
stuff
left
like
hand, that power left hand he's got just banging.
And the bank did help me, even though at first they said you need a photo ID, and I explained that was in my wallet that's gone.
Right.
I don't have that.
You have no ID.
Right. And after an hour or so there, I finally were able to get some money. Because you got to get a lot if you're staying a week for a hotel.
If you don't have a card.
Right.
And
so,
quite frankly, you look suspicious.
You do.
Yeah.
And I did ask the guy one time. I know I look a little sweaty and a little anxious, but I got 2 kids with me. Surely I hadn't kidnapped Dan trying to steal money too.
Right. So you're sweaty. Your knuckles are bleeding.
Yeah.
Right. And you come into a bank saying I need money with no ID.
Right.
Yeah,
and I've kidnapped these 2 kids that are crying because now I've declared we're not even going on the trip.
And not only have
we ain't going. We got no money. We ain't going.
That's right.
Not only have you stole this guy's ID, you know his social security number, you know everything about him, his address and everything, but you're an imposter.
Yeah, but you got to admit, him coming into that presentation, his kid's crying in the car. It's not good.
No.
And then I did say that.
Now, did you have to go through canceling everything?
So you did do the thing, forget the tournament. You screamed that one time?
Yeah, I said we ain't going. We just ain't going.
You said, great, now we got to watch
One
Mustang.
time we didn't have the money to go.
Yep. Now you're stuck with that boring old Mustang game.
Greg.
I now missed it. What did he say?
I said, great, now we got to go watch Mustang.
Greg. So eventually the bank was accommodating and I had, but I'm not used
Did you
to
have to
dealing
pull a
with
pistol
cash.
out? To pull
No,
Did your kids go to live with the Purple family?
No, they were able to get back. We changed the pillowcases where they'd cried and got them a little wet.
Right.
We got
Ready
new
to go.
pillowcases and eventually hit the road. Now, little did I know when we got there for the tournament, we'd have rain delays in the hotel. You ever had a hotel full of?
Did it wash the dye off of you?
I love when the dye goes off.
Yeah, so when
you think by now they'd figured that out.
So when you get there, it's hot as a mug because it's the middle of summer.
Oh,
A
sure.
bunch of 10-year-old girls.
Sure.
Rain delays.
Oh, sure. You ever been in a
and you got
hotel
yellow
with about
paint on you.
10 teams of 10-year-old girls in the halls?
No.
Oh,
you
my
got
gosh.
a huge wad of cash in your front pocket.
And one pouty older sister because you don't love her.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I love her to death.
How'd y'all do in the tournament?
We ended up finishing in the top 10. We finished tied for 9th in nationals, which was a big deal for Red Storm Frenzy.
Right.
So,
If you,
Red Storm Frenzy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right. That's right. The lines are available. The real Greg Burgess and his overall wonderful disposition is taking your calls now. And you can join us as we chat with you at 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Kyle. Let's see. Is it no, not Kyle. Craig, I'm sorry. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the show. Craig?
Yeah, just Craig or Kyle?
Yeah, it's Craig. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had the name wrong. Go ahead.
That's all right. Yeah, I'd just like to see the video of them preparing Kamala for the interview when they tried to teach her how to say comprehensive.
Thanks for the call. We continue. Let's go to Jerry in Gadsden, Z93. Jerry, go ahead. Jerry?
Hey, boys. How y'all doing this morning?
Good, Jerry. Hope you're all right, buddy.
Yeah. Well, you know, Kamala, she still don't have a vote, boys.
Well, that's true. The Democrats have never voted for her. A lot of them are getting ready to now, but that's been an ongoing point.
She had the delegates vote. That's all she needed.
Yeah, that's all she needed. Tom in Pell City, ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Man, if this isn't a more logical choice, I mean, if people vote, they just want to vote for her because they hate Trump. That's it.
Yep.
If they put her in office, we might as well put a bullet to our head, and that's it. I mean, who really wants this goofy woman in office?
Well, there are some that want her in office because they think she represents their ideology. We've talked about that a lot. We've talked about more and more studies are showing that voting for the person has kind of faded away. It's really become, it has become two ideologies, and there's so much distance between the two that has become the most important thing.
Yeah,
no matter who's sitting there representing it.
And really, the ideology and the things that they could enact will outlive their personality.
Right.
So, you know, and I've quoted this group of sermons I've listened to recently where you know, the pastor was like, we really don't need to vote for the personality because that's going to go away and the policies are going to remain. And these were recorded actually before Donald Trump ran.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the policies is that's the stuff. I mean, think about any president in your life that you really weren't that fired up about.
Right,
okay,
right.
They were gone pretty quick, and that's the reason why sometimes I think about some of the left when they're doing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It seems so absurd. Maybe they're the only two people that would be willing to do it this time. They may have that mindset. Look, worst case scenario, Trump has 4 years. I mean, that's it. And then he can never run again. So it'll be over pretty quick. But the policies, that'll be big.
Yep.
We continue. Let's go to Travis in Virginia. Travis, you're on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Big and Tell y'all.
We're good. We're good.
Hey, I know that NASA sent the probe to Europa.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got an uncle that works at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, and they're working on a probe for Uranus right now.
Tip of the hat to Greg. Look at him
I was
grinning.
gonna say, Greg is not even in
He
here.
is grinning. I mean, look at him. What does he usually say? Like a donkey eating briars through a picket fence or something? I don't know what he says. Josh in Georgia. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, this election ain't going to be nothing about policy, nothing about the political party. If you vote for Kamala, it's because she's black and she's a woman. All there is to it.
Well, I think there has been time that has been a play, and the left's tried that. But when you look at what we talked about with Obama trying to talk to black men, that they are not wanting to vote for Kamala Harris, I'm not sure that's holding as much water as it usually does, and you are correct. We when Obama ran, they were pretty successful in saying if you didn't vote for Obama, it was because you were a racist and you hated black people. And then they tried with Hillary, you hate women if you don't vote for her, but she was so repulsive it just didn't work because they started realizing, no, I think people just dislike her because she's repulsive. Does it feel like that's playing as much this time? I mean, that's always there, but it just doesn't seem to have as strong a legs as it has in the past.
I'm sure it's being played. I don't know. But it doesn't seem as prevalent as it was before.
Let's go to
maybe I don't know.
Yeah, let's go to Stuart in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Stuart, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Thank y'all for taking my call. Been listening to you for years.
Thank you.
Never called into y'all's show, but appreciate what y'all done.
Thank you.
Over the years. We're a fifth generation family farm here in North Alabama, one of the growingest parts of the United States, and so we have a lot of challenges facing us up here. And along with the commodity prices, input costs, and everything else. So I was just curious. I heard you talking about y'all were going to do a podcast on some of the problems, some of the adversity, some of the challenges that we have with family farms and stuff across the country. So I was just kind of curious what your format was, and are you going to have anybody on there, farm related, or just real curious as to what it is? And again, appreciate y'all taking my call, and thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
sir. Yeah, we're actually going to interview Speedy because of his expertise with farming.
Yeah, well, my love of barns, really.
No, we're going to talk to Brian Resinger, right? Not Resinger.
That's it.
Resinger. He has authored the book Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope in the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer. So he grew up in a family that farmed in Wisconsin, and he knows what this is like because that's been his family's way to make a living, and so he has written a book. So yes, he is someone who has firsthand experience on the current situation. Is trying to be an advocate for the American farmer. So I think you will be pleased with what he is trying to get out to be a help to the family farmers of America and kind of enlighten Americans on why we all need to be.
Hey, don't criticize farmers with your mouth full. I knew you'd like that.
You're right about that one, sir.
You love old tried and true.
Oh, sure. They have no end date. They always work. We continue.
It's true.
Let's go to, is it Argent? Argent, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
We're fine.
I just want to say, I'll be voting for Trump, but just if Kamala does get elected, we as the American people, we still have to stand up and fight for America and what's right. I hate to see the things that could happen under her administration, but even if the things that happen, we can't lose sight of what's best, and we still have to stand up and fight for America as it is our country.
Well, that's the beauty of a constitutional republic, is that the people still have power and still have voice with representatives and senators, and there's things you can do that can, at least if you get someone who's kind of maybe a radical Marxist in the executive office, they do have a lot of power, but at least we have some power to throw some cogs in the wheel and not let it just start going downhill wide open.
What was he referring to?
He was saying even if Kamala wins, you can't just give up on the country. You got to keep fighting every way you can. And we are, thanks to our founding fathers, you still have some ability to at least,
and you'll have time to do that with all the jobs gone.
That's correct. We continue. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, been listening to you since '94 from Gadsden, and I just wanted to say, Rick, I thank you so much for your perfect example yesterday of how to handle somebody trying to come against you, and you went straight to Scripture. So I just wanted you to know that we love your show, and it was great to see.
Well, look, like I said yesterday, Bubba and I have been at this in the guys a long time. If you go back in the early days, something like that probably goes differently, but we've been around a while. Hopefully this gray hair has given us something. And it's not our first rodeo. Everybody said he started using some really bad language right toward the end. I didn't catch that because we were trying to, get rid of him. And I know now you can only delay and dump so much because of all the different platforms. So I apologize for that. I didn't catch that. But thank you though. Look, we've been at this a while. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go over and get a chair massage. What, Greg? You got your clothes on,
right?
Wrong with it, but y'all just look what we're talking about.
Yeah, Mike would massage anyway. He said, Speedy, why don't we do this? Instead of having guests run the 40, make them get a piggyback ride from Greg before they go
That's
on.
a good one.
So,
Greg,
what
have you
I
ever
think,
had a massage? Have you ever had a massage?
Are you talking about like a real one, like a licensed massage? No.
What do you mean, like a real one? What do you think he was saying? You weren't going to say, did Lisa ever give you a massage?
No. What? You talking about somebody's got a license? You talking about a license? A legal one? No.
Are you talking about some guy that came into the locker room with
a toting of Franklin?
Amy and Samantha just was like, "Whoa, he's never." They think now medically you need to come.
No,
here.
look, y'all seriously, and this is nothing, and
Greg,
it's wonderful.
do you
I
have
love
some
what they do
phobia about that.
But I don't. It's like when I told y'all when I go through the mall and everybody's face down that funny looking chair.
Well, that's not.
You're not
what
in the mall.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
not
might
what
as well be. I'm
here in the studio.
Do you want to take a chair into a dark room in the tech room and get one by yourself?
I like y'all getting massages, and I just get to live vicariously through y'all.
Greg, make him do it.
I don't want this massage.
He's got some.
I love massage envy though. I'm all about them.
You got some kind of
how about this? What about this? What if we bring the chair to your mic and
I
you
don't
just
want
do
a
it over
massage.
here?
I don't want to. Have y'all seen yourself in those chairs?
What? We're just
funny.
sitting there.
I want to get it once so bad I can't stand it, but I'm afraid it's going to hurt my.
Yeah,
well,
gallbladder.
my gallbladder's hurting a little bit too. So. Greg, go over here.
Greg.
2 minutes.
Rick, make him as boss. Make him go do it.
What if I don't want one?
We're going to fire you.
Listen, I've had to wrestle. What if he fired me?
Look, he will wrestle people
Go
who come
over
in
there.
here.
I really don't.
He will.
Greg, you
he will
wrestle,
give
Greg.
piggyback
Greg,
rides,
me and you're
and
gonna
he
fight.
will not get in that
I
chair.
don't care. Why? Remember, don't forget when he got held upside down by some giant one day.
yeah.
I had to do a handstand with acrobats.
So you'll do all that, but you won't go sit in this
You
chair.
wrestled a man with no arms and legs. I know. Now that I think about it, that does look a lot funnier than laying in that chair. I'll give you that. When he was choking me out with them nubs. That was horrible.
Do you want to put the chair over behind Rick?
Why are y'all
So
doing
nobody
this?
can
Why
see
don't y'all
you?
leave me alone? I really don't want one.
Greg,
Greg,
hey, can I just tell you right now? I can't get over it if you don't go over there.
I know.
I don't like
Shit,
massages. I don't like food that's been sitting out a long time either.
Well, great. I've seen you in there. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you got over that.
Yeah, you got over that quick.
Yeah, I ain't seen how the calls.
You've had liposurgery.
Greg, people saw you.
Yeah,
Greg,
in my drawers. In my drawers getting lipo.
Get up and get over there.
No, you're being Greg, now I'm getting mad.
Greg,
go over.
Hey, I'm starting to
Now I won't do it now. There's no way I'm gonna do it now.
Rick, we're gonna have to go pick him up now.
Rick's gonna fire me.
Amy, just come over there and work on your shoulders while you're sitting.
Come over here.
Not even the chair.
Come over there.
Not even the chair.
Not even come over here. Samantha, both of y'all get each side.
Not even a chair.
Yeah, no,
you don't have to. You do have to.
Oh, I do.
Yes.
Greg, go over there. Come on over.
Greg.
I mean, does he make some weird sound he don't want us to know?
There's something weird about it.
You think
Is he like Adler? He didn't want anybody.
That's what I
touching
was
him?
thinking about. It's the same thing.
Look,
what?
What's going on?
Why do y'all
Look,
care?
now you've scared the girls. Ladies, come on
No,
over.
they do act
Samantha,
excellent.
Look at that lady's face, which you made her feel so strong.
I think she's crying.
Now you're making her question her career choice.
No, what did I say? I think it's a great thing.
Greg,
I would
go
rather
get
be
in the chair.
at Massage Envy and not in here.
You know what you mean? You're being ridiculous.
You are. You're being kitty-like.
This is what it's like to be Lisa. I mean, you're Greg's wife. I mean, you must frustrate her to no end.
You're not cheating on her.
Huh?
It's just a massage.
Now, what's wrong with y'all? Seriously.
But I don't understand.
us?
I don't
What's
understand
wrong
your
with us?
stance you're making. I don't get it. Look,
what's wrong with us?
listen, I could even understand if you said, the whole deal about going into massage therapy and all that. I could even see somebody being to say, that's not for me. But this is a chair.
Yeah.
Sitting right here where people come over.
I vowed to myself when I walked through that mall and seen them people face down them chairs. It looked so ridiculous to me. I said,
Hey, Greg, Burgess.
That's
This is
crazy.
Massage Envy we're talking about. You're not in the
they do it.
airport.
If I was in Massage Envy, I'd get one.
Greg,
but
you're
I
not
don't
in the
want one,
mall.
and I don't want
You're
one
not in
here.
the-
All right, then go to my office and close the door.
Why do y'all care?
Y'all take Greg out of here.
I'm not getting, I don't want one.
Go in the
Greg,
call screening room with
you've
Bruiser.
You've been an athlete. You know it helps.
It's therapeutic.
But I'm fine. I'm not hurt.
Will y'all come
Get
over
up over
here?
and get one.
Why do
Well,
y'all
One of y'all walk
something's
over here,
happened. There's
please.
something else.
There's something we don't
I'm
know
about
about.
to go give you one if they don't.
Why?
Here we go. There. Y'all work him over.
go. Turn him around.
Y'all work him over. Y'all work him over. Y'all work. Oh
say
yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. Go. Hey, don't resist her, lady. Yeah.
I mean, people taught you into all kinds of stuff. We can't talk you into
Think of some of the things he's agreed to do. Remember the one that didn't work out?
Yes.
Hey, Rick, I got him face down here.
Get a
There's his
picture.
mic. There's
Where's
his
the
mic.
picture at?
Where's the picture?
Greg,
Where's the camera?
Greg, the other day you were willing to let somebody, make an insert and,
That fell through. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without
So we're back.
a brother.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. So we do have more to cover. We'll hit that here momentarily. Simply Safe. Simply Safe. Simply Safe. Look, right now, there is no safe like Simply Safe, and they just continue to be a game changer. And, Bub, you've been a high-tech guy. You got to love what they've been doing. I mean, how they keep taking this to another level using the technology that's available today. So let me tell you some things that they've added. So this is big news. If you're, thinking about, I think I want to look into this Simply Safe thing. Well, they're dedicated to providing advanced protection, peace of mind to all the families anywhere that have a system. Now, right now, you talk about saving big on the award-winning security system. Now, what I'm talking about today, just pay attention. I know you're saying 50% off. Okay, now we haven't had that before. 50% off is another level on a Simply Safe system. And you're also going to get a free indoor security camera if you order today. So here's the URL you want to use to get 50% off. simplysafe.com/BigVox, V as in victory, OX. BigVox, 50% off on a new system and get free indoor security camera. Now, the exclusive LiveGuard technology, this is what I was talking about with you, Bubba, 24/7 monitoring agent. So they were looking at the property, they can see it. So when they get an alarm, within 5 seconds, they actually go live. And so you talk about one way you cannot have a break-in and damage is they never can get in. What if they never get in the property? A lot of the old things, the old security is, I don't know you're here till you're already in. With the live guard protection, with their outdoor cameras too, they actually can start hollering at somebody, hey, what are you doing on the property? What are you doing out there keeping around?
The gig is up.
What are you doing keeping around out there? And then that a lot of times helps them from ever even breaking in, warning them that police are on the way. They also can, they can hit sirens. They can put spotlights on. So this is just a whole nother level. This is why they keep being named Best Home Security System by U.S. News and World Report. So let's take the security level way up and get that peace of mind and join countless listeners of this show that have already done this, but get 50% off. That's simplysafe.com/BigVox, BIGV as in victory, OX. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. The link's also at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Bubba, anytime we see that Bill Clinton is in the audio video.
Bill's, I had a funeral today, Rick.
Hey! Hey, Bill Clinton. Y'all remember me? First black president. Yeah. Ladies' pet. A man's regret. So he apparently was invited. Is this one of the Kennedys that went on in?
Yeah.
Ethel, anybody know? Who's Ethel?
Yeah, she's the grandmother.
RFK's mama?
RFK's mom, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
11 kids.
Wow. Yeah. Ethel.
Lots of kids.
So as Bubba mentioned when we were kind of teasing this, if you're Bill Clinton, there's just certain things you don't say. I mean, you just don't do it.
No.
I mean, you just don't say it. Ethel, me, she throw her eye my way every now and then. We all in fun.
I mean, he's talking about her flirting with him at her funeral.
So here it is. This is her eulogy. Her kids and grandkids by the mounds and great grandkids.
Bunch of them do.
I mean, so here we go.
But I will tell you this. I thought your mother was a cat's meow.
No.
She would flirt with me in the most innocent ways.
Even that crowd can't believe it.
I remember once I said, we're not at replacement population anymore, and all the politics are anti-immigrant. What are we going to do? I said, we need more people like you.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't know he followed with, let's repopulate the earth. I mean, I know what he was meaning, but what bad...
He didn't crack a smile or nothing.
He can't.
No, don't say flirting.
He can't get away from it. He's just on his mind all the time.
Before y'all get started, I just want you to know your mama used to hit on me.
Like everybody.
In an innocent way.
It's totally innocent.
Innocent
I
way.
thought she was a cat's meow.
Don't say cats
And then
meow.
we-
Don't even talk about cats.
No. And I told her, hey, I think with people like you having all these babies and repopulating the earth. And she loved it when I do that. I mean, what is he?
Buddy.
What bad, horrible picture you're there with your mama, and some guy gets up at the funeral. Hey, your mama hit on me. I mean, innocent way.
If you're one of the great grandchildren,
And then you've got the world's. I mean, he's like top player. I mean, he's
absolutely.
I mean, he's Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So is he still living in Harlem?
That's where his office was.
Yeah, you remember that? I'm down in Harlem. Yeah.
Okay. All right, buddy.
So also here's another deal at the Ethel Kennedy Memorial Service. This is.
Oh boy, that's a pair.
So Adler, help me with this one. I don't fully understand the setup
this
here.
this is crazy. This is crazy. So Barack Obama is standing next to Joe Biden. Bill Clinton's right next to them too, by the way. But Obama and Biden are talking.
Get into it.
And this conversation is so intense. It is like they are discussing the end of their kingdom. Their castle is crumbling. What makes it even weirder is that there is this cathedral organ music over the top of it. It's like the end of a Scarface movie where they're just showing all the smoldering. It's crazy.
Have you seen the people that have put their own audio on it?
Yes. And y'all, this discussion is so intense. They're like, it's over. What are we gonna do? We're not. We don't have a puppet in the office in the White House anymore. You think he's gonna publish the Epstein files?
Yeah. Clinton says, anybody say Epstein?
Hey, what y'all
Somebody
talking
ain't
about?
happy about it back there.
Yeah.
Look at the long face.
Oh, that's good.
Nancy.
Clinton,
What are we gonna
Bill
do?
doesn't know what's going on.
No, he's gone. That's gone.
Boy, his left hand's shaking bad.
Oh no, Biden's so worried. He's like, "Can you believe it?"
He's not worried. He just doesn't know where he is.
Yeah, I think he just said, "Where are we?"
He asked him, "Don't I know you?"
Guys. Barack.
Wait just a minute.
Wait.
What if Greg, we've been there.
What if we position it like this?
Right.
What if we do
we
this?
just blame everything on Kamala?
Right. Hey, y'all know Ethel used to hit on me. See, here he comes in.
Look, there's Bill stepping
Bill
in.
ain't got a clue. He's thinking about Ethel.
There's some fine nuns here.
No.
All right, now Biden sees the camera. Barack sees the camera here shortly, and he kind of turns away. It is
There's
insane.
Nancy.
Can I tell you right now, Barack Obama is sandwiched.
Who's sitting next to Bill Clinton? Where's Hillary?
Pelosi.
Who is that? Is that
That's Pelosi.
It's not Hillary.
That's Pelosi.
Yeah, they kind of glared at each other a little bit because
Pelosi.
they have not talking since they kicked Biden out. Is that a Secret Service agent behind Obama and Biden? Because he is.
Yeah, with her hair.
No. I'm talking about the man right there.
This
See his
guy right
face
here, yeah.
because he is dialed into their conversation. I mean, he's hearing every word they're saying.
Right.
Do you? Now I want you to imagine.
Is that Secret Service?
I don't know.
You're Barack Obama, and you are sandwiched between Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. What a long service. What a long service that was for Barry. That's a tough day for Barry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's
Wow.
terrible.
Huh?
You know, honestly, there's 11 of you. Is that right? One of y'all might be mine.
Oh, Rick, that is funny.
No, it's not good.
So Obama
Don't
has
encourage me on that one.
his arms folded in disgust, and they're not happy. I don't know if it's not with each other, just the discussion itself is not.
Well,
good.
they might be thinking to themselves, we needed another puppet, and we were warned that she's so incompetent. I don't even think we can puppet this person. I don't know.
And they're looking up at a blimp that says, "The world was yours." It's a Scarface reference. That's a Scarface reference.
Did he just say
Barry.
Well, did he say we should have gone with Gavin?
I think he did. I thought I saw the word Gavin Newsom. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know it did, but you were willing to do it. And I just didn't know that chair massages were off limits to you. That's what's weird to me.
The wireless.
Is this not weird?
He does. He's a talker. He'll talk.
He is.
Yeah,
weird.
he's like, oh my goodness.
The massage is good. It's his chair I'm scared of.
Greg, you're fine. Oh, he's in the chair now.
My shoulders are out.
Greg, you can't tell me. How much does he need massage
truck.
therapy? 100%
He's
says
a
the
mess.
award-winning massage therapist.
Well, no, it does feel good. I'm just saying it's this chair that I feel this
Hey,
is
did you
weird.
hear what they said? They said more than Bubba. He needs this.
Listen, I know my shoulders out. I got run over by a truck. That's the truth.
He did.
That's the power company. They just looking for it.
But here's the funny part of that story. Whose truck was it?
It was my own. I left it out of gear.
It was his own truck that ran over him.
I know that too.
Yeah, Greg,
But I like these jeans, so I keep wearing them.
Greg, I mean, you've really made a big deal out of this.
Well, look, y'all, I didn't want to get this. See how stupid this chair looks?
It does, and I think it looks fine.
Greg, you've made a huge step here.
I'm
proud of you,
Why
Greg.
y'all do crap like that?
Well, here it is. He's finally decided he will do his chair
That
massage.
is pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Greg, it's therapy. It'd be like you telling somebody who was working on your...
Sam, I am. That's what she said.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I really think... Look,
I do like
now
green
Helmsy's...
eggs and ham. How about I do like green eggs and ham?
Yeah, Helms just had surgery.
I do like green eggs and ham.
Sam, I am.
I do like green eggs and ham.
Helms, unless it's in your shoulder, you're good.
Massaging and watch.
Okay. All right. Speedy is going to try to move in.
I can't believe I didn't tell you all that truck
Therapist
story.
out. Now Speedy.
You
has
hadn't
moved
told that
in.
on there?
Oh, man, it was awful.
Now Speedy
Level 2 discipline.
Speedy has moved in there. And he doesn't-
Level
he doesn't
2
know it.
discipline.
Yeah, that's a safety violation. Leaving your truck out of gear.
Greg, is that too much pressure?
Oh, now they're assaulting me. Oh, my God.
Speedy snuck in.
I knew something changed. I'd show me $100 for letting you ride my back this year.
By the way, when I was pushing on his back, it popped.
Yeah, Greg, you need this big time.
Well, like I say, I'm a little stove up, but I'm all right.
You got a lot of hypertension there,
Like
Greg.
a danged old dog been run over. Like a danged old dog.
Greg's that better?
My neck's out of alignment, she said.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's why I
Greg,
walked
because you know why? You had some kind of weird thing, and now Helmsy's over doing it when he knows he shouldn't because he's just had gallbladder surgery.
Hey, Helms, me and you are those people in the mall right now.
That's right.
If I could just smell the cinnamon place from the cookie.
But, Greg, it's about trying to get help. That's what I don't get.
That is pretty dang awesome. I'll give you that.
I feel good. I feel like I'm a person who's finally taking Greg over.
Sam, how is Helms over there? You got to go easy because he's had internal surgery this week.
Oh, he'll be all right. Yeah, Speedy, do him like you did me.
No, you can't. Helms will be it.
Yeah, we don't want to tear a stitch
I
out.
tell you, these open massage envy people know what they're doing.
Greg, go over and get a chair massage. What, Greg?
Y'all,
you got your clothes on,
right? Wrong with it, but y'all just look what talking about.
Yeah, Mike with massage anyway. He said, Speedy, why don't we do this? Instead of having guests run the 40, make them get a piggyback ride from Greg before they go
That's
on.
a good one.
So,
Greg,
what
have
I
you ever
think.
had a massage? Have you ever had a massage?
Are you talking about like a real one, like a licensed massage? No.
What do you mean, like a real one? What do you think he was saying? You weren't going to say, did Lisa ever give you a massage?
No. What? You talking about somebody's got a license?
You talking about a license?
A legal one? No.
Are you talking about some guy that came into the locker room with some money?
with a toting of Franklin?
Amy.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Come on. Hey. As we make our way back. Thanks for being with us. All right, so, Bubba, we're going to have a blast with this one. First of all, I just want to pass this along to you before we get to the next story, because I know you wanted to know. Jimmy Carter's family has revealed that he voted on his 100th birthday, after his 100th birthday, that fulfilled his final wish. He wanted to vote one more time, and he cast his vote, and I'm just guessing probably for Kamala Harris.
If you've seen former President Carter, I don't think he cast a vote for anybody.
I don't either.
Somebody did for him.
Yeah, I thought maybe someone – can
offense,
somebody vote on your behalf? I don't think they can they?
He doesn't.
We saw footage yesterday. I can't remember, was that or the old lady and her daughter was like, here's who you vote for, the first female president, and you could tell the old woman had no idea.
Yeah, y'all want to see that? It's on the list. Which one is that?
This is some of our helping the elderly to vote.
Where's that one? Where is it? Help me. Where is it?
It's supposed to be on the list. Hold on. Let me find it.
Anyway, okay. All right. Well, that's so Jimmy Carter, apparently, I just saw the state of Jimmy Carter. I'm with you, Bubba. I don't know. Did somebody lift his hand and
look,
somebody,
bless his heart.
God love him. God love him. He's 100. God love him.
You know.
Yeah,
for
I found
him,
it.
But it doesn't look like he's
I wish
capable
him
of doing
well
that,
on the other side.
No,
you know, when
we
he's
had political disagreements, but
Yeah.
I have no hard feelings to the man.
Yeah. Well,
Here's,
I mean, but right, so here it is.
Yeah, this video is going viral. This lady helps her mom vote, but
Okay, Grandma, do you want to
Grandma.
vote for the first black woman president ever? Yeah. Okay, she's a
She has no
Democrat too.
She's a Democrat,
Okay,
too.
so I'll show you where to write. Keep the pen in your hand.
I'm sure she's made a good,
and
educated
it's right
decision
here.
Can we do this? Is this legal?
Look.
Forcing her to do it.
She could have asked Grandma, "Do you want to vote for Fidel Castro?"
Good job,
yeah.
Grandma.
She would have said,
You got to vote for the first woman president, Harris.
I think she was actually under
Kamala
Trump.
Harris.
Look, she has no idea.
No idea.
I mean, you could have asked her anybody.
I don't know what you do with that. That's just crazy, isn't it?
Grandma, would you like to vote for Mickey Mouse? Hey, today's surprise day.
Just like I did with your will, Grandma. Here, let's sign this.
Sign right here. Right here. Kind of like when you left everything to me.
Benefactor.
Like when you made me primary.
Thank you, Grandma.
Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Unbelievable.
She did. Would you like to vote for the first woman president? Yeah.
Yes, you're right. You know, you bet if you want to eat again. All right, so.
Did they not realize? I can't take any more of them Carter.
We think he
pictures.
voted. We think he voted.
I'll tell you, he
Okay.
Guys, that's one of the most disturbing scenes I've seen in a while.
Right.
Those pictures.
Right.
Yeah, let's
That
just
shouldn't
not
shouldn't
show
happen.
those.
No.
Just-
I don't want to see it again.
I've seen better looking people at a morgue.
Oh my goodness! I don't even.
That's
That's the truth.
That's a true.
Let me tell you something. Because of the discomfort of it, I was unable to laugh, but it is a funny line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want you to know that.
And Rick,
That's fair.
sadly,
That's fair.
it's actually correct.
I know.
I'm sorry.
No, it is true.
I have no part of this.
No.
It's fair.
Somebody close his mouth, though. Who's in charge of the mouth?
How about quit wheeling him out and
All
getting
right.
pictures
Hey,
made
if
of
you
it?
just put a mask on or something, it would be
Yes,
better.
yeah.
If I'm that way, y'all don't let them.
Who's
roll me
taking
out.
pictures?
No.
Can that not have been a private family moment?
Yeah.
Well, apparently not. Because they wanted us to know he voted as well.
Like he's at the dentist.
They keep bringing it up. We don't.
He did.
Okay. Bubba, did you know?
I give you a lot of props. I'm not laughing at it, but I'll give you props.
Like you said, like I don't want to laugh at it, but I have to acknowledge it was a good one.
I can't. The dentist line got me.
You know when you're having to get the little suction thing?
Oh, that's horrible.
You're
I didn't hear
drowning,
it, but that's dead on.
you're drowning in your saliva. And you're like,
Especially after they give you the gas.
Yes.
Come on now.
Just throw a mask on there and don't take so many pictures.
It's his family that keeps bringing him out. We're not bringing him out. His family. And
Obviously not his
Matter of fact, they
decision.
wanted us to know he voted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next thing they'll want him to skydive like
I
Daddy
didn't-
Bush did.
Did anybody else ask them if he voted? No. They're telling us.
Awful.
If he went
That's one of the most cruelest things. That's one of the most cruel things I've ever
It's
seen.
like you took somebody, drug them.
Look, here it comes.
Oh,
Guys, that right there is disturbing.
What happened with Bush Sr. on
Y'all
that
stop.
skydiving thing? Somebody should have been arrested.
I mean, that's elderly
if
abuse.
that had
It's not
happened,
elder abuse. They need to
Thank
take
you.
those laws off the books.
thank
I
you.
agree.
If that had happened at a nursing home, somebody would have gone to jail.
Yes.
Rick.
I mean, so that's.
Could I ask a very?
Or should have.
I hate to even ask this question.
Oh,
But
oh,
do we-
really? Are you finally drawing a line?
Do we know he hasn't passed? Show that again. That photo.
Well, the last few have been like that.
They have. They sure have. Yeah.
That photo.
Which should
and
be,
I know he's in hospice
should be
care.
a sign to your
that.
family
I'm
to
not
quit
making
taking
fun
it.
at all. I'm
No,
just
it's
saying that
sad.
is extremely disturbing.
Do you think?
Very
Do you think the grandmama?
Give him a
we
little
did-
dignity,
The
okay?
grand. The grandmom. Yes. How about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Amen.
Oh, now we're concerned about his.
Well, no, I
dignity?
said who
After the dentist
I was about to say,
statement.
when did that start?
he did look.
You got him at Dr. Dudney's.
Okay.
Well,
oh, you got nothing to say.
Well, his
Court.
mouth
You got
couldn't-
nothing to say, funeral home.
I did.
You got
say-
nothing to say.
No pictures.
I
did
feel
say
like
that.
I'm really riding this out better
You're
than
in
anybody.
pretty good
you know,
shape.
for change.
You're in
Yeah.
pretty
Laying there
good
on the
shape.
edge.
I'm somewhere in between.
I laughed at Speed's comment. I
Yeah,
probably
right.
shouldn't,
They
but
made
it
him
was
sell
funny.
his
a good
farm,
one.
for goodness sake. They made him sell his peanut farm. Give him some dignity.
Well, he's in hospice care, and I guess it's hospice that brings him out.
Yeah.
Somebody was confirming that, and that is true.
You need to collect all the phones.
I'm like, Greg, keep me hid away. If that's my situation, just keep me. I'm fine. Leave me in the dark room.
Stay at the house.
I'm in here.
All right. Somebody send us a picture from SpongeBob of the dried out earthworm or whatever that is. That is horrible.
That is bad. Okay. You want me to try to change topic?
Well, no, it's sad.
Okay.
We have got to see this footage of the USC.
Well,
People running out.
Well, here's what
team.
we'll get to that in a minute. Bubba, I wanted to get you there. We actually have people now that are suggesting that Stevie Wonder isn't blind. I've been trying.
I've
to
been
get
hearing
there.
that.
Well, if the moon landing's fake, I'm in on it.
So here's a video of Stevie Wonder.
That ain't Stevie Wonder.
That ain't Stevie.
That's Stevie Wonder, y'all. Yes,
Yeah,
it
No,
is.
it's not. That's his cousin
That's
Stevie.
not Stevie
That's
Wonder.
LL spelled with a Y.
That ain't
Steve.
That is Stevie Wonder.
That's not Stevie
That's
Wonder.
not
He looks
Stevie
like
Wonder.
Now. Yes, look. This is him now.
That's not him.
not Stevie Wonder.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Stevie's older than that, and he has braids.
That's not.
That's not him.
That's supposedly a viral video of Stevie Wonder looking at the jumbo.
Guys, that's not
That's
Stevie
not
Wonder.
Stevie
That's not
Wonder.
Stevie Wonder.
Not him.
Wow.
There may be another
That
Stevie
looks like
Wonder.
more like LL Cool J
Why
than
do
Stevie
they-
Wonder.
Okay.
Yeah, that may be his name, but it ain't the Stevie Wonder we all
Looks
thought
more
it
like
was.
Tito Jackson.
But here's several celebrities saying
course,
Stevie
he's one.
Wonder isn't blind on different talk shows.
No, I've heard that before.
So
What- one of them was in an elevator about him. Didn't he push the button or something?
Yes.
So here it is. Here we go.
He can feel it's got braille.
That's what's it, Lionel Richie. So here's Lionel
Also
Richie.
challenged another.
Here's
great
that
icon,
comedian
not to a fight,
Anderson.
but
Kevin
to a
Anderson.
contest.
Not
and I
Kevin
want to make
Hart.
sure I have this right because
Okay.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
He's from
to dispel
Barbershop
rumor
Funny
here.
Dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you
Something
challenge
Anderson.
Stevie
Blackish.
Wonder
Yeah.
Listen.
to a basketball game?
I did. Okay, what y'all don't know.
You were going to dunk on Stevie?
What y'all don't know, Stevie can see.
So there you go. There's another example of it.
Okay.
Here's Elton John.
I didn't own it. I was at the Caribou Ranch in Netherlands, and I was recording. It was thick snow, and Stevie wanted to go out in a snowmobile.
And Stevie went behind the wheel.
Yeah.
By himself.
By himself.
Steve.
See, and so there's that comedian again telling a story.
Elton's
Here's
confused
Shaq.
about a lot of things.
Here's Shaq.
Says, "What's up, Shaq?" Presses the button. Hold on, true story. Presses the button, gets off on the floor, bounces up, goes to his room. I went and called every person I knew in Tony Turner. They believed me.
So people are trying to say Stevie does things that blind people should be able to do.
Yes,
Okay,
Lionel
Stevie's very
Richie.
talented. I don't know who this Adler dug up and claimed he was Stevie
Yeah,
Wonder.
that video is not Stevie.
Here's
Wonder.
Lionel Richie talking about how Stevie Wonder can back up a vehicle.
Right? And then he does this.
Gets in the car, puts his arm over the, and backs
starts
up.
driving back down the driveway.
What? You see, and
Why
here's-
would Stevie look over his shoulder if he was just going to try it blind?
Yes.
Mhm.
And then here's this famous moment when Paul McCartney's leaving a stage, and Paul McCartney knocks over a mic stand, and then look who catches it. Oh, Stevie Wonder.
He heard it fall.
Hey, look, that's a lot of strange stuff.
Y'all, that's Stevie Wonder now, by the way. That's what he looks like.
No, it
He
is
doesn't
not.
have a
That is
beard.
not Stevie
I don't believe it.
Look right there.
That's him.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you familiar with talking about reality shows? Are you familiar with the reality show Man vs. Wild?
Yes, I am.
Where a bear gets out there and that's the guy's name. And
Oh, now is that?
I know there's different
now,
ones.
he's the
I'm
one
talking
that's
about-
really overproduced. It overdoes.
It's like Survivor Man.
Survivor
talking
Man
about-
is the real deal. This guy's some Hollywood.
Whoa,
dude.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, Rick, how did they
Whoa,
get there?
whoa,
He's swimming
whoa.
across the water. Who's set up to get that shot?
Well, hey, Survivor Man, you don't think
He's got his own cameraman.
Yeah,
on
but-
him.
but I
it
come-
looks bad. Looks like he did it at home.
I
This other
know.
guy looks like a big TV
He's
show.
got a crew with him, true.
Now, just because he drank juice from
know-
Dong, don't make it real.
Greg, I got to tell you something. You better be careful.
He
speaking
distilled
out.
it. He distilled it. You can do that.
How about Bear? Bear's got a following, y'all. Greg, you don't need to be getting
I
in that.
understand that, but I mean, a lot of high. But let's be honest. If you want to put the two side by side, I think he's fake, and I think the other guy's real.
I find him to be more entertaining, though.
Oh yeah, it's a better show.
But it
You
doesn't
know why?
count because he
fakeness is
stops.
better.
He stops every night and eats.
Right.
And Rick won't allow that.
He's got a cameraman
Right.
with him.
Yeah.
But how about he doesn't stop and eat at a restaurant?
But do you understand?
He
when
don't.
he's
He don't
like-
go on the boat
Well,
and
no,
sit
no,
down and
but-
have a meeting three.
But when he's like making a cross and
eating
somebody's
dung,
shooting
Bubba.
it from the
I
other
think
side of the river.
Didn't they bust one of them for faking a lot of that
Yes.
stuff?
It's
Which
him.
one was
It's
it?
him.
It wasn't
Which
him.
one?
It's him.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
Survivor Man.
No, Survivor Man's straight up.
It was Man versus
No,
Wild.
it
wasn't it?
was not.
Survivor Man's boring
All right,
because it's too straight
one of them
up.
had food hid out at all these
Right.
places, and they went
Yeah,
out
he
there.
was
Who
actually
was
he was
that?
going to a hotel room and sleeping.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who was
No, that was Man versus Wild.
See, and you know what? Based on my point, so when everybody found they was sleeping in the hotel, what they think about it?
What?
Oh, that's not real.
Well, no, he was telling everybody.
But we're gonna let a woman swim across the Atlantic.
But she didn't say she swam it and didn't stop. We called her.
All right, so back from the internet department in the back, they are now saying that there is potential for a new reality series
Yes.
called Greg versus Computer.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Oh yeah.
What's, what's going on back there?
Greg, you'll hear things that would sound like if you were watching Bear when you know when Bear runs through like he's walking through the thick and the thistle and stuff and he runs into thorns or something, he gets cut and you hear
thick and thistle.
You went with thistle?
You went with
I
thistle?
did. I hadn't used that.
What's
in a long
about
time.
stickers?
And you can hear him struggling.
Thorns.
is
How
what
about
you're saying.
briars?
No briars.
What about Thistle Hair, the Christmas bear?
I'm glad Lou Holtz is not doing commentary. We all need a towel.
Oh boy! But you'll hear some screaming and chaos in the other room, and I'll think, well, something's happened. You know, somebody needs to, and I go and it's Greg versus it's Greg versus a computer.
Yeah. My favorite is when I will forward him something somebody wants from him, and he'll reply to me explaining himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just now figuring that out, that I don't need to. That means that if I just reply, it's going back to you instead of who sent it.
Apparently, the telephone.
How about that? And I replied to you yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
Did you read that one?
Goody.
Apparently, the telephone's got him snookered too because he
can't get the messages cleared. I don't have the code. D took it with him.
Yeah, we need D's code. I don't know how we're supposed to do.
I think we want to just wipe that out and start over.
By the way, you're acting like you know your code. I don't know mine.
I know mine. I can check my messages.
What am I going
to do? Mine's because of laziness, not because I don't know how to do it.
Oh, really? So you don't?
Please be correct.
That's right. Well, the office phone stuff. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Well, this whole computer thing, I couldn't even send emails before I got this job. All out my experience up to this point was my touch screen in my work.
Have you ever seen
and
him?
I don't even believe he can use his touch screen.
Oh, I don't.
He says he can, but I don't.
I wasn't great on it. I couldn't do nothing but just the basic.
Who's winning on Greg versus the computer?
Oh, the computer.
Oh, by far the computer. Have you ever
seen running the score?
Have you ever sit down
10
and
minutes
have
ago
to
I got
type
mad
out
and they heard
an email? I mean, I'll come back 10 minutes later. He's got one sentence done,
and
I'm like, Greg.
I've created templates for him, like the things he does over and over, and I'll put them on his desktop so they're real easy to find. And then he'll come back and go, "Where's that thing you made?" And let me see, and I'll look, and I go, "I don't know, it's gone."
Did you
Greg.
get mad back there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that really wasn't the computer; it was the printer.
And he was cursing.
Hey,
there it is. I said it.
Hey, there's sometimes I'll think like something's fell on Greg because I hear such chaos and things slinging around.
Well, you know, we heard something the other day.
Something fell on Greg, and I go and look, and he's over. I kicked the computer.
Something fell on Greg.
He's over with a punch bag with a printer.
The last fight, it was the printer. Me and the printer.
Well, look, I didn't know we had a printer in this place. It worked.
Yeah, really.
Well, when I say printer,
Greg claims we don't because Greg's computer, his laptop, it's on the wireless network. Sometimes if it's not on the correct wireless network,
on me.
Hey, listen, he'll print something. Well, if he's not on the right wireless network, it don't go to the printer.
Well, why does it keep swapping?
If Greg prints it once, he'll print it 1,000 times.
And then it's all jammed in there.
Yeah. Hey, and there'll be so many printing out, you'll think Kiko's just running out of Speedy's office. There's so many printing.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm like, man, who printed all this? You go, I did. My favorite too is when he has to make a copy because we don't have a copier that works here, and he has to use the fax machine to copy, and that old thing's a dinosaur. I think it was made in the 70s, and he'll sit there and of course he'll cuss again, you know, and he'll be like, "It's that gum thing."
What about the day I was trying to send that fax and I was dialing our number and I couldn't figure out?
He was faxing it back, and it looped itself, and it kept getting a busy signal, and the thing is 2 feet from my face, and it's like, and he just left, and I'm like, "Hey, come clear this thing."
It's just going.
So you were dialing our number to fax up?
Oh yeah. And he was done with it. He said, "I'll try again tomorrow." And I said, "Greg, you're dialing our number."
I'll give him on that one his persistence. He dialed the number local. He dialed it with the area code, with a 1 in the area code, and then he even tried to count the area code. He had them all in there.
When did you realize you were dialing yourself?
When I told him.
Well, we got to looking on the sheet.
Who did? Who did? Don't say we, because you just said
figured it out.
The typical Burgess, I'll try again.
They had faxed us. I was supposed to fax something back, and I was looking at the number they had faxed, which happened to be ours. He goes, "There's a number at the bottom."
So it's just like what he does on the forwards. It's the same thing.
Yes.
He's faxing back to the number it came from.
Yeah.
Here we are, coming to you from the Big Boy Studios, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us on a brand new edition. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
It is another big hour, and we're glad that you're here, however you're here, whether it be live, all the way live, or maybe you're catching it on an archive. We're glad that you're here. Bubba, we were talking about this story involving USC.
I love this story for several reasons.
Okay.
One, if you have ever got to run out on the field with a major college football team and a home game with everybody cheering and the crowd going, It's really a neat experience. We got to do that one time. And we've talked about how universities are always needing money and how they need to learn ways to raise money.
Oh, yeah.
And it appears that USC has a thing where if you pay, you can run out on the field with the team.
Oh, wow.
This is ingenious.
Yeah,
okay,
this is a great idea.
I love it. But there's no rules about how you run out on the field. So someone did this. They paid what they believed to be between $1,400 and $1,800 to do this.
Thought it'd be more than that, by the way.
Mm-hmm. And they put on Penn State gear.
No.
And ran out with the USC team.
Yep.
They forgot to put that.
Here goes USC. All the players come by. And then you're going to see our friend here in Penn State gear. Follow him out. Along with several other USC fans that don't know that they're running next to a Penn State
Okay.
Look. There he goes.
So he's full-blown Penn State. I mean, a Penn State tank top.
But it is a pretty cool view there coming out into the stadium.
So people paid, looks like.
So
That's the Rose Bowl too. That isn't just a stadium.
This has become throw out the first pitch. But we got 8 people that have
it's
thrown
the
out.
Coliseum.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
two different things.
Can I look at this though? It looks like he positioned himself like he was leading Penn State out. Like there's a Penn State flag right there. So
Penn State comes out after USC. He's kind of in between.
Yeah, it's like he put himself so it looked like he was leading his team out. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of cool where he positioned himself too. But he's having
another day.
That's funny. That's funny. And Penn State did win, didn't they?
They did.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's an ingenious idea.
It's a really good idea.
And I think they can raise some money doing that.
Yeah, let me ask you this. And that one doesn't matter because you can put a mob in there so it works. But back to the throw out the first pitch. If I'm the 7th person to throw out the first pitch, am I now throwing out the 7th pitch?
I think so.
Technically,
yeah. Wasn't the first person the only one that threw out the first pitch?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because unless we all throw at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's bigger than just counting pitches now.
Yeah,
it's a ceremony.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So also we have Harbaugh. He once again is having some health issues. We know that even his brother left his press conference because they had a health update on him. Now I love that Adler has put down here, and I guess Speedy too. Jim Harbaugh is now going to discuss his heart health, and the quote that they have here is, "It's exactly what you would expect from Harbaugh." So,
well, he had to leave the game and return late in the first quarter because of arrhythmia, I guess, and it was a little bit of a scare, even though it's been a history with him. And he had a follow-up appointment, but him bragging about what the doctor says is hilarious, right?
Okay.
So here's the update he's giving everybody from that big scare.
Yeah, good news. Just talked to the cardiologist before I came in here. Got some test results back. The heart of an athlete is a direct quote from my cardiologist. So that made me feel good. And he said stress test was really good too. I think he used the word incredible. I think he did. That my stamina was incredible, and heart got stronger as it was more stressed. So, and back in rhythm. Hopefully that that sticks. We'll got the monitor on. So good news. I took that as a compliment. Blue Twisted Steel.
What does that mean?
Blue Twisted Steel.
Is that a Charger reference?
Maybe. Did he cry out? Nobody has it better than me. I mean, with the.
I tell you, the Harbaughs, there's something, mate. To the
Well,
whole crowd.
I took that as a compliment.
He started speaking like Trump a little bit.
He did.
Yeah.
For a minute, I thought that somehow he actually had Trump's heart. I
guess that's something he says. It's a humorous term used by Jim Harbaugh to describe his resilient spirit.
What?
Blue Twisted Steel.
Is that from Michigan days?
Maybe so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, look.
Attacking each day with enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Yeah, that was, remember that one? He threw that one out there.
My favorite is when he was being interviewed by what's his name? God, I forgot his name. Cowherd. And it was so confusing. Cowherd just finally said, "Well, I guess that's it."
No, you're right.
I mean,
I don't know what
he
to
got
say.
so confused.
I don't even know what
and he
you're
wasn't
saying.
doing it on purpose.
Remember, he just quit.
He's just odd.
He is odd. Are the Chargers any good? Are they? What kind of season are they having? I haven't followed the
Didn't
Chargers.
their quarterback get hurt? I may be wrong.
The stud?
I think I could be wrong there.
I think he missed a game or two. They're 3-2.
Okay. A lot of people in the NFL are 3-2.
Blue twisted steel.
Yeah, in the NFL 3-2. It'd be
We're just early
right.
in the year.
Is that,
week 7?
Are Charger
Seems
fans?
like it's about 20 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know how many Charger fans we have in our audience. It's possible.
I like the Chargers
I do
growing
too,
up.
but
I like them.
But
Oh,
but I would.
Coryell.
I don't follow them.
Yep.
So if you follow them, are you pleased with Harbaugh? Do you think he's putting a good product on the field?
Let's see.
I don't know.
I'm trying to see.
He can keep his heart in rhythm.
Is it? They are second in the AFC South behind, actually the West, behind the Chiefs.
So, is it what blue cold twisted steel?
Blue twisted steel.
Just blue twisted. Okay.
Yeah. And the only
I don't know why I threw
place,
cold in.
the only place I can find that attributed to is him. So maybe he's the only one that's
He
saying
invented the saying.
Yeah. So,
Perfect.
Yeah,
That is just perfect.
I think he came up with it in his RV as he was sitting there.
Also, cut 18, Adler. So in the entertainment business, it isn't football, but in entertainment, Nick Jonas runs off the stage in Prague because someone pointed a laser at him. So these lasers can actually burn you, right? Is that correct?
Or getting
your eye.
Or getting your eye or something.
It can mess up your eye, or he might have been with all this craziness with Trump. He
Well,
might have.
that's true.
Might have been a scope.
Well, that's true. I didn't think about that.
What struck me was as he runs off stage, he does a hand signal, which is obviously something they've talked about beforehand, and he's doing the timeout as he runs off stage. So it's something you can tell they've probably thought about a little bit.
Or he had to go to the bathroom.
Or he had to drop one. Okay, all right.
Oh, wow.
And here he goes. Timeout. You can see him running.
Okay,
timeout.
that's
Here he
obviously
runs.
a signal about
I
something.
am nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Jonas had to get a timeout. But it's
So what happened? Did he come back?
He did. He ended up coming back on stage.
So that's some sort of. Did security seem to go into action? Maybe I'm almost over in Greg's camp.
All right, so the guy at the bottom of the
maybe
steps.
he just said, "I got to go to the bathroom."
Go
one
to the
more time."
bathroom.
Guy at the bottom of the steps. He quickly gets on his two-way.
He talks into his sleeve here.
Yeah, or something, and tells somebody that we're headed that way.
That's like Speedy on the way to Nashville. That ain't nothing but a stomach attack.
Gotta go.
Speedy, that looks like you in Nashville.
See the way he's
Really,
running?
it does.
Rick, see the way he's running? He's got to go to the bathroom.
I think he's got to go to the bathroom.
I think he does.
I think he's having stomach issues. You know, you go to Prague, you
You
eat
think they
something.
made the laser story up?
They get risky. You're in Prague.
I would have.
That darn
I would have
green
made
room.
it up.
That looks like he's got to go to the bathroom.
Oh, he
then.
does. He's so urgent. Yeah.
He's like, help me, somebody help me.
It's possible.
If you
that-
look at his lips, it looks like he's saying, "I still get jealous." I don't know.
Still get jealous.
Yo.
I got to go potty.
Wow.
Yeah. Why would you be running like that from a laser?
I don't think it's
just
a laser.
leave.
I don't think it's a laser.
Gotta go.
You know, because he could be on the road. Hey, I'm not having a
Eat
good
some weird
stomach day.
food.
Not having a good stomach day. I can
What's
still
eating
do the
frog?
show.
He did start taking his belt off towards the end of that video.
That's always a good move.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
by
you
the
don't want to
way-
wait till you get in there.
By the way, guys, I'm being real right now.
Oh, you too?
I'm Nick Jonas.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Table.
You
Rick,
asked for it, you got it.
well, I was curious after seeing some reports on TV and if this thing really worked or not. And we got some very positive reports yesterday. We got one or two negative, but overall
I
positive.
thought the person with their
And,
eye bleeding was one to look at.
Right.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that came in
make a
early.
note of that.
That came in early this morning. And anyway, we had this gentleman who called the show and said, "Hey, Bubba, I got one. I'll bring it tomorrow." So he is here in the studio now. Speedy, you got the wireless.
And
Let's go
wearing
ahead.
a Rick and Bubba hunting shirt, which fires me up too.
Absolutely.
Who's going upside down first?
We think intern Seacrest.
That'll work.
Yeah, we'll test on him.
All right, sir, welcome.
Just the
Now, what is
high
your name?
Keith Robertson.
Hey, Keith.
Keith,
welcome.
what's up, buddy? By the way, I know so many people named Keith Robertson. They all look just like you.
Right.
Have you ever noticed that? I mean, if you meet a Keith Robertson, it's going to look just like him. They're always outdoorsmen, and they're always
He got very neat hair.
very neat
Yep,
hair,
yep.
and
Dress well.
dressed well, and always pulled to infomercials. So tell me how'd you
get hooked on this, Keith?
Well, I'd always had lower back trouble, and my wife had went and got me this inversion table, about 2 years ago. I've used it about 10 times.
Did it help any?
It does help. It helps. It does help. But by the time the blood goes to the head for me, then it's not helping the pain in your back. Just thinking about your head throbbing.
Right, right. And I think that's, that's a legitimate concern.
I really think I'd rather have lower back pain.
I think it affects everybody different. So I mean, but it does help your back.
Well, we're going to play with it here in the new gym we're building back here.
Right.
The room going to the bathroom. I think that's a great little workout
Well, the thing that
area,
gets me, I don't know. Do you have back trouble that I haven't heard about?
Well, I mean, I have just normal back problems that any fat guy trying to play tennis would have.
Right, that's walking around carrying something out in front of their body.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you look at the weight balance here, you see there's an issue.
Yeah, I have discovered most
Probably need to start there.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Well, that would require.
You know what? We'll just attack it from multi-directions.
Right. Look, one day when I get self-control, I'll realize if I lose about 50 more pounds, I'll feel a lot better.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but
it's amazing.
But all that self-control, who wants to deal with that?
Right. Well, now I might
self-discipline. Surely there's a quick fix somewhere.
Yeah, I know it. I need that my drive-through microwave answer.
This may be it. So I'm gonna take my lard rear end and hang it upside down.
See, Chris, you don't have any health problems, right? You good to hang upside down?
He does. He doesn't know yet.
Okay.
Look, he's tall. You're going to adjust the height for him.
Do what, Keith?
He said this is the heavy-duty model.
Okay.
It will hold up to 300 pounds.
I started to say I like the build-up on that. It looks sturdy.
There's intern Seacrest. They're loading him in the inversion table.
They got to make it a little taller.
And you saw this on an infomercial?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen them around, but the guy in the infomercial, really, the old guy that does all that, and he hops up like a squirrel.
The one Greg calls Papa Rock.
Yeah, Papa Rock. He gets after it.
Sit-ups and everything.
Of course, as usual,
I can't do sit-ups laying flat, much less upside
that's what
down.
But here's what we do. We look at this amazing old man, and we assume it's just the inversion thing. It has nothing to do with all these lifestyle changes
he's obviously in great shape.
He probably eats great. He exercises.
Well, like any old guy can get on it, do that.
Seacrest is ready.
I tell you what made him that way was that inversion.
Part of me wants it to break when he.
I know, and I
Keith, are you just supposed to go down and back, or? And
I got to see Bill Bussy on that.
I do.
I'll be on there in a minute.
All right, he's about to go back. He's tucking his shirt in so he won't give everybody a show.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
All right, look. Bubba and I are the ones that should worry about that. If we were as lean
I'll
as you,
flip him over, Speedy. Help a brother out.
You and I should worry about that. If I was as lean as him, I'd never wear a shirt.
What do you mean?
What'd you say?
It's too
long. The way.
All right, Speedy's inverting intern Seacrest.
All right, so what do you got?
Do
what
what?
do we have to do? Why is he flipping?
Got to shorten it a little.
He's got to adjust it.
Got to get his weight more toward the back
actually,
end.
you so serious. It's all about the height. Is that what it is?
Height adjustment. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got too much weight on the leg end.
Yeah, it'll make him flip easier. Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Still needs a little more.
All right, so what are you feeling right now?
Greg, what are you, an inversion table expert?
Well, I know how stuff like that works.
Listen.
I had physics.
My eyeballs got a lot more pressure than normal. It's hard to talk, actually.
His eyes are going to bleed.
I don't know if this is a good idea, Bubba.
Let him up.
For at least 10 minutes.
Y'all don't hold him, do
No, 10 minutes.
Hours.
Greg, 10 minutes.
Do you feel anything in your back?
Yeah, stretching it out.
Let him up.
I
Y'all
can
don't hold him.
I can probably jam after I get up from this one.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to let him up.
He can't get up.
Are you dizzy?
Don't walk.
Yeah, I'm a little dizzy.
See, I might throw up.
Well, it should make you dizzy.
I won't. We're back 21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so people are also putting on the text option. You can always text the show, 866-932-3244. That Nick Jonas is also, which we knew this, top 1 diabetic, and said he may have been in an emerging hypoglycemic episode.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
And was running for glucose before he passed out. That's possible. I think that's also possible.
I'm going with our first estimate.
The first one,
and that's based on the way he was running.
I'm moving
his gait.
I'm moving laser pointed at me way down the list now. There's no need to run all the way back out of there for that, right?
Right.
And you just kind of get out of the way of it. And
well, you think he would come off and be pointing which way it came
right?
from.
Yeah. So,
but that's as good as any excuse.
Well, so
The good news is, didn't they finish the show right?
Yeah.
All that went fine.
Well, I mean, who among us hadn't had to run sometimes?
Oh,
multiple places are saying laser pointer, but that's a great excuse. But multiple sources are, including his people. They did resume it after just a couple minutes.
So did they find the laser pointer and get rid of it?
I believe so. Laser pointers are prohibited, and they found the person using the prohibited laser pointer.
Okay. Well, he wanted to get as far away from it as he could. Look like.
Yeah. Well,
which goes back to my
apparently
my
so.
first opinion.
I don't understand why a laser pointed at me makes me run with tight butt cheeks.
Yeah, I think I could just get off the stage and be clear.
Did he go hide in the stall of a bathroom? Yes, but he had to get away from the laser pointer.
That's right. Bubba, you told me this news earlier. I did not know this. That Tom Brady is now becoming
he's the
part of the Raiders.
Rick,
the Raiders.
It was so weird yesterday because I saw a little bit of the interview with the vice president, and then we had the event. And as I came out of the event, I looked at my phone and I had two notifications. One was that a U.S. stealth bomber had bombed Yemen, terrorist camp there.
Okay.
And the other was that Tom Brady was now part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. And I thought to myself, Mark Davis, the current owner.
Oh my God, not hair.
Who has probably the worst haircut I think I've ever seen on an adult who could actually make decisions for themselves.
Yeah, you're right.
And Tom Brady, who is like Mr. GQ, them together is just. I mean, look at the contrast here. How funny that is.
What's his name? Mark Davis.
Yeah,
Mark Davis's haircut.
Son.
Yeah, Mark Davis's haircut makes Donald Trump's hair look perfectly normal.
Oh, absolutely.
Donald Trump, he looks like he is Tom Brady with hair compared to Mark Davis.
Yeah,
I mean,
I told you I saw him in an interview and somebody brought it up.
On that hair, man. That is. You couldn't be more bold.
You are very wealthy. There's no need to put the bowl on your head.
You're a billionaire.
Terrible.
You're a billionaire. Come on. You can get somebody to style that stuff. Come on.
What
do you
saw
say?
in an interview,
something with that.
And the guy asked him about it, and he acted like he was surprised and didn't really know what the guy was talking
you're
about. I swear he did.
I saw that same
he
interview.
acted like
he said, "I know people are making fun of my hair, and I don't know why."
Yeah, he's like, and he was serious. He goes, "I don't know what the big deal is."
Not
I said, "If you
serious.
looked in the mirror,
hey, Mr. Davis, I'll be glad to tell you if you'd like for me to. It looks like they put a bowl on your head and went around it with scissors.
Y'all, his hair is terrible, and I look like
it's horrible.
I look like cousin.
It ain't even Dutch boy. You know what I mean?
I look like cousin It, y'all, and his hair is terrible. All right, this is crazy.
it is."
Let me tell you, if anybody's getting any flack about their hair, just go stand next to Mark Davis.
Yeah,
I mean, it'll be like everybody go, "Well, I'll tell you, it's not as bad as that."
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst.
People will not that work for him and all this. They won't be honest with him. Evidently,
Yeah, he's
or
got
family members.
He's got no friends. He doesn't have any real
Rick,
friends.
let's say I walked in with that hairdo
Greg.
at a family function. You would immediately take me to the side.
Greg,
and go,
if you walked in
No,
with,
we start making fun of you out loud.
if you walked in here, we would do a 5-hour show on your hair.
Is this it? Is this it?
No, it's just him talking.
Yeah, wow.
But
Look
y'all,
at
I
that.
mean, my 1-year-old son has a better haircut, and we gave him a mullet as a joke.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it literally looks like somebody set a bowl on his head and cut his hair.
Yeah.
You're a billionaire. You can get a better cut than that. Okay. I honestly, hey, my dog at the vet gets a better cut than that. Okay, that is ridiculous.
People that use
I mean, I'm mad about it. It's so ridiculous.
People that use a Flowbee get a better haircut.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Flowbee will do a great job.
Greg, look right here.
Boy, this is a great shot.
Look right here. Now that shot that Adler just showed.
That's worst yet.
That's the day that everything should have changed.
Yeah,
Every that should have been the day.
Yeah.
He literally told the person cutting his hair, "No, take more off the front."
How does he find a person that will actually do that and feel good about it?
Well, he probably does it himself.
Is there cosmetology malpractice? Does anybody know? I mean, can you have that?
Guys, that's horrible.
I can't imagine working with him because you remember
I thought
last
give me
year.
more on that line. But I
And you know, if you're in the room with him, all you do is stare at it. You can't help it.
Yeah.
I would
Are you
never
talking to him?
I'd never take my eyes off of it. Would you?
Well, I couldn't.
So last year we talked about Tom Brady becoming a minority owner of the Raiders, and they said it stalled out for like a year. And he is 5% is what he's purchased. Him and Richard Seymour as well as a minority owner.
Can Tom Brady make him get a haircut?
The Raiders is what they say that they both purchased.
It's. I heard somebody is trying to say.
Are you sure that's the other part?
You know, remember him, the player?
Who?
Richard Seymour. Isn't that his name?
Richard Sherman.
Sherman. Is it Sherman? Seymour? Is that why you're laughing?
Are you talking about the long dreadlock guy?
The reason I'm laughing, that's the name we used to give Dave Fitz in the birthday.
Oh, is that what it is?
Think about it.
I thought it was Richard Seymour. I don't know.
Are you talking about the defensive back?
No,
for
it's
the Seahawks.
Seymour, I think it is.
Well, maybe
Let me find out.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I know who Richard Sherman is.
I do too.
Yeah,
I thought
it
you
is
meant-
Richard Seymour.
Oh, there you go.
Well, so basically, it's did he play?
There he is. Yeah, he played for the looks like Patriots.
Okay, you're good.
All right, Speedy, you're fine.
You nailed it, Speedy.
No, I don't know about that.
And that's not what we were laughing at.
it's
We were
still a
laughing
funny
at.
name.
We were laughing at
The
Dave
nickname.
Fitz.
Yeah.
That made our phallic birthday club list before.
Hey, I got to tell
Can-
somebody that story, what y'all did to him, and
Yeah.
we've said it 100 times on air, but they got to laughing.
Well,
They're
people
like, tell me that wasn't true. No, they did it.
Oh, we did that. We messed it yet. People are saying that Kirby's smart. No, Kirby's smart.
He's got a haircut like a 4-year-old kid.
Yeah, Kirby Smart looks like he's a model compared to Mark Davis.
Oh yeah, you look at Kirby Smart and go, that's a good looking hair compared to his. But he has that, when you're like 3 to 4 years old.
No, you're right.
And you get that same cut.
No, Kirby Smart. I will give everybody props. He apparently, like you said, maybe when he
likes that.
Once he became old enough to do his hair any way he wanted to, he said the way I looked when I was 5 was fine with me, and he just stayed with it.
At least he'll throw a visor on. It kind of breaks up the routine a little bit,
Yeah,
I found
not Mark Davis.
I found a picture of Mark Davis's hairstylist. Here you go.
All right, that was
Mark
Stevie
Davis-
Wonder what he showed.
You
us.
have to
been a
do
running
that on
thing.
purpose. He's messing with all of
Well, you remember when I told you? Remember that
don't just happen.
before we knew he would be president one day and then run again. Do you remember I said I think that Donald Trump is just messing with us?
Yes,
I
same thing.
think he's trying to see how bizarre he can do his hair, and people still act like it's okay.
Until we saw his mother,
Right,
And
then
she's got the same hair.
That was scary.
Well,
it
I-
runs in the family.
Well, I think Mark Davis.
guys.
I think Mark Davis
and no rhythm.
is just trying
None.
trying to mess with us. I think he's saying, I'm so wealthy. I'm the emperor that walks around with no clothes on. Nobody will call me on it.
Yeah.
I'm going to see how bad my hair can look before somebody will say something.
Yeah.
Well,
Say
today
something.
we've said something.
Yeah, we're finally.
He didn't like bangs. We know that.
He hates bangs.
Down with the
Scared
bangs.
bangs.
What did bangs ever do to him?
I mean, he could rent space on that forehead.
he could.
Huh?
Look at that.
That's just.
Look, Tom Brady's just staring at it. He's staring at his hairline.
He can't believe
He can't
it.
believe it.
We'll take your phone calls
That's
next.
rough.
866 We Be Big. We chat with America when we come back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the things that has been interesting to watch here in recent Rick and Bubba history is the transformation of the hardworking, pole climbing, blue collar, the real Greg Burgess. How the right, and you watching, The Bachelor, and things are just getting kind of. And some of your buddies in the blue collar world are concerned.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Now,
hey, Greg, you got big and fat.
right?
You did that.
Yeah. Well, come here, you'll get fat.
Yes, you will. Well, I saw a picture of me the other day about 4 months into this job. Hey, Tubbs. So y'all just let me walk around like that, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't care. I mean, compared to us, you'd still look pretty good.
Oh, okay. Well, that is true. I always hang out with people fatter than you.
So you started this workout regimen that is weird, but it's taken another step that's got us. We don't know whether we have this right or not.
Well, I'm not. This is very early stages, so don't hold me to this because I could change my mind any minute.
I'm not holding it to you. Just the fact
I could change my mind.
that you're considering it is odd to me. Yeah. You had the laser lipo. It's kind of a start point. Then you started working out to kind of keep yourself thin. Now you've leaned out, and I thought, well, that's enough. That's plenty. But then I hear you talking to Helms and Speedy about. You want to be an Iron Man?
But not. It's a version of that. It's what they call a venture race. Okay, it's you run like through the mountains. Race. You run a 10K through the mountains and up here. It's ridiculous. And then you kayak 12 miles.
Whoa! Kayak?
Well, whatever.
When
Canoe or
when
Rick.
have you ever kayaked?
I ain't got to that part yet. That's what I'm saying. Don't hold me to this. This
I
is
was
just
about to
me.
say, let him tell you everything. That's
Now where?
that
And
goes
then you got to
along
ride
with
a
this.
bike like 30 miles.
Where does this take place at?
This one up there around Borden Springs, up Piedmont.
Now,
area.
for somebody in Alaska, where's that?
That's around Piedmont.
Okay.
So Greg,
It's in the foothills of the
Greg
Appalachian
is going to have
Range.
to have one of those Lance Armstrong outfits.
No, it ain't
Oh,
like that.
yeah, I need to see
It ain't
that.
like that.
Greg, tell me what you're doing. I mean, I'm gonna
Buddy,
try
I
to
got
be
a friend of
quiet.
mine.
I want you to tell me what you're doing.
I read about it
because I'm in shock.
And I thought, man, that's kind of neat. Well, look, I ain't getting no younger. And I thought, well, I need to get in shape. Kind of want to challenge myself. I ain't competed and nothing. And this ain't about competing. It's about finishing. Cause
I think you need to compete. I've been saying all of y'all need to get.
But what I'm
something to compete.
saying is, I'm probably not going to be able to pull this off. I got like a year. But yesterday, I did my initial show up and kind of. So I got a friend of mine. He's done it. And he's in ridiculous shape. And I'd mentioned it to him at a game.
You
He's
talking about Keith Johnson?
No, it's not Keith.
Oh,
no.
okay. I'll just
Tracy
check.
Stewart. Tracy's a good friend of mine. He was diagnosed with cancer years ago, and he just really got into health, and he's beat it. And he's just in ridiculous shape. I mean, he can ride a bicycle from here to Maine probably. But anyway, so he said, "Well, come with me." So I'll train. He ran the last one. He said, "And I'll let you show you some of it." And I said, "Look, I can't do nothing." But anyway, I went with him yesterday, and wow.
So you started training for this?
Well, kinda.
Great.
Not really. I just wanted to look at it and see
You
if
wanted
it's
to see the
something I thought
layout,
I could
the
do.
layout.
In your
I may
opinion,
not can do
is he
this.
start
Can we
training for-
sponsor you and get a little sign on
I
you,
may
Greg?
not. It will be at least a year.
What
because-
did you do this weekend?
Well, we ran up the Pinhoti Trail up the mountain, and wow.
Greg, wait a minute. You were out there running?
I would run and then I'd walk. I couldn't do it the whole way, and then we ran back down, and it just kind of.
Did you do your ADW warm up?
No,
you did it?
I should have. But anyway, that's all it was, and I was just telling them about it because we got our training today, and I said, guys, yesterday I said, I'm a little sore, but I did better than I thought I would, but I'm nowhere even beginning that I could do it. Like you understand, it's a 10K, and it's a 10K through the mountains. It ain't like a flat one,
Right. So
you go up the
You're
mountain,
crossing.
you go down the trail. Plus, you can bust you. I mean, you deal with all kinds of stuff.
Greg, what about cougars?
Hopefully, there's no.
Is it true that Tyler the Angry Cyclist is going to train you for the bicycle
Yes,
portion of it?
I will be getting with him on that.
So you threw in this kayak thing.
That's
like,
in there.
Like
I don't know
Rick-
that. Yeah, I got to work on that.
Tell them the phases of it. What all you do?
I
How
may
do you
be
start?
wrong on the distances. Okay, so all you people that do it, I know I'm wrong.
Well,
It
just
seems
tell. I
like-
want to know
What's it
the
called,
events.
Adventure race.
Adventure race.
Yep, see it. You go they run like a 10K. That part's right. But when I say that, like I say, you're going up. They went up. I don't know if anybody's familiar with County Road 70. When you're going to Oak Level.
Why don't you go back to the foothills of the
So
Appalachians?
he needs Tyler, the angry cyclist, now to
Well,
help
now
him
my
out.
buddy
does.
Tracy's a cycle expert. So
Yeah.
I
Tyler,
really need Tyler because
it is
I'd
your
end up killing
time.
him. But anyway, so they ran it at 10K, and part of it was like up a mountain, down the mountain.
Yeah, so it's
and then you kayak for I don't know how long.
Greg, you're just throwing the word kayak.
so
it's
you
in
run up to
Ter-
the
in
edge of a
Terrapin
creek and then you jump in a kayak.
Yeah.
Speedy's taking calls. You can join us at 866 We Be Big, and we'll chat with you, America. MyPillow.com/BigVox, and here we go. Mike Lindell. How many times have they tried to cancel him? But we're gonna kick him out of the retailers. Oh, we don't care. Mike Lindell's My Pillow's mean. And so then people are out there going, "It's a great pillow. We'll just buy it from somebody else."
You know, when we saw that pyramid with a dog on it yesterday, I saw Mike Lindell in the background picking cotton. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I did not see it, but anyway, well, it's funny over there getting it for those sheets. So right now, if you will go to mypillow.com/BigVox, how about you can get that MyPillow that everybody's falling in love with, but he's actually reducing prices while everything costs more right now. Now these this speedy kind of savings, you can save $20 to $30 on the MyPillow, $14.98. And queens are just $18.98, and the kings are $19.98. So I mean, $30 to $50 off. There you go. So why don't you go right now to mypillow.com/BigVox and get those savings. Also, it's a way of kind of telling the cancel culture in your face
If there's a product out there that we like, we're going to get it. And all you're doing is keeping retailers from making some money off this great product. You haven't accomplished anything. If it's $75 or more, you get free shipping too. So find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's start.
I can't get Mark Davis' haircut out of my
Well, it's a dandy.
It's a dandy.
Clyde, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You're gonna
pointed.
you're gonna like this call too, by the way. If you're in that case, if your tickle box is turned over, this one's gonna work for you. Go ahead, Clyde.
Hey, Bubba, I say this as an Auburn graduate, but have you seen where it's so bad that Aubrey jumped in the transfer portal last night?
That is a good one. Albie is saying, "Look, I'm a really cool and hip Tiger mascot. If you're the Tigers, I'm in the portal." We continue to Randy, and we ain't got no band. Randy, White House, Tennessee. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Monkey grass.
Thank you, Randy. What's on your mind?
Hey, been in the loop since the early Turner South days, and I just want to thank you guys for sharing your lives, Rick and Sherry and the family, and Bubba and Betty and the family. But I've been making a list since I've been listening to all the recaps here this final year.
Okay.
Of all the things I've been introduced to from the Rick and Bubba show. It's Don Juan, JT, Casio Kid, Roxanne, Ryan Greenwood, Mark Prater, Blair and Karen, all those interns. So much fun. But you've especially introduced me to the Zach Brown Band, Jason Crabb, Kevin Derryberry, Paul Thorne, Hayseed Dixie, Levon Crawford, James Gregory, Mickey Dean, Henry Cho, the Dean family and Pogo, James Spann, Coach Burgess, Dippin' Dan, Dickie Nadmeyer, Car Wash Joe, my favorite, and, of course, Wanda and Willie. And he can't forget the Gobble Gobble lady.
Wow, what a list.
Wow,
what a list, Randy. And I guess, and you're thanking us for that?
I appreciate all the entertainment.
Especially for the Deans.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. Lavelle Crawford, but that's all right.
That's close. I knew who he meant.
The rest of them he got absolutely right.
He did. He got Willie and Wanda instead of, he said Wanda and Willie.
That's all right.
That's okay.
That's like those people that put the team that's losing their score first. I can't stand
that.
that.
Makes sense.
How y'all doing? Well, we're right now. It's 0-21. What?
No, it's not.
Well, no, it's 21-0. What are you talking about? Don't say it like that.
Now you got to make me think.
Nah, it infuriates me. Bubba, it still got you there.
Yeah.
Still got you. Which one's got you?
Say Mook's nails.
What's got you? I mean,
It's these cheesecakes.
This is one of those things. He's officially gone now.
You've been
What-
smoking
Is
them
it the haircut?
cheesecakes.
Time out.
It started with a haircut.
What's got you?
Oh, it's just several things.
Because Bubba is down. He is down. By the way, somebody said Boris Yeltsin. I still say Mark Davis is worse.
He's got a bad one. I think Davis is by far the worst.
Let's go to Marcus. Muscle Shows, WLAY. Marcus, go ahead.
All right, I got a would you rather.
Okay,
So
bring
Mark
it on.
Davis's hair for a year, or Robert Kennedy's voice for a year. Which one are you going to have?
I'm going with the voice.
I'm going with the hair.
I'm going with
I can't
can
talk
have
like
a
that for a year.
I can have a scratchy voice for a year.
I can be quiet, but you're gonna see me.
Bubba, that's the end of it right there. You answered it.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. I can keep my mouth shut,
Yeah.
but I can't do nothing about that pointed head.
Hey, I just do this.
It's all right.
Let's go to Sarah. Let's go to Sarah in Montgomery, I-92. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. We are taking a family trip to Washington, D.C. in the spring. And I was wondering if Bubba could give us some recommendations on, like, the best area to stay in and some of the must-do things there.
Well, my daughter would be a much better source from that since she lived there for a few years.
So when you went there, those are anything that y'all where y'all would stay, where y'all ate?
I don't remember where we stayed. It was close to the Navy Yard, but I would go to the Space Museums, Air and Space Museum. Now, there's two of them. That's what you got. Hey, you got to be careful. There's two, Rick.
Now, you told me about that. One of them
Did
is.
you go to both?
Tell what's the difference?
There's one of them that's downtown, very close to the Capitol, just right down the street.
Right.
And then one is out at Dulles Airport, which is probably 30, 45 minutes out of town.
Which one you prefer?
They're both very good. Both of them have different things in it.
Mm-hmm.
The one at Dulles is larger, much larger, so they actually have a lot of planes in there. And that one, to me, was pretty awesome. If you imagine You've been to indoor football stadium, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
many times.
Yeah.
Imagine 2 of those put together back to back, and a third one teeing off of it, off to the side. That's That's how big the Dulles is. It's huge. But it has the Enola Gay in it. It has the space shuttle in it. It has the Concorde in it. It has World War II planes from Japan, Germany. The Wright brothers plane is there. That was the big one,
Yeah.
So I definitely would go to that.
Yeah, somebody just said the Hampton Inn by the Navy Yard. Somebody on the text. I don't remember.
If you will email me, I'll find out and let you know. The other thing I would go to is the Spy Museum. It's very good. The Bible Museum is good. The Spy Museum was very interesting to me. It was. It had, all these, and they even had interviews with people who had been spies. They had a lot of artifacts and all that. So it was real interesting.
Yeah.
They had James Bond's car in there, too. They had a whole section dedicated to spies on TVs and movies.
Of course.
Pretty good.
Let's go to Gurley. Chester standing by. Chester, go ahead.
Chet.
Hey, Hugh Freeze said he fixed the problem with them losing. Told them if they lost another game, he was going to kick them in their John Brown hind parts.
Anyone at all? Whatever.
John Brown.
On the text line, and you're right, I've heard some of the old stuff. When I had the nodules on my vocal cords, people said, Rick, you talked like RFK for years. And you know what? I did. It was pretty close at times.
I've played some best ofs and don't realize until I'm halfway.
Rough.
It's done started, and Rick sounds like RFK Jr.
Yeah, that's tough. Let's go to Jeremy, Brookhaven, Mississippi. Jeremy, go ahead.
All right, I got 2 things for Bubba. Bubba, I want to know where the term "trumped up" came from, and I want to know how was Jason Isbell when you was with him last night. And Rick, I want to see if one of the breaks you'll walk "Thorn in My Pride" by the Black Crowes, and I'll hang up and listen to silence.
So when you say walk it, do you mean just have the voice guy come out on top of it? You just wanted his bed music, or do you want me to be hot rockin' DJ and walk it?
Hot rockin' DJ, rock it, brother.
Okay, that one's a little different because it's a long intro, so I may the post maybe I may post right there on the Hammond organ versus the vocals because it's so deep into it, which is also something we once did in the DJ circles. But anyway, Bubba, the other question you asked.
Jason Isbell it's not the singer that I was sitting next to; it was the banker.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought it was the singer the whole time.
Okay. Bubba don't know who that is.
Well, yeah, guys, did any of
style.
y'all think he was sitting next to the singer?
Yes.
I mean,
Who did?
The whole time.
Yeah, I never did. I thought, how would that have happened? Considering where he was and what he was at.
I'm just going to be straight up, and I'm just because our styles of music, and I'm not even, but I don't think Bubba would know the singer.
Do you even know the singer, Jason Isbell?
Yeah, the country singer. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Is he?
Yeah.
See, I don't know
him. Yes.
I don't know him.
He used to be in Drive-By Truckers. Now he went solo and blew up. Absolutely huge. Multiple Grammys.
Okay.
Performs on tons of mainstream.
Critically acclaimed, one of those.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, I interviewed him at Hangout Music Fest like a decade ago before he went full lib.
Right.
Now
is he lib now?
Now I do not think he would have agreed to do that interview. And
so
he was very gracious and kind to do that interview back then, but now I do not think he would agree to do it.
Okay, so I don't know enough about it.
Full big time lib, which is unfortunate because he writes amazing songs.
I know who this is. Yeah,
he writes amazing songs.
Bubba would have been sitting next to him.
No.
He said, "I'm sitting next to Jason Isbell and his wife." I'm like,
he's talking about the banker.
Okay, well, if I say I'm sitting next to Tom Brady, who do you think I'm talking about?
But a little better known. Okay.
That's true.
If I'm sitting by Eric Bice.
And if I can tell you something, the Jason Isbell that Bubba was sitting by, not a bad singer himself.
That's true. A lot of people don't know that.
We'll be right only back. On Sundays.
Right.
Rick and Bubba.
Will you tell us, 10 o'clock gets in for some of you.
All right,
it's
Davis
a different
week,
day and all that, but for us,
For Bubba, it's Davis week day 2.
Right. All right, and you got about 20-something minutes left in the show.
Right after the show, we'll do the closed circuit feed, and then while the staff members have a syndication meeting and work on issues with commercials and traffic and all that, I will be on the Davis Cup briefing conference call.
Rick.
And
so hold on, wait. That overrides our meeting?
Well, just this week.
Is Larry
just for one
Langford
day.
going to be in
You
on
serious?
it?
Sure.
Bubba, is Larry Langford on it? Because I want to.
And then I've got a lunch where we'll talk about the conference call, how we're going to implement that, and then we have a press conference, after lunch, and then the players are supposed to do an on-court clinic with some kids, and I'll probably watch a little bit of that.
Will your kids be there, or are they still sick?
No, they won't be there. And then that will pretty much do it for today, I think, unless something else comes up.
All right, now, what is your role in this conference call? What is your? I mean, in other words, you're in the conference call because
just the
leader,
team, just the team,
You
just
see,
to be brief.
We're trying to figure out because there's a certain rumor that's circulating the building that you're involving yourself in things that you probably don't have to. Do they know you?
I'm just trying to stay briefed and all that.
Right. So
you'll miss a pretty important meeting.
Well, no, but here's what I've done on that. There's actually a good to this, and he's good with this too. I said, look, I know that you're gone this week, but just give me the power to make the call on things that have to be made the call, and he has.
Done.
Yeah. So there's no coming back next week. Going, now, why'd you do that?
Yep.
Here's what I hope though, because like yesterday I was watching news coverage and I was looking for him. I saw Dick Vermeil. I saw Dick Vermeil, but I didn't see Bubba. But I want him to show the kids clinic today, and I want a bunch of kids in line, and right in the middle of the line, I want him in there with me.
Yeah, he's standing right there,
in line with the rest of the kids.
Right, and
So then when it's all over, will there be a little bit of disappointment, like, oh, I got to go home? I mean,
no, because there's always tomorrow.
I'm still tired from yesterday.
Oh, but you get adrenaline. It's taking you through the week.
And then tomorrow we got more winners to go down, and then we have a. Let's see. Wednesday is a black tie affair, dress up affair. Wednesday night.
Are you serious?
And
are you?
So we got
you got
the
your
winners.
tux?
We got the winner. It's not that I misspoke. It's like cocktail dress, coat and tie.
Oh,
it's not black tie, but it's
just like.
Now I got to ask you a question. Will you drink a Long Island iced tea with Andy?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm drinking water now all the time. Water all the time.
Do you think you could Dick Vermeil for an interview in studio?
Well, why does Greg keep claiming?
I'm telling you, I saw Dick Vermeil on the news court side yesterday.
Let me say this. Let me just say this. There was a lot of celebrities moving around the crowd.
I'm telling you, I saw Dick Vermeil. I saw him.
Was there a hush on the crowd?
It's funny that of all the celebrities, you picked out Dick Vermeil.
I don't know, but there he was.
Now, what about this?
He's not coaching anymore.
Fan.
Will you dress up in a suit for this?
Oh, yeah, you got to.
Suspenders, ready to go.
Oh, yeah, I'll be ready. I'll have my New Balance tennis shoes on, though, bone spurs.
He'll have his hair exactly like he likes.
Yeah, I like
perfect.
I may have my mohawk done by then. I don't know.
Now, have you got Betty already getting ready for this tomorrow? I mean, because I know that'll be.
Yeah, it's been a tough week at home. We've had a lot of sickness. It's slowed up our quick response that we need this week. We need that flexible response. You remember the defensive Cowboys used to play where they play off, so they could react to the blocking
scheme. They let
scheme.
you make the move.
Yeah, and then they react to you instead of just charging.
Well, I want you to know in the sales meeting yesterday, I committed you like two things.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah, one of them, unfortunately, is emceeing an outdoor festival.
Right.
But
it took him about a second to turn that down.
But that's at dinner time. But I know that's not a problem with you anymore.
But with door prizes, right? Endless supply door prizes.
That took him about a second.
All right, so get me to the end of the week. When does all the stuff start where you're so giddy you feel that fluttery feeling?
That's Wednesday, Thursday. Gosh, I don't remember what all. I know we have a block party pep rally outside.
A pep rally?
The facility Thursday night.
A pep rally?
Speedy, you know something hit me?
Rally?
Let me tell you something.
And look, Friday. Look, I'm so glad Henry Cho's going to be here Friday because I love Henry and he is one of the funniest people I know. And I'm going to need that the last hour because I will
be done.
Yeah, I might just come in my tennis outfit.
Can I tell you this?
Ready to play.
You could even be free to go and have Henry as your Philly.
Oh, thank you, Rick.
If you want to.
Yeah, look, it's your week.
When does the tennis action start on Friday?
After the pep rally.
Let's see.
After the pep rally?
The doors.
Y'all having a pep rally for
the
tennis?
Black tie pep rally.
The doors
What do you do? Go, Andy!
The doors will open at 11, and the match actually starts at.
Yep, the old text option, always fun. We see it too. That's helped a lot of you kind of chime. Some of you couldn't handle the responsibility, and of course we had to block you. But Most of you have been good. So it's been a great addition to the show, and it's helped us get a lot of information from you as well as we work our way back. So we've got more to cover. Now, the caller wanted me to do Hot Rockin' DJ Bubba with Thorn in My Pride from the Black Crowes. Now, this one, it's a little different field. I'm going to get your feedback on this because, if it was something like Remedy, that's real upbeat, you jump into that one mode. But this song almost feels a little bit like, you remember when we first started, when you and I grew up listening to radio and we were just so into it. And I remember the first time that like a classic rock station emerged. Mm-hmm. And I noticed that those particular jocks had a whole different feel than the top 40. I'm walking the song, I'm upbeat. They almost were, it was like they were laid back, and it was all like, it was more in here. And so I can't figure out if I need to come in hot rocking on top of this walk, like we would normally do, but it almost feels a little more, it's night, you've got the radio on, in your room, you got your black light on, and you're more in a chill mood, and you're listening to the late night classic rock guy. Yeah, that's a different feel. That's a different jock. That's a different DJ option.
It is,
because this has that feel to me. So, and because if it was upbeat, you jump in, you hit the weather, you talk about how it's going to go today,
right?
And
or do you go Gary Lee Love?
Well, yeah. So this is a little, and you don't, a song like this when we were DJing caller, with an intro this long, we would not go all the way to the vocals. We're going to try to post it, where the chord changes.
Sometimes the music demands a post. Sometimes it's the words.
We wouldn't walk this all the way to the vocals. We're looking for a chord change. We're looking for an instrument coming in. Maybe the lead guitar hits. There's a run there. You're looking for a place to post. Mm-hmm. It's not always to the vocals. So I'm a little thrown off on what mode I need to be in. Let me just feel it for just a minute. Classic rock, WRAB. Hanging out tonight, thinking to myself, sitting here completely nude, eating a raw apple. Span says, gonna get cold tonight, little frost on the pumpkin. Here's the Black Crowes, shh, thorn in my pride. So there you go. It'd be something more like that. It'd be something more like that. Yeah, that's yeah. So there you go.
Now, Greg.
And Greg. Greg, what would you like to walk?
I don't know how.
Bubba, you're going to have to stop thinking about Mark Davis's haircut. I mean, we're not going to be able to. If you're just going to sit there and think about that the whole time, or you can't even get to the rest of the show. Okay. It's like I need
a towel.
Can't let it go.
I had to go out and blow my nose.
Right.
I couldn't breathe.
All right, so McDonald's fans are now weighing in. I didn't know this. I know, I didn't know.
It's worse.
Lord help on these pictures of Mark Davis.
And you're smiling like you're okay with it.
Do that?
Yeah.
It's like a turtle.
Yeah. So
seriously, who cuts his hair?
Who cuts his hair?
It's a joke. They're messing with it.
Oh, who cuts his hair?
Cosmetology malpractice.
It really is. It's just crazy. I mean, he has some sort of lawsuit.
I think I need to go out and get fresh air.
If you were the judge and he was filing a suit against whoever cuts his hair, as soon as he walked in, would you just drop the gavel?
I'd go, this case is over. Guilty. We don't even need to hear from anybody.
McDonald's fans, is anybody in the loop here?
I don't mind McDonald's.
Greg, are anybody familiar with the new chicken Big Mac?
I saw it on the commercial and it kind of grossed me out.
Yeah, and it's grossing out the fans a little
really?
bit. Well, here's what I don't understand.
I thought it was just me.
All right, McDonald's already has, I don't know if it's still called this or not, the Southern Chicken Sandwich, right?
Yeah.
And it's basically a ripoff on Chick-fil-A.
Do they call it the Southern Super Giant?
The Southern Super Giant. And it's basically a ripoff on Chick-fil-A. No, it's not. It's as close as they can get to Chick-fil-A without being sued.
Exactly.
Okay, and then...
With the McChicken came before that, right?
Right, but I was going to get to that. So the
it's
McChicken...
so close to Chick-fil-A, they won't even serve it on Sunday.
It's on fire.
So,
give me a cheese
Mark Davis's haircut just changed the whole dynamic. For a minute, he was mad about Kamala. Now he's just cut them.
He didn't know how he was going to make it.
In Type A everywhere. But the
Get ready to bust in.
So the chicken what is it called? McChicken.
The McChicken.
That's just a chicken breast, fried piece of chicken with lettuce, mayonnaise, tomatoes, all that.
Oh, pickle on it.
So what I don't understand is the chicken Big Mac. Are we just taking the 2 meat patties out and putting 2 fried chicken pieces in?
It's got the sauce. It's got that stupid bun in the middle.
Why do you hate that bun?
That's too much bread.
Okay.
Too much bread.
Yeah.
But to me,
what are you eating?
One of these cheese.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
But to me, you know how they'll take a picture of and you go, man, that looks good, and it never looks in person like it does.
Never.
This doesn't even look good in the picture. Yeah, I saw a picture of it, and I was like, I don't want to eat that.
Jimmy Carter can't even get
So
his mouth
all I
around
need
this
to
one.
do is take a Big Mac, remove the beef patties, and put in chicken fried patties.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Americans
not
they're
loving
not
it.
they're not loving it. It's getting a mixed verdict.
Yeah, it didn't look good. First of all,
It
you
says
got that special sauce.
it
Which
says
I'm
the
not a
2
fan of.
patties feel a little more like they're just biting into 2 giant chicken McNuggets.
I think they used a different chicken thing.
Yeah, it's more of a prefab deal.
All right, here's somebody on the
I think-
text option says it's a 10. They love it.
I think the people that they supply the McRib probably supply these chickens.
Okay, Greg.
It's just not very.
I like the McRib.
All right, I see the
Love
picture
that
of it.
McRib.
Have you seen the picture of it?
I have not. Good night.
So you know what I'm saying? You don't even look at that and go, man, that looks good.
There's a lot going on there.
Oh.
It's
a lot of bread.
I don't need that many pieces of chicken in one bite.
See, I disagree that that's a chicken McNugget because I know what they put on it.
Yeah.
That looks more just like the McChicken. Just put
The
2 of them in
patties,
there and take that out.
I guess
Same
they're talking about
sauce
the
and
breading on it or something.
Maybe so. I
That
don't know.
old stupid sauce.
Yeah, you don't like the sauce?
No.
It's just $1,000 dressing.
I know, but I don't like it.
So
I
you're
like
not
$1,000 dress.
So you don't like a Big Mac?
No, I don't order.
Well, Greg,
big.
if you don't
I'm
like a
I'm
Big Mac,
double
how
quarter
you
pounder.
gonna like the chicken Big Mac?
I'm
If you
not.
don't like a Big Mac,
I'm
Yeah.
not.
okay.
Well, I thought it might help.
Why are you even weighing in?
I like chicken.
But the things you hate about the Big Mac are on this one too.
That's true. But I thought the chicken could save it.
Bubba, what are we gonna do?
What are you doing?
What are we gonna do with Bubba today? The Mark Davis
His old
haircut.
giggle box.
I mean,
Would
it's-
y'all quit texting us pictures because we've lost
That
Bubba.
was a good one.
I-
Lloyd Christmas.
I agreed with this texter. When we used to be, when they take us to Shoney's, we were little boys. Wasn't the Big Boy, a Big Mac, the same thing? The Big Boy hamburger.
Oh, it had the. You're
it
right.
had the Thousand Island on it and everything.
I forgot
Wasn't
about
it the
that.
same burger?
It really was. Just more of the restaurant-y more burger. You know, it's a little better.
Who's going to go
But
order
you're
it?
right, by the way.
For the show, somebody's got to order it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
That's
can't
you.
eat that.
It's you.
I'm not eating that.
Would you rather have?
It's you.
Bubba, would you rather have the chicken Big Mac, or would you rather have Mark Davis's haircut?
Oh, I definitely eat the chicken.
What about it versus?
That's too much. I mean, that's too much. You don't need all that. And 3 buns and good night. You can't even get to the chicken. You know?
What do you think about the fish fillet?
Rick?
Do you ever eat that?
It's been a long
No
time.
tartar.
I don't get tartar.
I don't eat fish
but it
at
was
a
all
fast
right.
food
It was all right. It was all right. It was a long time ago.
How about some alligator gar?
Ain't telling what it is.
Right.
I've never been to Big Boy, by the way. Never had a Big Boy.
You
Never
been
had a
to
Big Boy
Shoney's?
sandwich at Shoney's?
They wouldn't let me in. They said, "No, you're not a big. You're too little, boy."
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess, how long have you been here? How long have you been working?
I've been here. It'll be 2 years this August.
2 years this August. Now,
August 1.
There were a lot of things that I thought were going to be great about working with my brother. There was a lot of things I was concerned about, and of course, those unfortunately have come to completeness. But
No, now Mom was concerned about like a fist fight, and that ain't happened.
right,
That ain't been close either, and that's amazing.
I've been discussing with Greg that I think.
Of course, it's early.
I've been discussing with Greg that I think he has brain damage because I see him a lot of times caught in a stare.
I'll do that,
and this
man.
kind of stuff.
Get hung up.
and he took a lot of blows to the head when we were all growing
Yeah.
up.
A lot of concussions.
Some of them
Back
deli-
then, you'd play with multiple concussions.
Yeah,
Can't
and,
remember pin numbers either.
and how about this? And some of them were delivered
Like
by
to your
me.
credit card and stuff. I can't
Some of
remember.
them are delivered by me, and I acknowledge that.
Oh, I can think of at college when you bulldogged me into the floor. Remember that? We were playing.
Right, that was unfortunate.
That around Christmas holidays we were playing. We were too old to be playing football in the backyard. We were like 17, and you remember you elbowed me on top of the head, and I played the whole game. And in my first memory, I'm in the shower.
Right.
But
My favorite.
You said I played well, but I was talking really bad.
My favorite one was the bulldog when I bulldogged you into the floor of the trailer we were living in.
Yeah, what caused that?
I
don't remember.
grabbed him by the head and let my weight drive him into the
And
floor.
why did you do that?
Because it had to be done.
Was that did that the argument that started because you grabbed that chair I had my lasagna sitting on, dumped it in the floor?
Yeah. Yeah, you just kept going on about it.
Yeah.
That made me mad.
The Burgess brothers.
And finally, I said, you know what? Yeah, I knocked it in the floor. I did.
And then we tied up.
Yeah, and I said, but you know, I mean, my gosh, we gonna keep talking. What do you want me to do about it?
And back then, you were a lot bigger than him.
Yes. And
that was back near my academic career, them 2 semesters.
Yeah, and I drove him into the ground. And here's what it is from my brother's standpoint. It knocked him out. And then he came to, and he realized I'd knocked him out, and he just came up. He said, "Was I out? Did you knock me out?"
And got mad again.
And then he came up swinging at that point. And
that old trailer boy, we had holes in the wall.
I bet you it was rocking.
Right. Of course, I had to put him back in his place again.
No, I think I ended up slamming you, and you called mother and told on me.
Greg, you know what? I guess so. Your thing is, I'll just make up stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing: you're not truthful.
Where are you getting at?
You're not truthful. What's going on here?
You don't do what you
I
say.
ain't that I'm not truthful. I'm just very forgetful. There's a difference.
But I wish you just, because you're so forgetful now and you have brain damage, stop saying you're going to do stuff.
Okay, well, quit putting stuff on me to do. How about that?
I want you to live now in a world of I don't know if I can do anything. If I say, hey, Greg, would you go get me something out of the kitchen? Go, I don't know if I can remember it.
Okay, then, and you drop your expectations. So if it happens, it's a bonus.
Listen, my expectations are null.
Oh,
I mean, or it's nil, isn't it? Because it can't be null. But anyway,
excuse me, mental giant. I didn't realize I was the one brain down.
Greg, but you get me in handles with stuff like this. So here was
folks, you're witnessing a Burgess fight.
So here was the thing. Burgess Farm is now bringing in the crop.
And let me stop you there. And I appreciate what you're doing, but boy, you put a lot of vegetable pressure on me this time of year. Why you got to give away all these vegetables?
Well, Greg, I don't think it's unreasonable.
Force them on you.
But now look, here's what he's wanting you to believe: that I've asked Greg to go into the inner city and feed the poor with the crops. You know what I asked him to do? Take some to Mama. Mama wants some. And you're going to see her. You're going there. That's where you live. I live
like 5 minutes.
I live 85 miles from Mama. You live 2. Okay?
That's a valid point.
Yeah, I didn't say, Greg, would you now be the guy who expedites my willingness to feed the world?
That's true.
You know, I'm bringing in crops.
I feel that pressure a little bit.
Will you go distribute them to the less fortunate? I said, take some squash and banana peppers to Mama. Yeah. And to which you replied, I'm going to see her tonight.
Right.
I did. I've seen her 2 nights in a row.
I'll take them. I'll take them by there. And then this morning, and I knew it before I ever said it. I knew the face I was going to see.
Did you see me almost lie when you asked me?
You were this close to lying. Yeah. I saw his face. I knew it before I ever said
I didn't want to answer.
Matter of fact, let me tell you what I'm mad at. Myself for asking. I wish I would have lived in the fantasy world that you'd actually given them to Mama.
Yeah.
You know, and just I thought if I never ask, I'll think he did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I made the mistake. Hey, did you take that squash to Mama? and
what's that look?
There's that old Colton stare look.
I almost went, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I thought,
Greg,
and
absolutely.
Where's the squash, Greg?
It's in the car right now in the parking deck here.
Do y'all want it?
Hey, it's been sitting in the hot sun.
It's fine. It ain't gonna hurt.
Hey, if you can get someone who don't have food to eat to Greg's car today, y'all can have it.
Rick, the squad, you don't think it'll still be good this afternoon?
How long has it been?
Speedy left his in his office for a week.
Long has
and
that?
See, now he's lying again.
Well, here's the thing.
I did not.
But Greg, in all fairness, Speedy Squash was in an air-conditioned office.
Right.
Yeah,
you're riding around in
it's 90, slightly humid
in 90-degree Alabama heat.
Yeah, locked up
with
in the
squash
car.
And banana peppers.
Yeah,
in
get
your
it just
car.
right though. Now she needs to cook it tonight.
Peppers.
Yeah, that's new. I just
you hear me?
Rick,
but
we don't know if he's lying again. Is it really in the car?
No, it is. I'll go get it and show it to you.
All right, Greg. Will you take it to her today?
Peppers.
Yes.
Will you? So you're doing it, Rick. You're doing it again.
See, that wasn't what you're supposed to do. I'm testing you.
I'm intending to take it to her today. Now, if I get hung in a stare about Riverside, end up in Lincoln somewhere.
But this
maybe not.
This is how. See, Greg, and I know I'm putting you in handle, but let me tell you the handle I get.
No, look,
it's
all on me.
I know what you're going.
Here's what I get. Well, I know you bringing in some vegetables. We sure would like to have some. Of course, Greg won't ever bring you by.
Right. So now you're getting it from her.
And that's what she says.
Here's the bad part.
He ain't gonna bring you by.
The bad part is I've been there 2 nights in a row, and they were in. I was in there eating with them last night with squash in my car in their driveway.
Greg, see, that's bad.
That's bad.
Nothing prompted. Hey,
how about when I went to back out? Did I not just see it? I did.
Let me say this too. Our poor mama. God love her.
Sorry, Mama.
Be 70 years old at her next birthday coming up this fall.
She's 68.
Well, she's close to 70.
Yeah.
a brand new hour, and thank you for being with us from the Big Boy Studios. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world, live and archived every single day. Thanks for being here. Baby, baby, why do you sit still? So you heard the gang is all here as we start a brand new hour. Things you need to know. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive now available on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel or the podcast channel. Coming out this weekend, the weekly original podcast, Rick and Bubba University. Bubba, we get to talk with Brian Resinger. Brian has authored the book Land Rich and Cash Poor, My Family's Hope and the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer. We'll unpack farming and try to educate everyone, and hopefully that'll at least play some role in erasing Mark Davis's haircut from your mind.
Yeah, Rick, I mean,
should we just turn the text option off?
Do we need like a group, that goes out, an advocacy group that goes out to stomp out the bowl cut?
Yes. What don't you think, like, when sometimes you'll go and rescue somebody, like from, rescue Mark Davis and give him a proper haircut?
I mean, how can that be the son of the man that gave us the great saying, just win, baby? You know what I mean?
He ain't winning with that hair.
It just doesn't go together.
Well, since we're obsessed with Mark Davis's haircut because the Tom Brady story came out today, and then some person that Speedy's talking about, but the
I'm not going to say his name.
Scroll that down right there.
As we, don't do this. Here he goes. Look, there he goes again. I mean, guys, we're going to cut the text option off. We're going to have to cut the text option off. Bubba cannot get through another hour like this.
I'm hurting.
But
I'm afraid I'm gonna bust out during the podcast today in
no
an
matter
appropriate moment.
No matter when you're, can you imagine that guy, Greg? The guy's going to be talking about the fact that his family's farm was ripped from their clutches and they couldn't make a living at it. Bubba's going to start laughing uncontrollably.
Yeah, right in the middle of it.
And then ask the guy, "Have you seen Mark Davis's haircut?"
Yeah, let me ask you this. I know you've been farming, but have you seen?
That's the worst.
Yeah.
So
I tell you, there's different versions of it.
You can tell they put just a little bit of curve in it, like the bowl. The bowl had like a little dip in the end of it. You know what I mean?
There.
What in the world?
My goodness.
My goodness.
That's please.
Wow.
I can't take
He's
it
like
anymore.
wearing a haircut like you would do to somebody if you were mad at him.
Yeah.
It's like
You fell asleep at the party before everybody else.
Yeah,
They gave you a haircut.
It looks like one of those.
That and a magic marker on the face.
But back to the Raiders, since we're going to land there on the haircut. Don't we all want the Raiders, no matter if you're a fan of theirs or not, for professional football, don't we need the Raiders to be good again?
Yeah. They do.
And Tom Brady coming in to try to, I mean, the Raiders not being good, it's like you go into a place where they have this incredible production about the team, how they get on the field, but they're not any good. Sorry. But the Raiders uniform, their mascot, their attitude.
And that new stadium is pretty awesome.
It almost looks comical that they can't be good.
Right.
I mean, when a team like that with all that aura needs to be good. It's uncomfortable that they're not good.
Speaking of hair and no friends. It's rampant today, isn't it?
The old Long Island psychic.
If I could take that off her head, though, we're looking at another TV, and put it on Mark Davis, it is an upgrade.
Absolutely, it's an upgrade. If you had to choose, that's the only two hairstyles anybody could have.
I'll take that all day long.
Can you wear a hat?
And might start a metal band. Stand up and shout!
It's definitely a good 80s.
You think I'm not going to do a hair band? Absolutely, I am.
Oh my goodness,
Bubba, can you be released from this haircut?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's got me.
Yeah,
I'm just not going to look up.
Right. So maybe the Raiders maybe Tom Brady will be the one that goes to him and says, "Hey, shut the door."
I don't want the Raiders better to the Vikings win a Super Bowl. Then
really?
They get good again.
Okay, so there it is.
Yeah.
Good night.
Would you take Mark Davis getting a better haircut like tomorrow?
Over,
yeah.
You think he lost a bet until they get good again? Then he can have regular hair.
They've got to win so many games before he can.
Is he trapped in some bet? Would you think could Tom Brady take the door, shut it, sit down, and say, "All right, now we got to talk about this hair"?
I mean, surely you see it,
right? I like how he acts like he doesn't see it. I love that he keeps going, "What?
What are you talking about?"
That is fantastic.
He did in that interview. He acted like he didn't know what they were talking about.
He's messing with us. Anybody can see that.
Anybody.
Greg, that's like 1,000-pound sisters saying they didn't realize they were
it's
overweight.
like Tammy. Yeah,
people keep asking why you're not watching. They said it started back.
I saw the first episode, and I think I've recorded a couple. I got to get caught up, but Tammy's still down about 450.
Can I ask you a question? Can they get too thin that you won't watch anymore?
You know what? That's a good point.
Yeah.
Didn't we say she just got arrested?
No, you're one of the sisters. Yeah. Not Big Tammy. That was.
Is it just one sister?
Which
now?
one?
No,
which one was it?
There's five. There's
5,000-pound women.
The two main ones, Amy and Tammy.
Everybody big.
That's who started. They got a brother.
Is he big?
Yeah. And there's two more sisters, and they've all had the bypass.
Is everybody big? All of them?
But a lot of them said they've had the surgery, so they've come in.
How small?
The one girl, she probably at least busted 250.
But can the 1,000-pound sisters? Can they get too thin for you to continue to watch?
First of all, you ain't gonna worry about that.
Really?
I mean, they've lost some weight, but they got a long way to go.
Right.
There's at least 2 more seasons of fat.
Right. If you weigh 1,000 pounds and lose half of it, you're still 500 pounds.
Yeah. But the funny part is how they dog each other. The whole family just.
Gosh,
one sister, she threatens to whip everybody.
Yeah. What an uphill climb. You go. Hey, tell me tell me about how you're doing. Well, I've lost 500 pounds. Well, what? Congratulations. So how much you weigh now? 500.
Seriously, she's in the forest.
That would be an uphill.
Let's not forget Amy
that would
sent
be
you a
demoralizing, wouldn't it?
Little video.
Yeah, is that the one that sent you the video about the dog?
Yeah, the one that got arrested.
Is that who got arrested? The one that gave you the shout out?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, like 3 days after.
The cameo.
I think it's important to mention combined they weigh 1,000 pounds, Rick. It's not just 1,000 pounds. One is 1,000.
Oh, they're not. Okay.
It's like 6 and 4.
I thought they were like a ton each.
They're together.
Now, when it started,
listen, 1,000 pounds.
They're only 600 and 400 pounds.
When the show started, they were big.
600 and 400 is what Adler said.
Yeah,
so you're saying the 600-pounder's down to 450?
She may be in the 3s.
Because no, is that the one? It can't be the 400-pounder because she's already 400.
I don't know.
Tammy was the bigger of the two.
The
Amy was the smaller one and sent Greg the video wishing him what was it, happy birthday?
Somebody told him that I'd start my new job raising dogs.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So that's them originally.
Yeah, that's when they know. Yeah, they're a lot smaller than that.
A lot smaller?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Small enough the show's not any good anymore?
No, they're not.
I mean, good for their health. I'm just talking about the show.
No, Rick. The show, the fat part.
It's called 1,000-pound sisters.
It is, but
if they don't weigh 1,000 pounds, you got to change the name.
But the way they talk to each other,
1,000.
The way they talk to each other and all that—that's the best part.
So you would stay with that even if they got pretty thin. And
here they are now.
Well, that is a big difference.
Yeah, good for them.
Amy went with some blue hair. She had purple last year.
Dr. Seuss called. Wants that look back?
Yeah.
Now, did she get her legal? Did she get her legal problems cured up?
I don't know. Was that in Alabama?
That blue hair. She looks like Thing 1 and Thing 2 with that dress on.
Can you lose weight in your forehead?
Tammy did because she had sure enough forehead. She had she had a huge forehead.
I didn't know if your head was just your head or if you could lose weight in your head.
Yeah,
I tell you what, with the forehead
you see
like
a
that,
before and after on it.
They won't have a Mark Davis haircut.
No. Y'all, the way the one brother in the whole group.
Go back up.
Y'all just need to hear him talking.
Don't show
that
me.
right there.
Don't show Bubba anymore. Don't show me.
No.
Oh no!
Don't show me anymore.
We're in Olin Mills pictures now.
Let me tell you now. If we turn right on Olin Mills portraits, it's over.
No.
I
remember we lost it.
Larry Karen got me on.
And you follow that with things seen at Walmart in the middle of the night,
and then finish with Trunk Monkey.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic.
That ought to be for him.
All right, so Amy Slayton has posted pictures with her 2 sons for the first time since she was arrested for child endangerment 6 weeks ago.
Good for her.
Oh, that's right. That was at that safari, that petting zoo, whatever.
For her. Bubba, look at him in his chair.
Yeah, she was arrested at a Tennessee zoo for
Tennessee.
drugs.
That's what it was.
Okay, is that a backpack?
Sitting in there with a backpack?
Or is that a car seat?
Rick and Bubba.
Well, if you remember last year, you, and I thank you for this, took my dad deer hunting to where he bagged a 10-point buck. I think it weighed, somewhere between the high 100s to the low 200s.
I remember him saying the biggest deer he'd ever shot, and I wear that title proudly.
Okay, all right. So you do also know, and my brother Greg is making his way to his seat too because he hears me speaking of mom and dad. You also know that they just celebrated 46 years of marital bliss. Just coming off a 46th anniversary. I saw them at a Little League game this week, and the night before they had celebrated and went to a little swanky little getaway and went out to had a romantic dinner together, and you try to keep your mind of thinking of other things since it's your mom and dad, but they have a smile on their face, and for some reason they were just joyful about a Little League game. They just had that look on their face that they were madly in love, and 46 years, and the impact that their marriage has had on us and so many of how marriage is to be done. And then I heard a conversation prior to the anniversary, and my dad is somewhat obsessive. He reminds me of someone that I won't mention, but he knows who he is, who can be a little obsessive about things. And
Greg,
if my dad gets something on his mind, Greg, I know you understand this. He's gonna worry.
Oh
boy, if he gets something on his mind,
it better happen.
Well, the current thing on his mind is, when is my deer head going to be ready from the deer I shot at Bubba's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I apologize, Bo.
And he asked me about it.
You got to get it up before this season starts. That's the rule.
Well, he asked me about it, and then my mom, on about the 50th time he asked me about it, my mom says, well, you just need to let Rick keep that, and he can put it up down at the farm. And he says, oh, no. I'm putting that up at our house.
The biggest deer he'd ever shot.
And my mom says, oh, well, no, you're not. You've already got deer heads up, and there's not going to be any more. And Dad says, oh yes, I am. and so then it kind of ended, and I thought to myself, well, heck, I'm not worrying about that because it's going to be a while before that deer head's even ready. Takes almost a year to get them done. You know what I mean? Right. 9 months.
Yeah.
Well, I got the call.
Don't tell me it's ready.
That Dad's deer head is ready. And I'm headed to that area today and probably going to pick it up. So I realized that within 48 hours of a celebration of 46 years of marital bliss, here's my options. Do I avoid the conflict, put it up at the barn, and just never bring
your
it up?
dad's going to say, where is it?
And I say, I got it up down at the barn. Or do I today place that call out of obligation and say, hey, Dad, your deer head's ready. All right, let me get it to you.
Well, Rick, this really is not your
Greg,
fight.
Help me.
You know what I'm saying? This
Bubba,
is not your fight.
Well, I know, but I know I'm bringing controversy with big horns right into their world.
I bet your dad would make the deal, bring in the deer head, get rid of Toby. What do y'all think?
I believe you're right. Swap deer head for Toby.
Right. That's my brother-in-law that's currently living with my mom and dad with my sister while they're searching for a new home and where they have a job now.
It's tough to go home.
It is. It's very hard.
It's tough.
The twins probably can stay, but I think he'd probably trade that out pretty quick. But as any of us probably would.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If we were in this
Rick.
situation.
Yeah, well, everybody
with
has
any
their
with
own.
any son-in-law. I mean, you know what I mean?
Were they having any luck? Are they finding them a place? I mean, it's a buyer's market right now.
Well, but they got to sell one though. It's not a seller's market.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. Wow, that could take years.
By the way, if anybody would like a nice home, especially for a family that would just like to buy their first home, it's a great first home.
Right.
Maybe you're out on your own for the first time and you'd like to live in Calera. Contact me. I got you a house.
That's right.
I mean, a good one in Calera.
Cash for starters.
Look, I want to help my sister.
Yeah,
I want to help my brother-in-law. My gosh, I want to help my niece and nephews.
Mm-hmm. Your mom and dad.
And I really want to help mom and dad.
Right.
You want to create some room for that deer head down there.
So, Greg, here's what I heard. Do you think
who's going to deliver it? You?
No, that's you. You one goes that way. You the one goes that way.
Great.
I'm bringing it to you Monday.
What
Tuesday.
if Mom meets me at the end of the driveway and she knows I got it?
Bubba, do I just take the deer
Let's
head?
let Toby take it in.
Yeah, that's perfect. By the way,
let Toby take it in and tell him that Dad said go ahead and hang
Look,
it.
Let's give it to the brother-in-law and let him march in with it. I mean,
do the great bit.
He's dead
off
man
of,
walking anyway.
Y'all remember on Dumb and Dumber when they were trying to get the guy to eat the sandwich that's just covered up with peppers, and they go, "Here, you go ahead and try yours."
Right.
You know,
so, Greg, you just calmly give it to Toby. Say, Toby, go ahead and take that deer head to Dad, and then just cover your mouth and try not to laugh.
He said, go ahead and hang it.
We tried 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today as we roll through another one. So we do have an update. I don't think we talked about this story, but it's an update for those of you that have been following this. The band One Direction. Now, were they one of the boy bands back
Oh,
then?
yeah. That was Harry Styles and all that.
Oh, was? Oh, yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. And
you remember Simon Cowell put them all together. They were on like that talent show with single artists, and he put them together, made a group, and it went just crazy.
What didn't I think you told me that he went and found those that didn't win, but were up high in the finals and everything.
Brought them in, made a team,
put a group of them together into one band. Of course, they were huge, and of course, the Styles kids still doing really well. Liam Payne, I don't know who this is, but it's a sad story.
He's this one, Rick.
Okay, all right, and so they say that that he was on a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires, and unfortunately was out of his mind on drugs, and apparently has leaped. Did he leap or fall?
Jump is what I saw.
He was trashing his hotel room from what the 911 call from the front desk sounds like.
Yeah, he's going crazy. Nobody can control him.
Well, that's terrible. And so he they're coming back, and I don't mean to be insensitive here, but I admit that I was kind of taken back when I knew what had happened. That the headline says cause of death revealed.
Head trauma.
Yeah, I think we got it.
If someone jumps,
we all
from the hotel onto concrete, don't we know the cause of death?
Yeah,
I mean, right.
Sudden stop.
Yeah, that's it. But anyway, the bigger part is we know what killed him is why did he leave to begin with, and that is because apparently, unfortunately, he was out of his mind.
Yeah, he was going nuts
on drugs. So terrible story. It's all too familiar. Wish we didn't have to talk about it so much.
Yeah.
Also, on a much lighter note, something that Greg and I, as brothers, try to stand against, and this is extremely large produce.
Because it don't even keep its form.
I don't
You know
understand.
It gets out of hand.
Yeah, I don't understand the celebration of large produce. I've never understood it.
I like a giant pumpkin as much as the next Halloween goer, but you shouldn't be big enough you can carve out an apartment.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in one.
No, and my least favorite has got to be the 80-foot sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Hate
They
that.
make the hoagie sandwich. It's like 80 feet.
I don't even like the pizza that's as big as a football field.
It never tastes good.
Yeah. So Minnesota farmer, 2,471 pounds of pumpkin.
How much?
24.71.
What do you do to make? Well, I know we've had this discussion before. What do I do when I go out? I'm planting pumpkins, and this will make one huge.
They said though what they did.
Now this is different than anybody else.
They think it's a Guinness World Record for heaviest pumpkin.
Well, I'm excited.
And no, I'm sorry. That was the 2023 contest.
What do they do with it?
I'm so sorry. That was he won that with 27.49 in 2023. Bubba,
Same guy?
They named the pumpkin of 2023 that is the world record at 27.49 Michael Jordan. Because it's
because there's none better.
There's none better.
Brian won't want to hear that.
Yeah, they did say that when this was done, they have taken this pumpkin and made a pie for the 1,000-pound sister. So that is a.
So in the good news,
so it didn't go to waste. I
No,
want it to go to waste. That's what bothers me about.
And they ate every bit of it.
About large pumpkins. You're not big on pumpkin pie, are you? Any of you?
Not really.
I love pumpkin.
I'm getting better about it, but I'm not huge.
I don't
like sweet potatoes.
Pumpkin's technically a gourd, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. But
I try to avoid eating gourds.
I know some of you. So those of you that are exempt from this category, I understand. I'll try to make it quick, but I have struggled sometimes, and I know this is probably going to be controversial in the pumpkin pie category. I don't really see the difference in a sweet potato pie and a pumpkin pie. They're. I mean, they're. I bet there's not a.
They're close.
There's not a lot of difference there. It's real close. It's real close.
I'll tell you what I did have not too long ago. My daughter-in-law made it. We went there to eat for Lisa's birthday, and it was pumpkin bread. I usually don't like pumpkin nothing, but that pumpkin bread was good.
I love. I'll take pumpkin bread over banana bread. There it is.
What?
I've just never been on the pumpkin wagon to eat.
Love a pumpkin.
That's the only pumpkin.
Love
thing
pumpkin
I like.
pie. Love pumpkin
There they
flavor.
are.
Now look at this thing. See, Bubba, what are we doing? I think this makes God sad.
Look at the crowns they got on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when Halloween's over and fall, we're moving into the holidays. You get that pumpkin on the front porch. You're like, now what do I do with it? Imagine if you have one of them.
Do any animals
I
eat
just go throw it in the woods.
Yeah,
I'm
I use
sure.
it as like target
Who would
practice.
eat that? Does a deer eat pumpkin?
You know what I've noticed? So let's go to watermelons.
What about pumpkin?
So
wings?
I know that when Greg, one of your favorite times when we had watermelons and cantaloupes when we were growing them.
Oh yeah,
is
I love
that
that.
we did find that deer would come up with their hoofs and try to break open the watermelon to eat it.
Well, watermelons.
And for some reason, coyotes would try to eat it.
Yeah.
And so I bet the same people that go after a watermelon would go after a pumpkin, right?
That's
Same
kinda
animal.
tough, Ryan, though. Yeah,
But that
right.
pumpkin's hard to get into.
Yeah, gotta be.
And the pumpkin's a mess. But
It
y'all make a great point. If your
Watermelon's
wife has a stack of a few pumpkins that you can pick up easily and walk around with, and when it's over, you just go put them in a trash bag and throw them away. What are you gonna do with this thing?
I know.
I mean, you're gonna have to have.
You're gonna have to have a
farm
crane
equipment
and a flatbed to get rid of that.
I've taken them down to the Lenore Farms, made sure the rifles is sighted in.
Have you?
That's kind of fun.
I bet that is fun.
Yeah.
We used to throw them off a cliff in the backyard and watch them bust. That was good.
Yeah, I bet that would be fun.
Yeah.
So anyway,
We used to steal them.
It's kind of, and I would love. I
That's
wish
your remembering.
Yeah.
You used to steal them.
Yeah, I wish I could be, and it hasn't happened for me so far. It just hasn't come up in conversation, with anyone that's a stranger that you're trying to make small talk with. I wish I could say to this person, "Hey, so what do you do?" Well, I'm the guy that has the world record pumpkin, and I would love to say, "So,
Yeah.
so you grew a big pumpkin? Who cares?"
Yeah.
So
what'd
what?
you do?
So what? You just kept messing around till you got a large pumpkin. So what? What?
Now what?
What did it do for society? Your big, large, 2,700-pound pumpkin. What did we do with it other than put a crown on it and stand next to it? What am I supposed to do with it? Who brought it in? That poor son of a gun's got to come back and get it.
That's true. You can't leave it there.
Yeah, imagine that. I got to go back and get that pumpkin. Somebody says, that's not that big a deal. Oh, it was with this one.
You ain't seen it.
Yeah.
Get the forklifts.
Why you ask me to go with you? Trust me, you'll see. I bet when you pull up, you go, hey, I don't know if we got tools to pull this off.
No, we need some help. In the moving company.
Adler, I know. Speedy, do you? I don't want to. So we can come back. Do you have this generator guy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay, you have that. So Adler
I
doesn't
could
have
email Adler the story because I think there's video that comes
Well,
with it.
come back.
Funny.
Have you seen and heard this guy, Bubba? They did it way back a long time ago in the Kickoff Hour. He looks up and sees a generator, Hurricane Milton, everything that happened there, and he sees it. It's powering a traffic signal so everybody won't get in a
crash.
A crash there, and he just takes it. And when you hear why he said he thought he could have it, we'll come by, and why he won't step outside with the police.
Yeah,
they want him to step outside. I'm sorry, Bob. All the mills have started now.
Rick Bon Scott.
You're right. You're right.
His sister Fluffy.
Yeah. Well, that may be. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
That's his
quite a
wife,
family.
Bubba. That's his wife.
That's
Well-
quite a family portrait.
Well,
As if the turtlenecks weren't bad enough.
I could be a twofer though. That does look like the Kentucky waterfall.
Yes, it does. Right?
And
it's a good one.
That was really branched out there.
All right, we'll come back and we'll do that.
The
story
kid
for
looks
you.
normal. The parents look.
No, that happens a lot.
Yeah, it does.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Hang on there. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, you and I have talked about it quite a bit, Bubba, about how going to the doctor when we were young and what our kids go through. You know, they never get a shot anymore. You know, I mean, the only time they get shots is vaccines. That's it.
Right.
But they never get a shot when they're sick. So, you know,
I'm mad about it.
If you're still listening on Thursday, we're about to be off for a few days. So I'm about to head out to the beach and have a little family getaway this weekend. And so Big Love, our 11-year-old, has been kind of coughy and rattly over the last couple of days and coughing a little bit. And, you know, thought it might just be a cold. But then we start thinking, hey, you take off on a vacation. You don't want it to escalate and, you know, and while you're on vacation. I mean, come on. And so we go to the doctor, and when we got there, he was actually running a little bit of a fever, and so we knew that it needed to be addressed. And the doctor comes in, and you know, he says, well, you're right, he's got some kind of upper respiratory, and he's got a lot of, you know, infection here and all that. And I said, well, look, we're going on vacation. I said, we're going to have to get out the injection.
Oh boy.
And you know what the doctor said? He said, I couldn't believe it.
He looked at me like, "Oh, you're from the old school," and I said, "Yeah." I said, "We want to jump on it aggressively, don't we?"
Now, what Big Love say?
Oh my goodness! And he's laying over, and he says, "Whoa!" He started doing that. What? I said, "Buddy, you don't want to be the first 2-3 days of vacation feeling bad on some we're gonna drink 9 times that pink stuff today." I said, we on vacation. Let's go and get an injection right now and jump on it.
Right.
So you'll feel good.
Jump on it.
You'll feel good tomorrow.
Like Master G.
Yeah, you'll feel good tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. And it's because of the how much different it is. By the time we were 11, we'd had so many penicillin shots.
Oh.
I never went to the doctor.
Yeah.
I didn't get at least one.
And so,
and I am mad about it today. I'm mad.
I am. And so
I hope I get to have a conversation with Dr. Luther.
Dr. Luther.
I'm going to tell her. I knew it.
I do it. So he looks at me and he's in such disbelief. He thinks I'm kidding around. And the doctor's like, well, you'll have to stay a few more minutes because we have to make sure he didn't have a reaction. I said, that's fine, whatever. Let's get it done.
Fire it up.
Today's about getting ready to go on vacation.
Just a bee sting.
And I said, buddy, this ain't gonna hurt. I said, where are we going? We going arm or we going in gluteus maximus? He said, no, we need to go in the. I said, just say is it butt? And
that would be hip.
Yeah, and he said, well,
they give it some odd places now. I mean, they don't even get down in
the upper hip. So I love it.
Hey, the thigh's the worst, by the way.
And so we're getting ready to go. And I told him no thigh. So we're getting ready to go, and Big Love's. So he starts getting up like we're going to get the prescription. And I said no. I said we're staying. I said they got to go get the injection. He said injection. What are you saying? I said a shot.
I wish I was saying
He said, Dad, no. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. I said, no, there is a need for it.
No need for it.
And I walked outside and I said, hey, come here. Will you just say this? If we don't do the shot, when's he gonna feel good? He said, I would probably be Sunday. And I said, buddy, I got to go back to work Tuesday.
Yeah.
And so I said, no, we do an injection. And then the nurse, it's like, and you could almost, because when I was his age, Greg is my witness. I was a big kid just like he is, and I would go absolutely nuts when they would bring in the shot. I'm talking about one time they had nurses laying on top of me.
They would.
I mean, you know what it looked like, Greg? And I'm not exaggerating. When I got a shot, when I got bigger, about 11 like that, it looked like King Kong, and the nurses were airplanes.
Yeah, that was awful.
And I'm throwing people everywhere, and people are diving on me. Hold him down! And all this. And so
that's true.
So another nurse looks in and says, "We got an issue in here," and he just looked. I said, "No, I got him." I said, "I'll handle that part. I know what you're talking about. I used to be this guy.
Yeah.
I know what to do."
You talking about holding him down?
Yeah. I said, "I got him," and I said, "Hey, buddy, you're 11. Okay, you're 11." I said, "Your little brother's over. He can't believe the way you're acting.
Right.
You know what I mean?" And I said, "You're about to feel so goofy when they give you the shot." I pinched. I said, "It's gonna feel like that right there, Dad." And I said, "See how quick that was over."
Right.
And I said,
"You're gonna walk out of here and not even feel it."
Yeah. And I said, "All right, here we go." And they come in, and she's looking at me like, "You gonna be able to hold him?" So he starts trying to kick his legs, and I said, "Hey," I grabbed his leg and I shoved him up against the wall.
Did you
and
really?
I said, "Just pull his pants down. I got it." Like that. And look, and he looks at me. He's like, "I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom." I said, "You ain't gotta go to the bathroom."
That was a good one on his part.
I said, "What? You got to go to the bathroom so bad you can't take the few seconds this shot's gonna take. You're not going to the bathroom." And the nurse was
in your pants.
She's like, "You thinking he's going to?" I said, "He ain't got to go to the bathroom. He's going to run."
Brilliant move.
I said, "He's going to run.
Brilliant move.
He's going to be a runner."
I said, "If we get,
he's got a runner."
I was a runner.
That's what our border agents are saying about illegal.
Right. I said,
"Now hold him. He's going to run."
I pointed to his shoes. I said, "If those shoes touch this floor, we got a runner."
Yeah.
And I said,
you better hurry while you got a grip.
I said, if he still has to go to the bathroom after this shot, I'll buy this whole place lunch. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let me guess. There you are. You're standing in front of your medicine cabinet right now, and it is crammed with a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. You still aren't sleeping well. You're still stressed out. You're still struggling. And the things that are supposed to be helping you with some of the obstacles are not getting the job done. So why don't you just clear out the medicine cabinet and reset the whole thing by going to CBD from CB Distillery. And it's real change. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made with the highest quality clean ingredients, no fluff, there's no fillers, pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. And when you look at some of the responses, when you see things like 90% of people in a non-clinical survey, 90% say they're sleeping better. Are you waking up a lot at night, not sleeping all the way through, and it has nothing to do with, I got to go to the bathroom. You just can't get settled. CBDistillery.com, over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee. It's a source you can trust. Get 20% off if you go to CBDistillery.com and use the code BIGVOX. You also find that direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So this story involves, this is the mentality, and I heard the kickoff hour, but that's been a while ago. This seems to be, I don't know how it can be possible. We've talked about it, Bubba. Not just Mark Davis, but I'm talking about just in general. It seems society just seems to be devolving. People have lost the ability to reason. Logic seems to have packed up its bags, took its family, and left.
Yep. Where'd you go?
Right. And you're going to hear this again. Now, I want to think that this is just a criminal that doesn't care about stealing, not somebody that is this stupid. Okay,
right,
so
right. We would hope.
So we told you the setup going to the break. The city has a traffic light that's not working because of the Hurricane Milton. They put a generator there so that traffic can now flow and people won't have wrecks, like you said. Now, I want you to hear what this guy says who stole it when police shows up at his door. First of all, enjoy that. Is this a man?
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy why he says that he doesn't want to come outside in Florida when the county gets there to talk to him. Okay. All right. So here we go.
Come talk to us right now.
Where's the bathroom? Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How's good?
Good.
So yeah, step out.
Yeah. Can you step out for us?
No, I'd probably rather not. I'm fixing dinner right now.
You're doing what?
Fixing dinner right now.
Okay, step out.
What's up? What's going on?
Put your hands behind your back.
What's going on? What?
You're just being detained real quick, buddy. Okay?
Am I under arrest?
You're being detained.
Okay.
Some people might have witnessed you doing some things that we shouldn't have done. Okay? And we're gonna walk
there's
through.
there's a generator on 674 that I saw that had no lock on it and it had no name on it. So I thought someone set it out.
Have you just turn out towards me so you can kick off your shoes? I'm gonna check your shoes real quick.
So
there it is.
So Bubba, he thinks
it's running a red light at an intersection that could be dangerous,
right?
If it doesn't have power,
right?
And he didn't see a name on it, didn't see a lock on it, so he just took it.
So he unplugged it
because I know.
I mean, that's the old classic. Hey, I found it.
It was connected to the box.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Now, all of us know this happens all the time. People leave generators for anybody who wants it to pick up.
Right.
I mean, this is very
Pretty
common.
standard.
Very
Pretty
common.
standard.
And if they don't have their name on it, that means you can have it.
Right.
And if it's not locked.
Finders keepers.
So, Bubba, just criminal who got busted or somebody who's really that stupid?
I think he's pretty stupid. To do this.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he thought there's so much going on they won't ever have time to come look for me because they're doing other things.
So much going
building
on.
back.
Yeah.
It's so confusing. Yeah.
And don't forget, he thought it was a good excuse to not come out to the police because he's cooking.
Right.
I really don't want to.
Would you step outside?
Do you think
I really
they were
would
gonna
rather
go,
not.
okay, we'll come back tomorrow.
I would rather not 'cause
Between
I'm cooking.
meals.
I'm cooking dinner. If y'all could come back maybe after dinner, that'd be awesome.
Maybe
Once
we
I
could
clean
call-
everything up, because don't make me come out here if I'm putting everything up and taking the trash out.
And using the generator I stole.
Yeah, so, well, I saw it. He even tells him where it is, like they don't know.
Oh, yeah.
You talking about the one over on 684? No, I did see a generator there, but I mean, didn't have anybody's name on it. It wasn't locked.
So set it out.
Yeah.
Now it was running.
Now, remember at the very beginning, and the texter has called it, he first says, sorry, I was using the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
But then he says he can't come out because he's cooking dinner.
Could you step outside? Well, I'd rather not. Well,
I'd rather
sure
not.
You would rather not.
I would rather
Did you
not.
see when he said, I'd rather not? You see that deputy go in. I think you're going to come on out.
I don't think you can tell us that.
Trust me on this. If they tell you to come with them, they're not really asking your opinion.
Right. They're trying to be polite.
Because if it's my decision, I'd rather not.
Yeah.
So
I just soon stay in here.
Right.
I don't think you get a choice in this.
Would you like to be loaded in the back of the vehicle? No, sure wouldn't. I'd rather not.
I'd rather eat.
Do you want to go downtown? No.
I do
really.
not.
Stay around here.
Would you like to be charged with stealing? I'd rather not.
Yeah. Oh, he's in the
Now tell me
world of
what in the story you're saying he's getting charged with a felony.
Yes, deputies arrested him.
A number 3 felony though.
He's
whatever
charged
that is, right?
with grand theft and 3rd degree during a state of emergency.
They double down.
Yeah.
This is like that double the fines if there's construction going on.
Yeah, if there's a state of emergency, you get more.
Yeah, grand theft of the 3rd degree during a state of emergency. Wow, in some trouble.
Yeah, that's your big one. That's one of those things. Like, we've always heard if you knock down somebody's mailbox, it's a federal offense.
Oh, right. We were
But
kids,
none of us have ever seen anyone be charged with it ever.
Yeah. Remember we were kids?
It's stamped on most of them. If you tamper with this,
Right.
you're committing a felony.
Jail's full of them.
I don't know about y'all, but I mean, every neighborhood I've ever lived in, people always mess with your mailbox.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Until
you come up with something like you had where it just makes them, because apparently they're never going to be charged with a federal offense. So you have to torture them.
Right.
You have to make them. You have to break their will to continue with some elaborate ideas.
You still got to keep fixing it.
No, that's true.
Oh yeah. I've put many of them where
posted.
But the running joke for your birthday, you can always Google Florida man and something comes up.
Right.
If today's your birthday, this is your Florida man story.
I didn't know that. Is that some kind of
game?
Is that something just between producers of shows or just human beings?
I think if you Google Florida man and put your birthday in, normally there's stories that come up about a Florida man doing something.
I did not know that.
Everybody knows that.
You remember the guy we arrested at the Coachella Trump rally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's now suing the local sheriff, and because he's saying that he never intended any harm. Now he did have a bunch of guns. He said he didn't know how to shoot. That
and
unfortunately
fake passes.
And fake passes to the VIP area. We did find out the guns he has. He didn't go through the normal legal routine.
Right.
But somehow
he's not getting away.
Yeah, so he is. He's saying, but the sheriff is not going to back up on this at all. He says, I find it odd. Probably the fastest lawsuit filed in history. The next business day is what the sheriff said. One could argue it was already prepared and planned. It just gets more odd.
Mm-hmm.
So he says it sounds like that he tried to set us up to sue us by being something that would raise some issues, but then not be a threat.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I don't know that that's true or not, but the sheriff is saying it just feels. I've never seen anybody be able to get one together that quick.
Right.
It's almost
like he had it ready to go.
Yeah, like the very next business day.
So he's saying the fact that the sheriff said it was an attempted assassination, that he defamed him. Is that the lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay.
They're saying that he should not have been arrested. Now they've made a mockery of him, and everybody thinks he wanted to kill Trump, and they've ruined his life. And and of course the sheriff is saying, I think he just wanted to be a media darling, and he wanted his place in the sun. So I really don't. I think he wanted to be this victim as opposed to actually being a victim.
Crazy.
I knew something wasn't right with him with the that much gray in his beard and a backwards cap. Can't do it.
Nope.
Can't do it.
That's against the rules.
Can't do it.
Yeah. Going. If you're going backward for a moment, like to get something, you have to put it right back. If you're that old,
Yes.
you can't make it be style.
No.
Yeah. Now, like, say, let me ask you this: if this is okay, because I know that you're in charge of all this, and Greg usually assists. Like the other day, I didn't know the thing about if it's cold outside, you can't get back in your car while the gas.
That was the discussion.
I didn't know that.
Unless you wimp.
I didn't know this. All right. So I'm on a 4-wheeler. For instance, and my hat is on properly, but now I'm giving it the gas, and I'm going to lose my hat, and I turn it around back.
That's utilitarian. That's utilitarian.
You can turn it around.
Yeah.
Okay,
utilitarian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, I should make sure.
Absolutely.
All right, when we come back, we'll go phone calls. A lot of topics out there.
How you feel about Dan Quinn wearing it backwards? Head coach for the Commanders. No.
How old is he?
He's on up there. He's got a gray goatee or whatever.
Okay.
He's 54.
No.
That's his thing, Rick.
Is he Caucasian?
Yes.
Definitely no.
That
Definitely
makes
no.
it even worse.
Dan Quinn.
We'll take your phone calls coming up next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
So we get up there, and so he's like, and I'm holding him. I've got him again. I said, I got him. Go ahead. Like that. And she goes, all right, here we go. He said, is that it? Is that it?
Exactly.
Is that it? I said, that's it. How stupid do you feel? I said, now go ahead and go to the bathroom. He goes, I don't have to go.
Scared it out of him.
Yeah. I said, see what I said, all that you did. And you had that look. He had that look. So I said, is that it? I said, yeah. There's just so many wonderful perks that come with this job. And one of them, and my wife and I were discussing it because it appears that it may be over, that
that it's been probably out of the 16 years that we've done this program, we came to the conclusion it was anywhere from 13 to 14 years that I haven't had to pay for a car because car companies like to have us drive their vehicles when we have an endorsement contract with them. And it is an incredible perk. I mean, can't say enough about it. Love it. Well, part of this perk, I really had never been a truck driver, never drove trucks much because the vehicle was not a big concern to me because before we had these endorsement deals, I just, I wanted my wife to be in a good car, and I just come up with whatever I could find. But now I drive really nice cars.
Mm-hmm.
So
very blessed.
You know what you get then? You get kind of spoiled by it, and you get to liking it.
Get that
new
so, car smell all the time.
And so we started getting to drive trucks, and now.
And I mean some of the nicest trucks ever
vehicles.
Designed, created by men, and drove on the highways.
So I moved into
That's where Bubba's worried.
In the last year, I moved.
Man, they're nice.
I moved into.
Thank you, Steve.
I went from having a truck.
Yes, sir.
From moving into a big truck.
Mm-hmm. It is a big truck.
Toyota Tundra.
Yeah, man.
Look at manly Rick in this Toyota Tundra, and I mean, and I just, I mean, I liked being in that big truck. I like the way it feels. I like the way it drives.
The electronics are number one.
I like the way it hauls. I am loving it. So I will be crushed when it's taken away from me this week.
Crushed is the key word here.
I seem to be having a severe difficulty in driving it in tight places.
Too much truck, Rick?
It's too much truck for me.
I'm afraid, Rick, too much truck. And I've been through that.
I just wish everybody would give
me.
me.
Y'all are getting a wreck.
Look, I just wish somebody would allow me to adapt to it. Because I got to be honest with you. If I'm them right now, fire me today. I don't like the way I'm being.
Well, if I'm them, we fire Rick, but keep Bubba.
Keep Bubba.
Have you thought about parking in a different part over here? Because down where you park is confined. I mean, you better be on your game down there if you're in a big truck.
You notice I moved my parking spot on out a little bit with the bigger truck. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. But guys,
open area, I like it.
But I wasn't having any issues in where I park. And it fits in my garage, but barely. So
it is. Let me tell you what. That truck is a garage full.
Yeah,
and you got to be on the mark or the door don't go down.
Yes.
All right, move up.
You're right.
I think you learned that in one of them, didn't you?
Yeah. So the first.
Don't get ahead of him, bro.
The first one I drove, I just did a little tap on one of the bumpers, just a little tap.
Tap.
And you get a pass the first time. Now look, I would like to say this before I go any further. If this happens and we lose this deal, that Bubba, we're even.
Right. I cost us one many years ago.
Because you did call,
and it was a minor.
We're
tap,
even.
But yours was actually a traffic.
Yeah, but yours
accident.
involved a police report.
Yeah.
Well, I tapped somebody in the rear, but
tap it in,
and you cost us that.
It wasn't that big a deal, I didn't think.
So after I cost us this one, we're even.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
He didn't think.
So
I didn't think it was that big a deal.
So
little fender benders are going to happen if you drive as much as we do.
Let's don't talk.
Now keep in mind when you use all your. See, I felt like that it would never happen again. So boy, I really used a lot of capital on that first little dent. Man, I tell you, it's giving me time to get used to this big truck. Man, it's just I hadn't driven one this big before. I love it. But everything's fine now though. Until the other day.
Oh no!
Somebody down here in our parking area has pulled a trailer in behind their automobile, and
it jumps out in front of you from time to time.
Yeah, it'll move on you.
And they've parked it somewhat straight.
Yeah, it is in the parking spot.
How about this? It's straight enough.
It's in the lines, by the way.
It is in the lines.
It don't look good, but it's in the lines.
It's in the lines. And I went to turn around it, like cut around it, pull in the spot beside it going out.
Right.
And I don't even really know what happened. I turned, which I thought was wide enough.
Rick, I think they call it the can opener.
Yeah. and when I went to turn by it, you know that awful feeling.
It did.
So here we go, phone troll time, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. If you want to join us, all 10 lines are available, 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. And we work through it. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs whatsoever. The buzzer will end all those immediately, and your time on the program will be over. Next person gets their chance. Now, all 10 lines are open, so if you want to join us, you can. They're starting to close off now, but still, plenty of room for you. So 30 seconds at the end of the call, too, unless Bubba or Speedy gives you a timeout. So
Much like Nick Jonas.
Yeah, there you go. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Ben in Illinois. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Ben, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Morning, sir. This probably ain't going to make y'all very happy, but I'm a two-time Trump voter. And after the Fox interview last night, I am voting for Kamala Harris in this election because of Donald Trump's comments about the enemy from within. I just can't do that. That is just unpresidential.
Please call a timeout for this guy. Please, somebody call a timeout. Ben, what in the world? Ben,
sure.
I mean, do you
let him go, Rick? This is good. Just keep going, Ben.
All right, tell us. Are you kidding around?
No, not at all. The denying the election has really been weighing on me for a while. That's the one that I really can't get over.
Hillary Clinton did too.
Them just,
yeah, Hillary Clinton did the same thing.
Yeah.
You guys can deflect or you can let me speak. So my point is, him talking about the enemy within and talking about sending the American military after you because you're going to vote differently.
I
just simply can't get
totally
that.
made up. Totally made up.
Now,
Never.
Yeah, give us that line because I'm not aware of it.
It's not made up. He said it twice in the last couple of days. In fact, when Bret Baier showed the clip to Kamala, they edited out the part. He literally says that this scum like Pelosi, the enemy from within, weaponizing the American military, like he has said. I mean, I can email you guys. I would urge you to look up this quote and just not trust the media. He has said that he will send the American military after American citizens from the left because they're voting differently.
That's not true. It's just not true, man. It's just not true.
Why didn't he do it last time when he was president?
Why didn't he? Why did he come in and refuse to leave and send the military to keep him in power?
I would urge you guys to look up what he said in the last 48 hours.
I'm reading it right now.
That's not what he said,
we're reading it right now, Ben.
What'd he say, Adler?
It's the enemy. It's the enemy from within. All the scum that we have to deal with from the people who hate our country. That's a bigger enemy than China or Russia. And I think he's right. There are people that are destroying this country. They don't love America. They're lining their own pocketbooks. You're delusional if you don't think that. You're delusional if you don't think that.
But they're saying that the people vote left are doing that. So
he's not talking about people that vote left.
He's talking about the leaders of the Democratic Party.
You know that, bro. You're twisting his words.
Adler, you sound unhinged, Adler. Take a seat, bud.
Right. Ben, I would rather sound like Adler than sound like you right now. You come across as a loon.
That's fine. I knew this was going to... Guys, I opened this. This is
but you're just not...
I know this.
I'm not upset. You're not being truthful. And to vote for Kamala Harris is not wise. It just isn't wise.
Sorry, that's my opinion, and I wish you guys would respect that.
Well, that's our opinion. We have our opinion just is different than yours, and that's okay.
I know, but I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you.
You told us we can't vote for Trump, and if we vote for Trump, we're bad people.
Can I ask you a question? What about the left going after Trump with all the indictments?
Rick, can you show me where I said you're bad people if you vote for Trump?
Well, you said...
I know you guys recorded that. That's not true.
No, you said if we vote for him, we're voting for someone who will take the military and go and arrest citizens.
I did not say that. I said Trump said that. I didn't say anything about who you're voting for.
Ben, let me ask you this. All that aside, do you really think the economy is in a good position and you want to continue what we're doing?
I'm talking about this is a single voter issue for me at this point. I cannot vote for someone who's going to send the American military after American citizens for voting differently.
Let me ask you this again. I understand what you're saying. Do you think the economy is going good and you would like to see it go the same way?
No, I don't.
But you would vote for that based on what you think Trump said in the last 48 hours?
Yes, I don't believe the economy is as big of an issue as his fascist threats from within.
As his what?
His fascism.
His fascist threats from within.
That's not he. Even if he said what you said he said, and I don't think he did. But even if he did, listen.
I would urge you to look it up.
Okay,
we just read it to you,
I'll
Ben.
look it up if you'll listen for just a second. Even if he said that, that does not make him a fascist. You are using that definition incorrectly.
That may be, but my point still stands. I'm not voting for him.
Yeah,
Whatever you want to call
Your
it.
point doesn't stand. Your point doesn't stand, but that's fine. You can vote for whoever you want.
Of course you can. Yeah,
what
that's totally your
state?
decision.
What state are you in?
Illinois.
Illinois.
Okay.
Well, Ben, thank you, and
good luck,
and good luck to you. I think I would rather live in the threat of Trump taking the military and coming after me than I no longer have a way to make a living because my business just got shut down.
Yeah,
because he didn't do that before. He's been
Yeah.
president before, and he didn't do any of the things you're accusing him of doing. He left on the day he was supposed to leave. They continued business on January 6th that very night, and look at what they're doing to the January 6th. There's people still in prison for January 6th. Yet nobody. Okay, all right.
That's fine.
Well, again, if you want to look at someone who is abusing power,
yes,
the only candidate in a presidential election ever to be prosecuted was prosecuted by a Democratic Department of Justice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the facts.
I
I'm sorry.
share with
you
Ben-
forget all the rest stuff. That's the only people who have ever done that.
Well, I share, and I know we all do, with Ben that we don't want a government that oversteps its boundaries and turn into fascists and have a great giant central government that uses government agencies against their citizens. None of us want that, but it's like Trump has never done it. The left is currently doing it and has a history of doing it. So because I'm against fascism, I'm going to vote for a fascist party because I'm afraid this other guy might be a fascist. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to look at Trump's
I'm afraid
actions.
of something that hadn't happened. I'm gonna vote for what has happened.
Right.
Yeah, you have to look at Trump's actions. Unfortunately, you can't take every funny thing that he says for face value. That is an unfortunate fact about President Trump. I will say that. But look at what he has done, and look at what the Democrats are actually doing.
Yep.
Well, Ben acknowledged that. He just said that it's a one issue, and what Trump said was what turned him off. And he has every right to have that feeling, whether we think it's logical or not. And
good luck, Ben.
We wish you the best, Ben, and hopefully you'll.
I hope it works out.
Well, I hope that Trump wins, and then at the end of 4 years, you'll call back and say, you know what, he never came and got me.
Yeah,
he didn't. He didn't send the military after me. Right. He didn't send the military about any of us that didn't vote for him. And you can say, hey, I was concerned and it was unwarranted.
Yeah, right.
How about that? So hopefully.
Or you may get your way and call and go, wow, wish we'd have had a job.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. And when if Kamala Harris wins and arrests us, we'll look at you and go, you're right, we probably should have changed our vote.
Look at the party that wants to silence free speech. Look at the party that works with big tech to silence people and works with the mainstream media to force the narrative. It's black and white. It's black and white.
Ben is all in on. Yeah, he is funny. Ben is all in on Orange Man Bad.
Yeah.
He thinks Orange Man's
bad.
Now he didn't do that. Like all of y'all keep saying, he didn't do that the first time. He left when he was supposed to. But maybe that's. And the current state of things, not too good. I kind of vote on what I know, not what somebody said might happen.
Right.
Yeah, did y'all see the voting turnout, early voting in Georgia yesterday? 3 times what it was before.
Oh, good. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.